Good morning, everyone. My name is Deneen White, and I'm going to be your host today for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. We are so excited to see you. So before we get started and I introduce myself, we have some work to do. So there are some of you that are watching us on Facebook. There are some of you that are watching us on YouTube. And here's my question for you. I want you to grow, but how are you going to get discovered by an agent where they can't see you? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come on over here and join us here live on Zoom. How are you going to do that, you ask? You're going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, you're going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. And then you are going to come here and you're going to join us on Zoom. Hi, Jordan Hunter from Syracuse. Good to see you. I have relatives in Syracuse. All right. So let me introduce myself and let's get this day started. So my name is Deneen White. I am the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. In addition to that, I also host the podcast for our company. So if you ever had a chance to listen to our podcast, definitely check that out. Not only that, but I'm also the president of talent services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. My goal for you today is for you to elevate your success. What does that mean? That means that we're looking for success stories. We're looking for people that take this seriously and are interested in elevating their success. So if that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Let's set our intention now. If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Awesome. Okay. Oh, I love it. All these me's. That's amazing. All right. So the way we're going to start is I like to highlight people that we work with that have already gone through this process. Okay, so I'm going to share some stories with you of some talent that some of you may have met in person, but these are all stories that are really inspirational because you know what? Every one of our success stories started right where you are today. They all start on a Zoom call. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to share with you guys some of our success stories. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up, someone. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right. So this is what I want you guys to understand. Every one of our success stories started with a Zoom call, just like you're on today. Okay, it all starts with a Zoom. So this is Brandon Hunter. He's one of our talent. We actually had the opportunity to see him in New York not too long ago, last weekend, actually. When he first started working with us, he was a college student. He was studying in Montana. He played football, but he was like, you know what? I've always had this burning passion for acting and modeling, but I'm in Montana. He grew up in Reno. And he was like, okay, you know what? There's something I want to do. So he got on one of our Zoom calls, and I actually had the opportunity to interview him. And there was something about him that I liked because, you know, I can tell you right now what set him apart. The night that we did that Zoom call and he scheduled an interview, I gave him an assignment. I gave everyone on the call an assignment. And he was the one person that did it. And it was so amazing because he was like, we got through the interview. I was like, oh my gosh, you're awesome. He's like, but Deneen, aren't you going to ask me like about the homework? I was like, oh my God, you're awesome. Okay, let's do this. Okay. So Brandon now has he started out on Zoom. He graduated from his university in Montana. He went to get his MBA, and then he still had this burning passion. So he's a part of our inner circle, and he had the opportunity to start working with one of our agents. So he started working with one of our agents, and now he has a successful modeling career. He's currently in New York City working. This is Mashrad. He's another one of our success stories. He's also in our inner circle. He is a college student in San Francisco. He's studying theater. And when he's not studying theater, he also has a passion for philanthropy. His job is to give back. He helps to build community gardens in San Francisco. But when we first started working with him, he was like super shy, super reserved. Like he just didn't have the confidence to speak up. He came to an event that had nothing at all to do with modeling and acting in Chicago. He started working with a coach. He started building up his confidence. The next thing I know, he's in New York City walking New York Fashion Week. Okay. He literally walked in one of the biggest shows in New York Fashion Week in the fall season. All because he got onto a Zoom call. He decided to take action in his life. And now, like, over here is where he started. If you look on the left here, And these two photos on him in New York Fashion Week. All right. Then he and Brandon, again, they both walked New York Fashion Week this year. This is on the left here is a photo with them with Isaac Mizrahi. How many of you know who Isaac Mizrahi is? He's a huge designer. Oprah featured him and really kickstarted his career. On the left here, this is Masharad with a huge director, huge casting director at the only official CFDA party in New York City for New York Fashion Week. Oh, you have to get invited to this party. You can't just walk in. And then this here is Brandon at a casting for one of the people that we work with who cast over 45 shows in New York Fashion Week. All started on a Zoom. This here is Natasha Kraus. She is another one of our Inner Circle members. She's 14 years old. 14 years old. She's already booking voiceover work. She was actually the voice of a deer in a insurance commercial. So her mom sent me the commercial. I started crying. I get really excited about our success stories. But Natasha's been training to be an actress since she was like 4 or 5 years old. And when she came on to our first Zoom call, she was already represented. She's represented by one of the biggest agents in LA. And Alicia was like, oh, that's great. But like, what can I do for you? You're already represented by a huge agent. And her mom said, you know what, Alicia, you're right. She is represented by a huge agent. But you know what I know? My daughter is very talented. My daughter works her butt off. And the more people she knows, the more success she's going to have. She's actually going to be signed in January by an even bigger agent in LA because she shows up consistently. She's been training for this her whole entire life. So it doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, there's a place for you here in VIP Ignite. This is Adi. Adi is another one of our Inner Circle members. I think you're starting to probably see a little trend here. She's one of our Inner Circle members. When we met her, she had been at a conservatory in New York City. She was supposed to be there for a whole month, but she was there, but it just didn't work out well for her. She actually left before the month was over. She came on to Alicia's Zoom call, and Alicia was like, okay, well, what can we do for you? And she's like, well, this is what I want to do. I wanted to do this my whole life. So she came to our event in Miami a couple of months ago, and she was there for 3 days. And at the end of the 3 days, she came up to us and she said, you know what? I learned more by being on set with you guys for 3 days than I did almost at that month in that conservatory in New York City. What we do works. What we do works consistently, and we help to fast pace your career. This is Mireya. She's another one of our huge success stories. So she started out on a Zoom call just like you guys. And when she got on, she wasn't all in. Okay. She got on the interview with me and she's like, yeah, I think I'll try this out. I was like, you're going to try this out? She's like, yeah, I'm going to try it out. I was like, okay, let's try it out. So at that time, it was during the pandemic. So we were only doing things on Zoom. She only wanted to be a model. She had zero desire at all to be Deneen, I'm only a model. I'm like, okay, if that's what you want, that's great. You do that. She started getting on Zoom calls. She started learning. When we first met her lighting was terrible. Like she'd be hiding in the corner. We could barely see her. Then she kept getting on the calls and getting on the calls. Then one day she got on a call with Margot Bingham from The Walking Dead, learning how to do self-tapes. And I was like, I almost called her and said, hey, how you doing? I don't know if you're on the wrong call. This isn't a modeling call. But I didn't do that. That would have been rude, right? And then all of a sudden, she started showing up more. Her lighting got good. Her camera placement was impeccable. Then we had a Zoom call just like this. And one of the agents reached out to her on the call because he loved her look. And she called me. She's like, Deneen, what do I do? I'm like, you take his call. Like, what do I do? If an agent call, you take his call. So they called, they scheduled a meeting. She went to the meeting. After the meeting, she's like, Deneen, he wants to give me a contract. What do I do? I'm like, you signed that contract. Like, what? Why are you asking me such crazy questions, right? Then a couple months later, I'm innocently watching the opening night of Patriots football. And there she is right here with her husband in a Super Bowl ad. In a football ad for the NFL. I was like, oh my God, NFL apparel. Then she's been spotted on Starbucks ads. She's been spotted on Verizon ads. She's been spotted everywhere. I've seen her so much. I went to my father's house for Father's Day 2 years ago, and I walk in and her face was on my dad's table. I'm like, Dad, how did you get that? He's like, I don't know. It's an advertisement for the hospital. I was like, holy, I signed her. Literally, because she got on a Zoom call. Her whole life changed, and her husband's life as well. When she first started working with us, she was a church secretary. She was making $36,000 a year. The last we spoke to her agent, he won't book her for less than $36,000 a job. Her biggest job was 6 figures for one day. Can I type in the comments 6 figures for one day? How much would that change your life? It all started on a Zoom call here with VIP Ignite. And I want you guys to understand that all of our success stories start on a Zoom call. So that's why at the beginning of the call, I said to you guys, you are successful. You are successful because you know what? You showed up. And I want you to think about that as you go through the day. As you go through the day, every person that we're going to bring on is going to help give you a tool that you need to help you be even more successful than you are. This is the first step. This is the first stop on the road. And I want you guys to understand this too. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Okay? Are you guys up for a marathon? Like if you could start training right now and start making 6 figures in one day, would it be worth it for you to stay on this Zoom call? Yes or yes in the comments. Yes or yes in the comments. So that's what I want you guys to think about when you're starting to get, just get up, move around. Because you know what? This here is the first day of the rest of your life. Whether this is your first Zoom call with us or you've been on multiple Zoom calls with us, this is the first day of the rest of your life. All right. So do I have enough energy for you guys? Are you guys okay? Are you learning something already? Yeah? Okay, awesome. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a story with you guys. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Can you guys see my whiteboard? Yes, give me a thumbs up. Yes, someone type yes in the comments if you can see my whiteboard. Okay, awesome. All right. So I told you that this is a marathon, not a sprint. So this is what I want you guys to think about. Okay. This is what I want you guys to think about. You're on a journey now. Okay. Oh, I see everyone on my whiteboard. Okay, awesome. All right. So this is where you are right now. This is you. And please forgive my beautiful drawing with, okay, hold on. Let's see here. All right. All right, everyone. Okay. So this is what I want you to think about. We are on a journey. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever considered climbing a mountain? How many of you have ever considered climbing a mountain? I know I used to want to climb a mountain. My friends and I used to say that we were like, oh, Isaac Wilson already did. Well, this is going to be easy for you then. All right. Hold on. Okay, awesome. All right, so this is what I want you guys to think about. If you are climbing to the top of a mountain, there are certain things you're going to need, okay? So here's a question for you. How many of you think you could just fly to the bottom of Mount Everest and just start climbing right now? How many of you think you could do that? Do you think you could just like fly there? No, of course not, right? That would be crazy for you to do that. So this is what I want you to think about. What are some things that you think you would need in order to start climbing a mountain? There, I'm going to give you a hint. There are going to be 4 of them. So in the comments, what are some things that you think you would need in order to start climbing a mountain? Oh my God, it's going so fast. Okay. Oh, training. Yeah, you're going to need training. I love that. Okay, so we're going to do training here. Okay, my writing is going to be great. Okay, so you're going to need training. We're just going to training. Okay, what else are you going to? Yeah, you're going to need gear, right? We're going to call that equipment, right? You're going to need equipment, right? You're definitely going to need equipment because if you don't have the right clothes, if you don't have the right shoes, if you don't have the right stuff, you're not going to be able to get there, right? Okay, what else are you going to need? You're going to need training, climbing gear, food, right? Yeah, that's a food and water. We're going to call those supplies. Okay, yeah, you're going to need supplies, right? Because it's not a one-day trip. It's not like you're taking a one-day trip to the city or something like that. It's going to be a multiple-day trip. Okay, so you're going to need some supplies. Okay, and what's one other thing you're going to need? Water. Yeah, you're going to need a guide, right? You're going to need someone, you're going to need a guide who's going to take, you're going to need a guide to take you to the top of the mountain, right? You're going to need someone. Okay, so let me ask you a question. In the order of all these things, okay, so now can we all agree, by a show of thumbs ups, can we all agree that you need training, you need equipment, you need supplies, and then you need a guide? Can we all agree to that? Yeah. Okay, awesome. All right. So let me ask you another question. You know you need all of these things. Which one do you need first? Which one do you need first? Which one are you going to need first? You need training? Okay. Okay, yeah, you need training. You need a guide. Yeah. Training guide. Okay, well, I love it. You guys we're in camp training and guide. So let me ask you a question. If today were the first day and you were going to be getting ready to climb a mountain, would you know how to train yourself? Yes or no in the comments. Would you know exactly what training you need? No, right? Okay, great. So then can we all agree that the first thing you need is a guide? Can we all agree to that? If you can agree to that, type guide in the comments. Guide in the comments. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Okay, so we all can agree that the first thing we need is a guide. So we'll put a 1 here. So let me ask you a question. If you were going to get a guide, would you want a guide that they're like imagine like their job listings. Okay, so here's your first choice. You have a guide and the guide is like, hey, I've always wanted to climb to the top of the mountain. Let me guide you. Would you want that person? Or would you want the person who actually has been to the top of the mountain multiple times and who has led multiple people to the top of the mountain? Would you want person 1 who's like, oh, let's try this together? Or would you want person 2 who's done it? Yeah, you would want the person with experience because literally your life is on the line. So what I want you to start thinking about with your acting and modeling career is that when you are going to embark on this journey, embark on this marathon, embark on this mountain climbing expedition, you want people that have been where you want to go. You want people that have successfully led mountain climbers to the top of the mountain. In the entertainment industry, you want people who have consistently led people to success in the entertainment industry. If that makes sense, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If that makes sense, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Yeah, you want someone who's already been there. So here's my question for you. If you are going to be a part of the entertainment industry, do you want someone who maybe has written a best-selling book on the entertainment industry? Yes or yes in the comments. Jemima, if you could share that link in the comments as well, that would be great. Yeah, you want someone who's been there, right? You want someone who's actually found success in the entertainment industry. Would you want someone who maybe has won 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards? Yes or yes in the comments. Yeah, you want someone who's been successful, that's found success, right? Would you want someone who has well over 10,000 success stories? Yes or yes in the comments. You want to go to the top of the mountain with people who have a proven track record of success. Okay, does that make sense? If that makes sense, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Okay, so now we all agree that we need a guide first, and we need a guide that's been where we want to go. Okay, and then we also agree that our second thing is we need training. Okay, so the second thing we need is training. So let's talk about training. Now, if you're training, do you want to train with someone who, again, is where you want to go or has been where you want to go? Or do you want to train with someone who, like, you know what? Like, yeah, I've done a couple things, like I've been like a background extra. Or do you want someone who actually has worked with people like Martin Scorsese? Do you want someone who has actually been trained? Like someone who actually is where you want to go? Do you want to work with someone who, they're like right where you are, or do you want to work with someone who's ahead of you? 1 or 2. Ahead of me is 2. where I am right now is one. Yeah, you want people that are ahead of you, that have already done this, right? That's what we offer. We're going to have you training with people that actually like work with Martin Scorsese. We're going to have you training with people that have walked New York Fashion Week, that have placed talent there. Okay. I want you guys to think about that as you're going through your journey. You need to work with people that are further ahead than you. Because right now, you know what? Even being here right now, you know what? Being on this call right now, you're at the base of the mountain, which is awesome. Okay, I want you to think about that. You've already moved forward. So give yourselves a high five. You've already moved forward. Okay, we've already moved forward. Okay. So now my next question is, okay, so now you have the guide who's going to train you. You have the training, right? Here's my next question. What type of equipment are you going to need? What type of supplies are you going to need? What type of equipment and supplies you're going to need the water. You're going to need all of these things, right? So the proper guide is going to show you the right equipment that you need, right? Because you're going to have to get equipment. You're going to have to learn how to use the equipment. You're going to have, instructions, maps, compass, a support system, a team, rope. You need the right shoes. You need all of these things, right? So what I want you to think about as we're going through today is we're going to give you the equipment that you need. We're going to give you the supplies that you need. But you could have, like, I could go out right now. I can go to REI. I can go to any of these places, right? I can buy rope. I can buy water. I can buy all of these things. But if I don't know how to use them, am I going to survive to the top of the mountain? If I just go buy things and start moving up the mountain, am I going to know how to use them? And this is what I want you guys to think about too. And it's sometimes we joke about this, but this is what I want you guys to think about. The best part about being with a community of people that are all climbing the mountain is this. Okay. So we're all going to travel this journey on our own pace. Okay. This isn't like a one size fits all journey. Everyone has their own pace. Okay. So the awesome thing is there are going to be people ahead of you. Okay. On the mountain. And you're going to keep progressing, but there are going to be people that are ahead of you at each level. Okay. And the good thing about that is that the people that are ahead of you, they can kind of tell you what's going on, what to expect. Okay. That's why you always want to make sure you're in a community as well when you're a part of the entertainment industry, because you know what, there are going to be people that are going to be ahead of you and they're going to be able to say, okay, hey, look, watch out for this, watch out for that. Okay. And it's really important to have all of these things so that when you get to the top of the mountain, you're not in this alone. And I want you to think about that. Like, how many of you right now are like, okay, this is something I want to do. Oh my gosh, I want to do this, but I don't even know where to start. If you don't even know where to start, you're in the right place. I don't even want you to acknowledge that, because that's why you're here today. You're here because you know that you want to get started. You're here because you know that there's a journey for you. You know that there's more out there for you. And I want you guys to think about that. I want you guys to think about that as we're going through the day. Like, why are you here? You're here because you want more success. You're here because how many of you feel like you've been called to acting and modeling? How many of you feel like that? You know, like you were a little kid and maybe like everyone else was like playing dolls, but you had a microphone and you were singing to everyone, or you were acting out scenes. Like when I was a kid, I always acted out Little House on the Prairie because I wanted to be Laura Ingalls Wilder. Okay. But what I want you guys to think, okay, you guys can laugh at me. I'm a nerd. I can't help it. But but you know what the thing is I know that even through those things that I wanted to do when I was a kid, now I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. I get it now. I understand. So this is what I want you I look like her too. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Andrea. But this is what I want you guys to think about. This is a journey that you have to be really careful. Okay. Because you know what? There are a lot of people that start out down here and then stop here. There are a lot of people that stop before they get to their goal. Okay. And I don't want you guys to be those people, because you know what? At the end of the day, this journey, some days it's amazing. Oh my God. Some days It is the best thing in the whole entire world. But some days it's not easy, and you need people to help chide you along, to help you. Come on, it's better up here. Come on, keep going, keep going. And that's the importance of being a part of a community, but that's also the importance of having a good guide. Okay? Because you know what? A guide, yeah, it's a lot less crowded at the top. That's for sure. Yes, it's very much, it's not as crowded at the top. Even if, William, you've run marathons, you know, not everyone makes it to the end. Not everyone makes it to the end really quickly. But you know what the thing is? When you have a community of people working alongside you, when you have a guide who's like your coach, who's like, okay, you know what? This is what we're going to do. And you know what? They're going to be, yeah, don't be me and get to the last step and quit. Well, Gabrielle, we're changing your story today. We're changing your story today, okay? The importance of having a guide, the importance of having someone in your corner is this. Because we've been through the hard times, right? We've been through the hard times. If any of you have ever read, you guys, again, Jemima, if you can share Finding Fame one more time. If you haven't already read the first chapter of Finding Fame, I highly recommend that you get this and that you download it, that you start reading it. Because you know what? VIP Ignite wasn't built out of ease. VIP Ignite was built in a really tough time. Okay. When VIP Ignite started, there was a writer's strike going on. Can you say, wow, hard time to get started? But Michael and Alicia knew that there was something more. Michael and Alicia knew that they wanted to do something different. And that's why we're here today. And I want you guys to think about that as you're going through, like, think about all of those hard times you've gone through, because we all have a story. Has anyone gotten through life where they haven't had one hard moment in their whole entire life? If you have, God bless you. But this is what I want you to think about. Every hard time you've gone through has led you to this moment. And what I want you to take with you between now and the end of the day today is a sense of destiny. And why do I say that? Because you know what? When you talk to Ryan Colby later, he started when he was a teenager. He's been through the hard times and the easy times and the hard times. When you hear from Alicia in a little while, she's going to tell you about the hard times. When you hear from Tanya Kleckner, who's our SAG franchise agent, who's going to be on here in a little while, she's going to tell you about the hard times. Mike is going to tell you about the hard times. But this is what I want you to understand. It's the hard times that make you stronger. Okay. And again, there are days where the entertainment industry is like the most inspirational. Like, if you don't know me yet, I'm like the biggest cheerleader for everyone. Like, if you like book your first background extra, if you like, I'm your biggest cheerleader. Okay. And the fearless rebels that you're going to meet over the course of today, they're going to be your biggest cheerleaders. Because there are days this is amazing. And there are days where this is like, why am I even here? What was I thinking? I think I'm going to go be an accountant. That's so much easier. That's not what you're destined for. That's not why you're here. Okay. So with that thought in mind, how many of you here are interested in modeling? Type modeling in the comments. Okay, well, hold on. Brett, you are in the right place, because you know what? If you feel stuck in a rut, I'm here to push you out of your rut, sir. Okay. Okay, awesome. Some of you guys are here interested in modeling. So what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about what type of modeling you qualify for. But before I do that, please allow me to introduce our first speaker of the day. So Michael Famkin is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards and 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony Award for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the US. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped to rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking. Michael's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Wow, we got a lot of people here today. I see so many people I just got to hang out in New York. I see so many new people. This is really cool. Awesome. All right. I'm going to keep the show going. So I'm going to go through my presentation because we do have Ryan Colby coming on in the afternoon and also later today. He has a big event he has to go to. So I promised him I would kind of keep everything flowing nice and smooth, especially because today is something, a one-day event. Usually we do weekend events, but with the holidays, we want to, respect everyone's time with shopping and stuff. So we thought a one-day event would be really cool, especially for all the new people to learn about the industry. So I'm going to bring up my presentation. So that way, let me find here. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, perfect. All right, glad to see everybody's doing well and nice and rested from New York. So today we're going to talk about diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? And everyone can see my screen? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Amanda, can you see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Yep. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Perfect. Just wanted to just check. Okay, so obviously the world has changed. Right. Obviously, so many different things are always consistently happening. The industry is always evolving. We just wrapped up with the strike. We just wrapped up with the pandemic. And, obviously in life with anything else, it's all about having a new mindset. When you have a new mindset, you're going to get new results. And, that's really what success is about. It's kind of always looking to see, what is it that's holding me back? And for a lot of times for people, it's just really themselves that's holding themselves back. When you have the right formula, you surround yourself with the right people, you follow proven, frameworks. Life is it's just going to come together. We just launched our new book. It hit Amazon #1 bestseller, had such a surreal moment being in Times Square and being able to see the book up on the billboard in Times Square, and all the talent came out. It was really cool. And we followed a framework for that, right? We interviewed successful people in the industry. I just had another book. We just launched a couple of weeks ago with some business partners, Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. That just hit #1 yesterday. Messy Messages for Millionaires. I thank you for those of you guys who bought the book. That was really awesome. So again, we have 2 back-to-back #1 bestsellers. Because we follow a framework. So it's the same thing. It's about having that right mindset is going to give you those results. So in today's world, we're going to talk today about the modeling industry. Later on today, we'll talk about acting, but it's all about diversity, right? The industry's completely changed. It's all about what makes people unique. There's all different types of looks. Age no longer matters. Location no longer matters. The industry is so open to different types of looks, heights, ethnicities, ages, and so forth, all based upon advertising of products, different products. So again, in today's world, it's all about what makes you unique. So obviously for us, not only for the past 2 decades, 18 years plus now, we've been helping talent meet with high-level executives, people who can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. We do these through large-scale events that we normally host in New York and LA, and now we do them all throughout the country. And then we also, about 3 years ago, we also started a management company where we actually manage and help develop talent and place them with large agencies. And one of the things that we do with that is we represent a wide variety of talent, right? Instead of specializing in a very certain niche, being very high-end editorial, high-end fashion, or commercial, we decided, hey, we wanted to represent a wide variety of people that can be placed in TV and film and for different types of products and services. So again, we represent talent, everything from fashion to lifestyle to commercial, social media influencers, voiceover work, TV and film, children, we do 12 and older, spokesmodels, we do music and licensing, presenters, we have a speakers bureau. We represent a lot of different speakers, people who speak from stage and book writers and cinematography, events, production, and so forth. So there's so many different exciting things that we do. And as we wrap up 2023, 2024 is going to be even bigger and better. Like we have so many surprises coming out, so many new partnerships, so many new companies and opportunities that we're going to be working with and announcing over the next, 3 to 4 or 5 months. So it's a really an exciting time. For those of you who are on this call today, you literally arrived at the exact perfect moment to be able to start a career, because there's so much more opportunity in the industry today. There's more opportunity in this industry in the next 24 months than there have been in the past 10 years combined. So let me say that again. There's going to be more opportunities in the next 12 to 24 months than there have been in the past 10 years combined. So you arrived here at the exact moment you were meant to be here. You arrived here. There couldn't have been a better moment to be able to arrive here, because there's so much more opportunity now for people of different backgrounds, ethnicities, ages, and so forth. Again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. But let's talk about like misconceptions in the industry. For most people, most of the world, when asked to describe a model, right, they're going to answer usually with the wrong answer. So if I was to go up to somebody who's never worked in the industry and I said, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? This is usually what I will hear. They're going to usually say they're very tall. They usually lean into female. They'll say they're tall, thin, and they walk the runways of Paris and Milan, and they live a very glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. And what they're going to be talking about is going to be what's called editorial, high fashion models. So let's get that exact phrase down. So for high fashion editorial models, they're tall, slender. So for females, tall, slender, and unique looking models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size and a 34, 24, 34 bust, waist, and hip measurement. Exact, very specific on these measurements, and I'll explain to you in a moment why. For men on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. Now, here's the interesting thing. If you think about high fashion, everyone always thinks about, when they say, like I say to them, okay, describe the average model, they're always going to say high fashion. They're always going to lean into those categories. In reality, high fashion is actually the smallest category of the entire industry. It actually accounts for a little less than 10% of the entire industry. And the reason why there are very specific measurements is when you look at high fashion models, the designers who are producing clothing for them, they're producing clothing that are normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means they're very labor intensive, which means they're very expensive. So when you're a designer for a show, by having a set standard, I can start making the clothing without the model being in the room. I can start sewing and creating the clothing, the designs, and I can call an agency. So if I'm a designer and I'm doing a show in New York, I call an agency in New York, say Ford, Wilhelmina, Click, DNA, Next, any of the major real agencies in New York. And I'll say, okay, great, I need 10 guys and 10 girls for a show. When the models show up, the clothing will fit the models with very little alterations because it was a set standard. So now when that show is done in New York, and as a designer, I send the clothing to Paris, to Milan, to London, to any of the other shows around the world. When I call an agency, say in London, I'll call Storm in London, legitimate agency in London, high-end editorial, high fashion. The models that come from Storm, the clothing will fit the models the same way it fit them in New York, the same way it'll fit them in Milan. So at the end of the day, the only reason there's specifications is just to make it easy for designers, because this is a labor-intensive process. For the average model to qualify for this, it's less than 2% of the world's population. So that means 98% of the world's population will not qualify for high fashion, high-end. So Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, and so forth. That's just the right mom met the right dad, and so forth. But again, this is going to be the smallest segment of the industry. So most people think when they hear the industry, that's all they think about. For people who are not in the industry, when you're in the industry, if you ask me, like, okay, describe the average model, I'm going to like, well, I don't know. What is the client looking for? Is it for McDonald's? Is it for Burger King? Is it a fashion show? What exactly is it? So we'll talk about the differences between the different types of modeling. And at the end of the presentation, it's going to be your job, and we'll kind of do this together as a little exercise to see where you believe you would qualify for. Okay. So again, 10% of the industry. And here's another interesting fact, and this model is a great example of it, is the models have to be what's considered striking looking or unique looking. So they're not meant to be like really beautiful. They're because they don't want you to take away from the clothing. When you're walking on the show, they want the audience to focus on the clothing, not so much on the model. Okay. So the next category of the industry is going to be called commercial print. So we just talked about fashion editorial. The next part of the industry is commercial print. Commercial print is going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs. So you can see here, like the mom, the dad, the baby, right? This could be for a prenatal care. This could be an advertisement for a hospital, right? An advertisement for something. It's a stock photo, right? So it's a photo that could be used for lots of different things, maybe baby clothing, maybe for some type of baby food, right? Something like that, something to deal with that. So commercial print's going to be a wide variety of different looks. Commercial print is going to be 80% of the industry. So this is going to be the largest segment of the modeling industry. It's going to be commercial print. So commercial models, okay, work many different jobs: print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and so much more. Okay, there are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and a pretty smile, right? So depending upon what the client's looking for, right? So here's an example of commercial print, right? So you can see here, this is an advertisement. So it's like, this can be a catalog, right? So you can see they have, different women in here representing a certain brand, a certain age range, and so forth, okay? These are commercial models. Kids are always going to fall into commercial models. You can see in advertisements today, from compared to 10 years ago, there's a shift, right? It's all about what makes you being unique, what makes you different. You can see now in ads, they'll have two dads, they'll have two moms. The larger portion of ads have mixed ethnicity. So you'll see like an African-American wife with a Caucasian dad, or you'll see an Asian, dad with a Hispanic mom, right? There's all kinds of mixtures of family units because that's how society is. Where before advertisers shied away from that, now they lean into that. Okay, for kids are always going to fall into commercial print. The most important part for children is going to be the parents. Can the parents be on set? Do they have working papers? Do they have a trust fund set up? Do they have a Coogan account set up? So there's a whole process for parents to follow before that child even gets booked for their very first job. That's not something I'm going to go into detail today. For those of you who have the opportunity to interview and work with us, those are things that we will show you step by step how to do. Okay, here's a great example. Christine H., right? She's part of our inner circle. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent that we represent. So Christine, she's not only an international speaker, she's a fitness professional. She travels around the world. She is a commercial model, right? She's an actress. So she can do everything from playing a mom, playing an aunt, playing a military person, playing the president of the United States, playing a corporate executive, playing a lawyer, a doctor, and so forth. So what you want to look for in this industry is what's called versatility. So versatility means, what are the different types of roles you can play? What are the brands that you could represent, right? If you had to sit there and say, what brands, what kind of brands could I represent? What are my favorite brands? Could I represent those? Do I have that image? Do I have that look? The more brands, the more companies that you can represent, the more versatility you have, and then the more opportunity you have. Okay, so here again, here's for a leasing company, right? So this person here, you can see she's older. This is a commercial print model. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Okay, she has an agent, she has a manager, she has a portfolio. She went out on an audition, somebody reviewed her information, she was booked for the job, and so forth. So again, it's commercial print's going to be the largest segment. There's going to be the most opportunity for people. Here's another great example, an AARP ad. So you can see here, African-American female, she's got the gray in her hair, representing, maybe getting near retirement age and so forth. So she's that target market. But at the same time, tomorrow she could be playing a housewife. She could be playing a young grandmother. She could be playing a college professor. She could be in a McDonald's ad. She could be in an AT&T commercial. She could be in a Verizon ad. There's lots of things she can do. She represents a wide variety of brands because she has great versatility. Again, here's another example. You can see mixed ethnicity ad, right? This is for e-commerce, okay, for Old Navy. So you can see here the child, the dad, the mom. Again, commercial print, right? These are commercial print models. E-commerce is a segment of that. So when you're booking jobs through your agency, the way you get paid is it going to be a national ad, an international ad? Is it going to be e-commerce? What are the rights of usage? How long will they go through? How long will this ad run? Will the ad be run over and over again? Do you give up the rights to the image where they can use it forever, or do you get paid each time the ad runs? Like we've have talent who have certain types of ads that'll run around Christmas time, so they'll get paid over and over again every year. Other people choose to get paid up front. These are all things you have to understand how the industry works. You know, we have a program where you actually go through and we teach you all this. So for our talent, they're very highly educated on how the industry works, how contract negotiations work, relationships between agencies and clients and talent and so forth. But I just want you guys to kind of give you a 100,000-foot overview of things that you need to start thinking about and understand. This is a profession, right? It's like being a doctor, like being a lawyer. You have to understand the terminology. You have to understand how the industry works. You have to know where you fit into the industry to have the highest level of success. Here's Sid, one of my favorite talent. Just was with her in New York City. She's phenomenal. So again, she's based out of Philadelphia. She just recently retired. She worked for the state of Philadelphia for many, many years. Upon her retirement, she wanted to get involved in her passion, which was modeling and acting. She's been on over a half a dozen television shows. She actually just submitted herself out for a new show that's filming in Philadelphia, but she's been on almost every single show that's shot in New York City. She's professional. She shows up. She's reliable. She's caring. She has a heart of gold. And you can see she has a different religious background. She leans into that. She leans into that character. She leans into what makes her unique, what makes her special. And she gets to choose. There's certain ads she won't do. She won't do like a liquor ad or something like that. That's something that goes against her religious beliefs. So, which is really cool because in this industry, it's great to be able to pick and choose the type of opportunities that you're offered, but you want to lean into who you are. So again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. It's all about what makes you unique. There's so many opportunities out there and everyone has to start someplace, right? Doesn't matter how famous somebody is. They all began someplace. They all started someplace. Everyone has to be given that chance. It's just following the right framework, the right process, working with the right people, surrounding yourself with the right network, and all of a sudden your life can change in so many ways you can't even possibly imagine. Okay, so again, commercial print, magazines, right? Billboards. We were just in Times Square, right? We were just in New York City last week with our talent, right? All the different billboards, all the different ads, right? These are all commercial print, okay? Obviously, we've been doing this for, almost 19 years now, 18 plus years. Our whole goal is we surround ourselves with the most successful people. That's what makes our company work. That's what our driving force. All of our talent that we work with go through a very intense interview process. And, we've done everything. We've won over 36 awards, including 6 Tonys. In 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play for our show called Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike. Alicia, which you guys are going to get to meet soon, our co-founder, my business partner. She had the opportunity to open up NASDAQ, to do so many incredible things, just to meet so many incredible people, having dinner with Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, Senator John Glenn. He was the first United States astronaut to circumnavigate the Earth. Like, these are all opportunities, like, when you work in this business, like, you just never know. Like, you learn to say yes to things, right? You learn to say yes because it opens up doors. It opens up opportunities. So many people just sit on their phones, sit at home dreaming, right? Wishing they can do something. You have to get out there and you make it happen. You have to be able to challenge life, right? Life is an adventure. Time is your most valuable resource, right? People can always make more money, but you can't make more time. So your time is very valuable. That's why when we do these types of events, we appreciate you guys spending time with us. We want to over deliver. We have some amazing speakers that are going to be here today. You guys, by the end of the day, you're going to really learn everything there is to know about the industry, how to get started, how to propel yourself forward. Okay. So again, we do this because we surround ourselves with the best people, right? We learn from others. We respect their time, right? We respect their knowledge because they've spent decades learning this. And by surrounding yourself with the best people in the world, that's how you move forward, right? It's when you're working with somebody who's not the best, there's somebody who doesn't know what they're doing and they're still trying to figure it out. That's what kills time, right? And eventually when you kill enough time, it starts killing your dreams, and that's when people give up. Okay, so again, billboards. Commercial print, right? Again, these are some, you're going to get to meet Ryan. These are some of his models. These were actually shot in New York City. Ryan is a New York, LA based agent. You guys will get introduced to him shortly. But these were shot in New York City, but this was for a Korean clothing company, right? So even though these ads ran in Korea, they were still shot in New York. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. The world's changed. So again, some more examples, commercial print. Okay, here's James Johnson, really awesome talent of ours. He literally started with us probably back in 2019. He lived in a small town, the middle of nowhere. His town was so small, they only had one traffic stoplight in the entire town. He was a barista at a coffee shop. He had an interesting background. His family was his dad had a lot of issues with drugs and so forth, unfortunately, and he really couldn't get the help that he needed. So James was somebody in a small town like that, when your family is kind of known for things they shouldn't be doing, was kind of told he would fail. Like he would never, ever make it in life. He would never be successful. And that weighed on him, but he knew that if he could get out of that world and change, that things could happen. So, he went through the interview process, just like everyone here. Was on a Zoom call. He had the opportunity to come to New York City, got signed to Colby Model Management, started working in New York, did some high-end fashion shows. Kind of as time went on, he moved to LA. I'm proud to say he lives in Los Angeles now. He lives in Hollywood full time. He's a writer. He produces and writes his own content. He's an actor, a model. So my point being is that the story you're telling yourself of who you are now doesn't have to be the story that's where it ends. You can change your life. There's nothing holding you back other than the story you're telling yourself. You change your story, you're going to change your life. So again, and I can go through hundreds of testimonials. I don't know if Deneen had the chance to show it to you guys, but we have a Trello board with just thousands and thousands of success stories, and every week they're always getting bigger and bigger and better. But it's not so much the success stories, but the transformation, right? Being able to change your life, being able to live your dreams, being able to make an impact on the world, right? It's not about being famous. Anyone could be famous, right? But it's about, how do you make an impact? What is the legacy you're going to leave behind? What is the story you can tell that inspires others? That's what you really want to focus on. When you start focusing on things like that, that makes you so much more interesting. People just gravitate towards you. And all of a sudden you start getting bigger and better roles. But everyone, again, has to start someplace. Here's Mike Trash, formerly with the WWE, a writer, comedian, podcast host, filmmaker. He's just had about probably 3 or 4 films that were just released, consistently working. He's also in our inner circle. He leans into his character, right? He can play the uncle. He can play the president. He can play the funny guy, right? He can play the mafioso. He can play the army captain, the Navy captain, right? He can play all these different roles. Okay. So again, it's all about what makes you unique. He's also in an inner circle. He's an inspiration. Everyone, when they come to the event, they love being around him, right? He's always doing so many things. He's a professional. His background was in software, right? His background was in software. Right? He sold his company and he said, I want to follow my passions now. I want to follow my dreams. And he's doing that every day, right? From small roles to big roles. He played a monster in a movie. He played a German prisoner in a World War II film. He's done a lot, and he continues always growing and improving. He just got his updated photos in New York. They're phenomenal. Actually, I'm going to update them the next time I do this presentation. I'm actually going to show both just to show you how far his photos have come. Like they're incredible, right? So he's been doing this now for, a little over a year, but he's doing wonderful, but now he's even going to do more. Right? That's what the great thing is, being able to always move up, right? You're always climbing that mountain, reaching that top. And when you reach the top, there's always a bigger mountain to climb. There's always so much more that you can do in this industry. So again, somebody who's phenomenal, you guys. For those of you who have the opportunity to be a part of the company, he's going to be somebody that you're going to be one of your mentors. He's going to be somebody who's one of your, co-hosts, right? Somebody that you're working with on set and being with. So again, Anthony, phenomenal talent. Just got signed by one of the largest agencies in Los Angeles. His background's a nurse. That's his background. He's a nurse, right? But he could play James Bond, right? He could play military guy, a captain, the CEO. He could play a villain, right? He can lean into playing that villain role, right? So you have to start thinking, could I play the role of a villain, right? A villain's sometimes a lot more fun to play than the good guy, right? There's more character development there, playing the villain and so forth, right? So think about, could you play the villain? Can you play the good guy? What are the different roles you can play? What are the different brands you can represent? Again, all about versatility. Okay, here's a great example, right? You guys should recognize both these individuals. Definitely recognize the voice on the one on the right. Okay, so again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Here's a Geico commercial, right? Again, commercial print. The dad, the mom, the dog, the kid, right? Obviously, the star of the ad is the Geico commercial, but you can see the different age ranges and so forth. Again, commercial print. Here's Flo from Progressive, right? A lot of you guys should recognize Flo from Progressive, but do you know who she is? Who represents her, right? Who is her agent? Who is her manager? How did she get started? Okay. These are things you should always be asking yourself. Okay. I know who she is. Her name's Stephanie Courtney. Okay. I'll tell you guys her whole story in a moment. Okay. Here's Jesse Hyman, right? He did he's considered the world's greatest extra. He's been in like over 200 films. Several of his films have gone on to win Academy Awards. He does like principal background work. He's been in a Spider-Man, Entourage. He's been in The Social Network, right? Dozens and dozens of films. He got the Kiss Bar Raphael. He was in a GoDaddy commercial for the Super Bowl. Okay, he leans into his character. He plays that geek, right? He plays the band camp kid. He plays the nerd in high school and so forth. I think he's like in his mid-30s, but he'll still play a lower range age. He'll play like a high school student. But again, he leans into who this character is, right? In high school, he was probably the kid that might have been picked on, but that's okay because now he's hanging out with supermodels, so he's doing okay. He's a really great guy. He lives in Los Angeles full time also. So again, it's mindset, right? Mindset is everything. It's understanding how the industry actually works, breaking things down into smaller components. So let's talk a little bit about Flo, okay? So Stephanie Courtney, that's her real name. You can see I couldn't even cut and paste her entire resume. I pulled this off of IMDb. Okay. But you can see she's been doing stuff since 1998. She wanted to be a comedian. That was her goal. She actually went to Second City. It's a school. It's one of the most prestigious comedy schools you can go to in Chicago. A lot of the cast members from Saturday Night Live, a lot of the most famous comedians in the world all started their careers going to Second City. But you can see she's been in a ton of stuff. The Heartbreak Kid. She was in Mad Men, Cavemen. She was in, she done Mike Tyson's Mystery, The Goldbergs. One of our speakers, one of our acting coaches is in The Goldbergs, one of the star of The Goldbergs. But you can see she had this career she built up, right? She was consistently working. And one day her agency just called her. Her agent called her and said, "Hey, I have a commercial for you. It's for an insurance company. Are you interested?" She said yes. Okay. That yes led to her becoming that spokesperson. So now not only does she do commercial print, TV, and film, she's a spokesperson for her. Okay. She earns over $1 million per year playing Flo from Progressive. And here's the great thing, like with all the things she does, this is a little bit outdated. Her new contract, she's at $3 million per year, which means she's really making about $4 million per year, all because she said yes. And here's the cool thing. She could probably walk right past you anywhere in the United States and you wouldn't even recognize her without a little Flo wig and her little Flo outfit. Okay. But again, she said yes, right? So again, it's, there's so much opportunities out there. Again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. We have people on this call from all over the world. We're all on Zoom. Okay. Obviously, meeting people face to face is going to be that final process, but being able to do auditions, being able to learn, being able to do this, in today's world is such a great opportunity that did not exist 10 years ago. Okay, there's also promotional modeling. So now we talked about high-end editorial, we talked about fashion, we talked about commercial print. Promotional modeling is like live modeling, right? So that's trade shows, boat shows, the Coors Light girl, the Budweiser girl, electronic shows, people like that are doing handouts. You can make anywhere from $15 to $80 per hour. We do a lot of hair shows. So a lot of our girls, they'll just work like 1 or 2 days out of the month. They're making $750 a day. So it's like $1,500 for a weekend. We work with one of the largest promotional companies in the United States. They're based out of Las Vegas. Our talent get the opportunity to go to ball games, the World Series, football games, NFL games, all different types of conferences. You have to be like, you have to be understand like product placement, being able to interact with people and so forth. So Comic Cons, things like that, promotional modeling. It's great. It's a great entryway and it's a great way to make an awesome supplemental income while also having a ton of fun. So promotional modeling is another aspect of the industry. Then you also have fitness, right? Fitness is its own division. It ties into commercial print, right? But fitness, you got to think about everything, not only just from Nike, but from supplements. Fitness industry is considered one of the top 3 industry. There's fitness, there's wealth, and there's relationships. Those are the 3 categories everything falls under. Fitness is one of the largest ones, but everything from supplements to e-commerce, right, to clothing, right, shorts, jackets, sneakers, socks, all these different things. So for somebody, it's just not Nike, right? There's so many brands. It's such a huge opportunity. Like somebody like Christina, she's a yoga and fitness coach. So she'll fall into that. One of our talent, Isabella, she's also a fitness model. Not only does she do commercial print and acting, but she's also very heavily involved in fitness and health and so forth. Some of you guys will get to meet her later today. I think she'll actually be on the call later today. So again, fitness modeling. Curve, plus size modeling, billion-dollar industry, right? This is a huge part of the industry now, right? For clothing, for commercials, for TV, for film, and so forth, right? The women who have the curves, right? And so forth. Again, huge part of the industry, okay? Kids, of course, will always be a part of the industry. That's easy, right? But again, commercials, right? You can see here, versatility, different family segments. You can see the woman on the right. Again, stock photo. She can play a secretary. She can play a mom, an aunt. She can play, the president of the United States, an army general, college professor, a high school teacher, right? The sister, the aunt, right? Different roles, right? You have to think about what are the roles you can play? What are the brands you could represent? Think about what are the brands you couldn't represent, right? Ask yourself the opposite question, narrow it down, start thinking, right? Ask better questions. You're going to get better results. You're going to get better answers. It's 2023, guys, okay? The world has changed, okay? Mindset is everything. Okay. It's all about what makes you unique. Okay. And, one of our partners that we work with, one of my close friends, mine and Alicia's, Tony Robbins, I absolutely adore his things. Is somebody you should follow on Instagram, follow him on TikTok, on Snap. He puts out a lot of great content, right? People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. Okay. And if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. Don't believe this is my dream. Make it reality, right? Take the steps to make this actually happen for yourself. Take the actions, follow the frameworks, take notes today, listen to the people. We're going to bring on some amazing people today for you guys. They're going to give you great advice. They're going to give you great tips. They're going to really, help plan out that initial framework for you to follow. Okay. So again, my name is Michael Fompkin. This is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you, right? So now you should have a little bit of a better idea. You can type this in the comments, right? Are you high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle? Maybe you fall into more than one category, and that's great. Okay, again, showing that you have diversity and so forth. But I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen. It was a pleasure talking to you guys. I will be back later today, a couple more times. But enjoy the day, learn, sit back, listen, and guys, you're in for a hell of a ride today, guys. And I'll be back later. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that? How many of you guys learned something in that last presentation? Say thank you, Mike. Everyone say thank you, Mike. I want you guys to really think about this. What we're doing now is you're starting to get you're getting your tools, you're getting your equipment, right? We all talked about how you need supplies, you need equipment, right? How many of you feel a little more equipped now than you did when you first got started? Type 1 or 1 in the comments if you feel a little more equipped or a lot more equipped, because now you know where you fit in the industry. The thing I love about that presentation is so many times we talk to models and they're like, especially actors. My actors are like, I do not want to be a model. I don't understand. No, I don't want to do that, Deneen. I only want to be an actor. But let me ask you guys a question real quick, and then I'm going to go into my next presentation. If you are an actor and you got offered 6 figures to do a ad for Gucci, would you say, no, I don't need your money? Or would you be like, heck yes? Would you, if you would say heck yes, type heck yes in the comments. So it's always really important to have a diversity of knowledge in the entertainment industry, because it all goes hand in hand. It all goes hand in hand. And that's why we're going to bring you so many different perspectives throughout the day, because it all goes hand in hand. Like so many people, you have to expand your mind to see that there's so many more possibilities than you can even fathom right now. So let me ask you guys a question. How many of you only have one thing on your plate at any time? Like you're like, you know what? All I have to do is be a student. All I have to do is go to work. How many of you like you don't have a lot on your plate? Or can we say that, you know what, some of us, we have a lot of things that are always being thrown at us, like, psh, 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 psh. If you have a lot of things on your plate, type me in the comments. I think that's pretty much all of us. I don't know about you, but one of my favorite cartoons growing up was the Jetsons. I'm still waiting for Rosie the robot to come clean my house and cook my meals, okay? But so what I want to talk to you guys about is this, because I think so many times people get overwhelmed by having so many things to do. Or is anyone like that? Like if you like, even right now, I'm all in here on hosting this boot camp. But if you saw my desk, you would see I have stuff here to do. I have stuff here to do. I have cards I have like all these things going on. And sometimes does anyone get a little overwhelmed sometimes with life? Can I give you guys a tool right now that's going to help you be a little bit less overwhelmed with life if you apply it? Would that be okay with you? Do I have your permission? Yes. Okay, awesome. This is actually one of my favorite presentations to do. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to, can you guys see my whiteboard? Someone give me a thumbs up. Let's see, gallery. Okay, awesome. All right. So today is drawing day at VIP Ignite. All right. So let's talk about this, okay? So this is what I want you guys, and again, my drawing skills are going to be impeccable. Okay, so I hope you guys are prepared for some beauty here. Okay, so this is a circle. So this is what I want you to think about. What is the best way to accomplish things in life? Type it in the comments. What is the best way to accomplish things? If you try to do like 90 things at once, are you going to be great at anything or are you going to be okay at everything? If you like, yeah, head on, right? Okay, Peggy Miller. Hold on one second here. All right. So this is what I want you guys to think about. When you are working on something, so many times we have this fake thing that we have. It's called multitasking. Okay. How many of you have ever heard of multitasking? Can I tell you guys something? Multitasking is a lie. And I know I'm going to be stepping on some toes here. Okay. Because you know what? I used to think I was the queen of multitasking. When I used to I used to think, okay, if I do this, and this all the time, like I would accomplish everything. And you know what I accomplished? Bupkis. I accomplished nothing when I tried multitasking all the time. So this is what I want you guys to think about. What are some things that you guys focus on? What are some things that you work on? Like what do you do? Like, what do you do? Like, do you go to school? Do you act? Like, type in the comments some of the things that you guys work on. Dance, singing, acting, life in general. That's true. Arts, martial arts, parkour. All right. So this is what I want you to think about. What I want you to think about is this. We all have a lot going on at any one moment. Okay. We can all agree to that. But the only way that you can truly be successful and accomplish things is by focusing on one thing at one time. For example, if you're on this Zoom right now and you have the pregame for the football on behind you, and then you have your homework going on, and then you are thinking about, okay, tomorrow I have to do this, and I have to go cook dinner, I have to do this, I have to do that. If you have all of those things going on, how much are you really absorbing about what we're doing here? Do you think you're absorbing a lot or a little? Type it in the comments, a lot or a little. The answer is a little, okay? So this is what I want you to think about. Throughout your day, you are going to have a lot of tasks that you have to accomplish, okay? Life, especially if you're an adult, even if you're a teenager, it doesn't matter. Like, life throws a lot at you, okay? So let's talk about some of the things that we have to do. I saw acting. So we're just going to do act. Some of you guys are working on your modeling, right? Model. So model. Okay. Okay, boxing, we're gonna put fitness in that. How about that? We'll put fitness in there because that covers like working out, fitness, school. I saw some people are school. Yeah, we have to work. Okay, yeah, we'll do work. We have work. We have school. How many of you like your laundry automatically gets done? Like you just like snap your fingers and your laundry's done. No, so we'll do housework. We'll put all of that under one. We'll do house. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to think about. Okay. If you are focusing on all of these things at once, you're not giving 100%. So let's just pretend right now that all we have to focus on is acting. Okay. So we're just going to type act in here. So if we're focusing fully on acting, what percentage of our focus is going on acting? Type it in the comments. If we're only exactly 100%, right? 100%. Perfect. So if that's all you have to focus on right now, perfect. You're giving it your all. Okay. But that's not the way real life works. Okay. So we have to act. We're working on our acting. Okay. And now, like, let's say we're focusing on fitness. Okay. Because to be an actor, you have to be fit. Okay. So now we're focusing on acting and we're focusing on fitness. How much are we giving to each of those things? If we're doing both at one time, we're giving 50%. Very good. You guys are great at math. I love it. Okay. But now, you know what? Acting right now isn't paying the bills. So we also have to work. Okay. So now we're doing work. So now if we're focusing on all three things, how much of our time is being dedicated, of our focus is being dedicated to each one? 100 divided by 33. Thank you. 33%. Okay, awesome. All right, but now, you know, not only do we have to work, we also have to make sure our house is taken care of. So now how much of our focus are we doing on each thing? 25%. Very good. Okay, so now our house, now we have like school, we have acting lessons and stuff like that. So now how much? We're divided by 5. How much are we using? 20%. Okay. Now, you know, we forgot about our friends. So we have to add our friends and family here, right? What else do we have to do? Friends. We forgot about modeling here. We'll do friends, modeling, model. How many of you have a significant other? You have to take care of your spouse, your significant other, and you have kids. And you have, what else do you have? We have to Christmas shopping, right? It's the holidays. And then you also have to take some me time, watch some TV, listen to some music. What else do you have to food? Yeah, you have to eat. My God, we have to eat, right? We have to do all these things, right? How many of you, instead of your life looking like kind of like the first one, it looks kind of like this. You got all these things going on. How many of you can relate to that? Type 1 or 1 in the comments if you can relate to that. Yeah, we all can, right? Especially this time of year. It's like craziness, right? There's so much going on. Sometimes you feel like, I can't do all of it. It's crazy, right? I struggle with that a lot. So there's something that we employ here at VIP Ignite. It's called the circle of focus. Oh yeah, dogs. I forgot about pets. We have pets, right? Fortunately, I don't have to take my fish out for a walk, right? Yeah, you got to add that. Like we all have so many things going on. It's insane, right? And sometimes life can feel really overwhelming. And I used to fall for overwhelm all the time because I'm like, I want to please everyone. How many of you are people pleasers? Yeah, you have to do the percentage is down to doctor's appointments, right? Yeah, not the fish, right? Yeah, I know there's so much going on, right? You have to decorate for the holidays. Like, well, I don't have my tree up yet. Oh my God. Like, what am I doing? Why am I even on this call? I have so much to do. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to think about. Okay. If you live your life trying to do everything all at once, you're never going to accomplish anything. And I used to have a to-do list. How many of you have a to-do list? Right? How many of you have, yeah, right? I used to have to-do lists too. I have to do the laundry. I have to work out. I have to go to work. I have to go to school. I have to clean the house. I have to do this. When you say I have to, does that feel good or bad? Like I have to go work out. Does that inspire? No, it's bad. It feels gross, right? It feels, ugh. So not too long ago, I was on a call and he's someone that a lot of you will meet. His name is Vince Rodriguez. And he said, you know what? I hate to-do lists. I don't have a to-do list because that feels disgusting. He said, you know what I have? I was like, what? And I get to-do list. So I want everyone to write, I get to do in the comments. Type I get to do in the comments. I get to do. So this is what I want you guys to start doing. Okay. Write down everything that needs to be done in your day. Okay. Write down everything that needs to be done in your day. Make a list of all of them. Okay. And then what I want you to do is, instead of calling it my to-do list, call it my I get to do list. Because if you say, I get to be on boot camp, that sounds a lot better than I have to be on boot camp, right? Which one would do you want to get to do something, or I have to do? I get to do. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is, I want you to start, first of all, reframing the things that you get to do in a day and start calling it I get to do. Because you know what? In reality, there are some people that wish they had the opportunity to do what you do. And I want you to do these things with gratitude. Type gratitude in the comments. Type gratitude in the comments. Because you know what? There are some people that wish they had a house to clean, that they wish they could be on this boot camp. They wish that they could go to school. They wish they could do all of these things. I want you to focus on gratitude when you get to do these things. But this is the other thing I want you to do. I don't want you to think you're Superman or Superwoman. Take off your cape, throw your cape away. You're not superhuman. You're human. So what I want you to do is, I want you to prioritize your I get to do list. Okay. So maybe your first thing you want to focus on every day is working out. That's great. Okay. So you get to work out, and then you're going to come home and you're going to get to work on your lines. Then you're going to get to work on your poses, right? And then you get to go work, right? You get to clean your house. But this is also what I want you to do. Whenever you're working on one of these things, I want you to give your all in that moment. So for example, okay, after this call, I get to go to the gym. So you know what I'm going to do? When I get to the gym, I'm going to be all in on the gym. I'm not going to be checking my emails. I'm not going to be running around. I'm not going to be making phone calls. I'm going to be all in on that one task. Okay. And what I want you to do is, as you're going through your day, prioritize the things that are on your list. Okay. Make a list like, these are my non-negotiables. Okay. So working out is a non-negotiable. Going to work is a non-negotiable. I have to pay my bills, right? I get to pay my bills. But what I want you to do is, I want you to come up with your non-negotiables. Okay. But these are non-negotiables that you get to do. And then when you are working, okay, when you're at work, I want you to be a wise steward of your boss's, oh, hold on. I want you to be a wise steward for your boss. So what does that mean? When you're at work, you're fully at work. That means that you're not thinking about your acting career. You're not thinking about your modeling career. You are fully at work. Okay. When you are working out, you are fully working out. When you're working on your lines, because you have to memorize that monologue, because you have to memorize that side, because you have an audition, you're all in on that. Don't try to add other things to those moments. Be all in on that one thing. Okay. Because you know what? If you prioritize things like this, these things need to get done today. Like for me, boot camp has to get done, right? So I'm on boot camp. Okay. Then I have to cook dinner because I need to eat. There are certain things I have to do. But what I want you guys to do is fully focus on one task. And here's another little trick for when you're fully focusing on your task. Unless it's something like this, we're here until like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock tonight, right? But what I want you to do is, when you're prioritizing your tasks, go all in, but don't say, okay, you know what? I'm going to sit down and I'm going to work on this monologue for 5 hours. Because you know what's going to happen? You're going to be all in on you're going to be all in for like the first 30 to 40 minutes. Then your mind's going to start wandering. You're going to see bright, shiny objects. And, squirrel! Oh my God, there's a squirrel. You're going to start losing focus. So what I want you guys to do is be fully all in on that one task. And what I want you to do is set your alarm for 30 minutes. Okay, you all have a phone. Set your alarm for 30 minutes. And go all in for that 30 minutes. And then when that 30 minutes, that buzzer goes off, I want you to get up, and I want you to move around. I want you to take a 5-minute break. I want you to be grateful. Say, you know what? I am so grateful that for the last 30 minutes, I had that opportunity. Get up, change your energy, move around, and then sit back down after 5 minutes, set your alarm for 30 minutes and go all in for the next 30 minutes. Does that make sense? Because you know what the thing is, you have to understand is that you have to take a break. Like if you're trying to do everything all at once and you think you're going to go for 8 hours, it's not going to happen. Okay. Does that make sense to you guys? Does it help you a little bit? If this helped you a little bit, give me a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because I think so many times, like we try so hard to accomplish so many things and we think we're Superwoman. Like I honestly, I truly believe I'm Wonder Woman. Okay. But the reality is that multitasking is not true. And you know, if you have a job that allows you to be on boot camp, that's amazing. But in general, most people don't have that opportunity. And what I want you to understand is that when you are at work, you have to be fully in all at work because you're getting paid to work. Okay. It's kind of like if you're on set. If you're on set, you're being paid to be on set. You're not being paid to do 10,000 different things. So be a wise steward because you know what? When you're a wise steward of your boss's time, then you're going to find that people respect your time more too. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is when you start thinking about like when you're going all over the place and all these things, what I want you to do is like, nope, you know what? This is the circle of focus. Right now, I'm going to focus on one thing. And literally, Mike and I do this all the time in the office. He's like, circle of focus, Deneen. I'm like, okay, let's do this. Like, this is one of my favorite things to teach. But sometimes I'm like, here and there. I'm like a ping pong ball, and I don't get a lot accomplished. So I hope that helps you guys because I know that as my friend Les Brown says, life keeps on lifing, right? Life is going to keep on going. But I want to give you guys tools so that as you start elevating your success in the entertainment industry, you can get more accomplished. And it may sound counterintuitive that you get more accomplished by doing one thing at a time, but I'm going to give you guys a challenge. Test it out. See if it's true. Okay? Test it out for a week. Test out being grateful. Test out calling it I get to do and see if you don't get more accomplished. If you don't, come back at me and say, hey, Deneen, that didn't work. But I'm going to probably challenge you that you probably didn't really try that hard if you tell me it doesn't work because I know it works. All right. So do you feel like you have more tools in your toolkit for success? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. All right. So now what I'm going to do, we're going to bring Mike back on in just a moment. But what I want you guys to do is stand up. We've been talking to you for like an hour and a half now. So everyone stand up and just move around a little bit. Excuse me. Just move around a little bit. Shake it out a little bit. Just get your blood moving. Get your blood moving just a little bit. I don't care what you do. Just don't sit down. Get up for a moment. Move your arms. Draw people in. I don't care what you do. Okay, awesome. All right, sit back down. Everyone if you have water or some kind of beverage, please hydrate yourselves too, because you're about to learn even more. So I want you hydrated. Okay, punch it out. I like martial arts too. I'm not very good at them. I'm not coordinated, so. All right. Okay, so we talked about modeling. We talked about our success stories. We share, you know what else? One thing before I bring Mike back on too. How many of you are enjoying the call? 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're enjoying the call and you want to learn more about what we're doing, we do have a free newsletter that kind of like lays everything out for you and gives you a lot of pointers. Would that be of interest to you guys? Would you guys like to be able to subscribe to our newsletter? It's totally free. So Jemima, if you can please drop the link to the newsletter in here. It's a great way to find out what's going on with VIP Ignite because we're all over the place. We're going lots of different places. So what I would love for you guys to do is take that link down so you can subscribe to our newsletter because you never know where VIP Ignite is going to be. All right. Yeah, I love our newsletter. It talks a lot about what we're doing. It highlights podcasts, highlights a lot of stuff we're doing. That way you can always keep in touch because boot camps are like not every day. So if you want to know what we're doing, please subscribe to our newsletter. All right. So we talked about our success stories. We talked about the fact that we're supplying ourselves. We're putting tools in our toolkit this weekend. We talked about what type of modeling we qualify for. We talked about how we're going to focus better now and how we're going to accomplish more by being focused on one thing at a time. How many of you know that there's a framework for success that you can follow, that people like? Type in the comments your favorite actor, your favorite actor or model. Type them in the comments. Yuri Lowenthal. Okay, Meryl Streep. Awesome. Morgan Freeman, Zachary Levi. Awesome. How many of you know that there's a framework that each of these people followed to help them be successful? Would you believe that? They all followed one framework. Well, how many of you would like to know that framework? If you would like to know that framework, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments. Awesome. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a disclaimer. By the end of this presentation, you may all be craving some apple pie. Okay. But we're going to bring Michael Pumpkin back on so he can go over with you the Model and Actor Cookbook, which is the framework that all successful actors and models use to create even more success in their lives. And everyone, give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to take a few seconds because we're having slight technical issues here. All right. So let's see here. How about this in the comments while we're waiting for his computer to stop acting like a naughty computer? What has been your biggest takeaway so far today? What has been your biggest takeaway so far today? Circle of oh, thank you, Brett. That's awesome. Mindset, right? Yeah, I want you guys to understand something. We do a lot of mindset on these calls because what we have found is the most successful people have a success mindset. Okay, we could give you all of the tools in the world. Like I could literally sit you down in front of someone who could snap their fingers and in 30 seconds or less change your life. But if you don't believe you can be successful, guess what? You're not going to be. That's why we talk a lot about mindset. So I'm glad you guys are excited about the mindset that weight doesn't matter. Yeah. You know what? If the beauty of the industry is it has changed. So that's a beautiful thing too, right? You definitely need to be fit, but your weight doesn't matter either. Awesome. All right. Are you ready?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. All right. Everyone give it up
All
for
right,
Michael
cool.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, and guys, definitely subscribe to that newsletter because not only has what we're working on, but we have there's always like 2 or 3 like celebrity guest posts in there with like some really great content, like everything from mindset to production to just some really advanced thoughts, like some really, really influential people are a part of that the newsletter. So definitely, if we could drop the link again for anybody who missed it the first time, like it's a really, really good newsletter. So. And we have some really cool partners with it too, and they share a lot of really great content that's not always going to be like easy to find online. All right, let me share my screen so that way we stay on time because I want to keep Mr. Colby happy. So, all right. All right, let's pull this up. Okay, all right. So this is the Model and Actor Cookbook. The ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor or model by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. Plus, we'll also talk a little bit about creating a memorable personality. So obviously, we've been doing this now for 18 plus years. We've been featured on Forbes, CBS, Entrepreneur, Fox News, The Washington Post, Fortune. And I don't tell you this, guys, to impress you. I just tell this to impress upon you. Like anything is possible. For those of you who read Finding Fame, I started off in the restaurant industry. I was washing dishes. Alicia worked also in the food service industry and so forth, the mortgage industry. We both started, later in life and being a part of this industry. So it's just really, there's age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. It's just surrounding yourself with the right people. Like everything, I don't have a background per se in this industry. I learned everything that I know by just working with people like Ryan and Tanya Kleckner and the Phantom of the Opera and Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos and, all the major agencies. I was always inquisitive, asked great questions. I always sat back and I knew when to ask the right questions and was just always learning and growing and so forth. You guys are going to get to meet Alicia. I've known Alicia for over 20 years. She's a firecracker. We just recently partnered up with Kevin Harrington. She just shot a new show with him, Getting Down to Business. It's going to be on Fox News, Fox Business Channel, Fox Network, which was really cool. So, Alicia's always working really hard. We have some really great announcements of different things that we're going to be working on in 2024. So if there's going to be anybody that you want to represent you, you want somebody like Alicia on your side because she just tells you how it is. She's very transparent. She's very vocal. But she knows her stuff. Like, she's very successful. And does she have people who don't like her for that? Yeah. But you know what? Those people aren't successful, right? You need to understand that. Like, in today's day and age, it doesn't matter what people say, it's the results, right? Like, what are the results that you're doing? During the interview process, so many times people lean into their stories, why they can't do something, or they lean into the things that they don't have. You concentrate on what you have, right? You focus on the gifts, you focus on your talents, you focus on what you have to get what it is you want, right? We have an academy, kind of like a training program that we do. You guys will learn a little bit about later, 21-day challenge and Rising Star Academy and all these cool things. And you get to work with live people, like the people who are actually working with you on Zoom. But like, the whole focus of it is we get to do fun things. Like, we have a trip planned to the Bahamas in November. And it's not so much about the industry, but it's a chance to like celebrate. Like, you always have to make room in your calendar for friends, for family, to celebrate your life. Like, your whole life can't just be about working. And it doesn't matter. And the younger you are, the better you are to learn this, right? By focusing on getting things done, like Deneen's presentation on the circle of focus, it's powerful, guys. Like, when you sit down and you try to multitask, at the end of the day, you will not get anything done, or very little. When you just focus on one task and one task at hand, this is the time I'm dedicating to that, whether it's my training, whether it's my rehearsal time, whether it's my family time. When you actually focus on that and you actually put it down on paper, you'll see how fast your life changes. Like, there's not a single goal that we don't get accomplished. Like, people all the time say, like, how do you guys do this? Each event's better than the next. And oh my God, the New York event was incredible, right? It's because we focus on it. Like, we take time out of our day to focus on. It's like, when we prepare for a boot camp, this is what we were focusing on this morning. Last night, we were focusing on that. That's all that mattered. Everything else was taken off the plate just to focus on this, to make sure that this event was perfect for you guys. So again, that's the reason, that's the secret, right? That's the secret to our success, is we just focus. We surround ourselves with the right people. Somebody like, you'll see all their success stories, right? All the different people that we work with, like Michael Urie, right? From Ugly Betty, the Broadway star, the host of the Drama Desk Awards, the nicest guy in the world. Like, there are times like we always focus on, he's actually one of the stars in Spamalot. We were watching the Thanksgiving Day parade a few weeks ago, and there he was in the parade performing for his Broadway show. So again, like, each time we get this opportunity to always surround ourselves with great people and like learn from them. And like, that's the whole core of what we do. That's like our values of what we do to help the talent, right? To be able to make sure that you're surrounding yourself with the best people, the right people, the people that are actually doing it is what you want to do in your life. Right. And that's the fastest way. You guys are going to get to meet Ryan Colby in a little bit. He's going to talk all about, becoming the person an agency wants to sign. Everybody wants an agent. Everybody wants a manager. Right. And the question is how do you become that person? Right. No one ever takes the step back to say, well, what is it an agency is looking for? How do I become that person? Everybody, kind of the people who fail in this industry, they lean into, well, I want. It's like, I didn't know what to bring, but I brought you this. Do I have the right photos? Do I have the right training? Do I have the right attitude? Am I asking great questions? Would I make a great impression? Ryan's been doing this for over 40 years, his entire life. He'll talk a little bit about his backstory. He originally started off in ballet and was studying ballet in Paris. He was one of the original models for Benetton when he was very young boy. He's been doing this his whole life, worked for some of the biggest magazines in the world. He has experience hand over fist over fist. You know, some of the biggest connections, you know, in New York, he brought one of his friends, Brian O'Halloran from Clerks. It was so cool. One of my favorite movies, getting to spend time with him, learning all about him. He's actually going to be doing training with our talent starting next month. So there's all these different opportunities. So you got to start like just kind of, you know, during the course of the day today, you know, take these little notes, right? Like Ryan's, you know, talk is going to be really impactful because it's really, he's giving you like the map, right? This is what agents are looking for. You're going to get to hear from Tanya Kleckner, super powerful SAG after franchised agent from Los Angeles, from Hollywood. Okay, our talent, you know, our high level talent, our inner circle, get to work with her in a very close proximity. She just signed one of our talent while in New York, just literally like right on the spot. So there's so many opportunities that you just have to be prepared for. Don't try to rush things. Follow the process, right? You put your socks on, then you put your shoes on, right? There's a process to everything. Just follow the process and learn today. Okay. So again, there are a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor. Talent only gets you in the door. Okay. You know, I used to work in the restaurant industry. For those of you guys who read the first chapter of Finding Fame, you guys can learn all about that. But let's just talk a little bit about making an apple pie. Right? You make an apple pie, you need a recipe, right? Not only do you need, you know, you need how do you make your crust, right? You know, your butter. You're going to buy your butter or you're going to sit there and churn your own butter. Makes a big difference. You churn your own butter, right? Fresh butter makes a big difference. What type of flour, right? The type of water, right? The water consistency in New York is a lot different than in New Jersey. I grew up working in the restaurant industry. I learned my trade and my craft working in New York. I'd eventually own multiple locations in New Jersey. The water consistency in New York and New Jersey is different, right? Water consistency throughout the United States is different. When you want to have something, you know, that's made exactly the same, like a franchise, like a unit that they go across the country, they really deep think about these things. It's the same thing when you're making a movie, when you're making, you're shooting for a modeling campaign. It's in the details, right? So there are people, production assistants and the art director and all these different titles. You know, as you become a part of this industry, I want you guys to learn all these different roles, understand all these different things, because there's so many different ways into the industry. Just like making an apple pie, there's so many different ways. There's so many different steps. It may seem simple, but when you do it precisely and you understand the craft, that's how you produce great results over and over again, right? It's just like, you know, again, different types of apple pies, different types of ovens. Not only does the water affect the apple pie, the type of oven that you use, the elevation where you are in the United States will affect baking and so forth. So again, it's just making these little adjustments, these little thoughts. But you're like, you know what, Mike? I got a great apple pie recipe. I'm going to go out and I'm going to create a company and I'm going to become an apple pie, you know, millionaire. Okay, good. Let's do this, right? So again, what type of apples are you going to use? There's different types of apples: Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, you know, Golden Delicious, and all that, right? Pink Lady. Each of the apples will give a different texture, a different sweetness, a different consistency to your pie, right? Then in addition to that, you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to be an apple pie millionaire, okay? I'm going to go on, I'm going to get myself a big yacht, I'm going to get myself a mansion, and so forth. So let's just say you start off, you're going to preheat your oven to 425 degrees. You're going to melt the butter, right? You got a recipe that you're following, and you say to yourself, okay, great. Well, let's do the math. 4 pies in the oven at 8 hours equals 32 pies. There's prep time, right? Just like rehearsal time, right? There's time, right? Time is your most valuable resource you could ever have. So let's just say your prep time is 4 pies equals 8 hours of labor, right? You have your ingredient costs, right? Somebody has to pay for the ingredients, okay? But you're going to sell your pies. You know, you start off, you know, $7.50 per pie means you're making $240 minus your 20%. That's $192 divided by 12, right? How many pies you can make. Comes out to $16 per hour, right? Because you're working 12 hours a day, less your overhead. So if you were making even something as simple as making apple pies, you're making like $16 per hour, right? It's not a lot of money, right? And maybe it's not great, okay? That idea of having like a mansion, that idea of having, you know, the yacht, right? It shows you at that rate to become a millionaire, you would take 62,500 hours to become a millionaire, or 30 years. Okay, and I want you guys to understand the value again of time, being able to do things right. Like, you know, you know, Tanya represents talent that make $300,000 an episode. They're shooting 10 episodes over the course of 12 weeks. They're making $3 million. Their value per hour is a lot higher. Okay. You know, we have talent that makes $65,000 an episode, you know, for daytime drama shows. We have a talent that earns six figures for doing one billboard in Times Square. So again, it's maximizing the value of your life, the time that you're putting into this. Because if not, this is what you're looking at. Okay. It's not a terrible life, but maybe this is not what you were meant for, right? Maybe that yacht has to be downsized. Maybe that mansion has to be downsized. And I'm not trying to, you know, you guys might be like, Mike, you were so inspirational before. This is terrible. Hold on, stick with me. I'm trying to make a point here because I want you guys to understand the reality of how life works and how you don't have to fall into this, how your life can be the life that it was meant to be, the life that inspires others, the life that you're able to give back to your family, the life that you could write a check out and buy a home for your mom, for your dad, to be able to do the things that you were meant to do. Okay. But let's talk even about wages. And I'm going to update this now that the strike is over. It's not too far off. A little bit of changes with AI and how talent get paid for AI. But this is a breakdown. So this is actually from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics. And you can see here, if you broke down like all the different segments of the industry, so from stage, television, radio, video, motion picture, production, just like averaged everything out, you can see like the average wage for people, right, at the high end are about $61, okay, per hour. At a low end, it's less than $10 per hour. And if you break down and the mean, so this is from the high to the low, if you broke it down and average it out, it comes out to about $29.34 per hour. That's what the average person in the entertainment industry is earning, right? So that's like everything from production to makeup to stage to lighting to all of that. So including the actor. So even if you took an actor who's getting paid $19 million for one film and broke that down with everybody on that set, that comes out to the average, right? So we're going from the high to the low and then just averaging it out. And if we go and we break it down even further, you can see here, like the hourly mean wage is $31.38 for motion pictures, performing art companies, $24.40, right? So things like, you know, Broadway and shows and so forth. You know, you can see writers do fairly well, $39.09. Now they're actually doing better. After the strike, writers got a little bit of a boost in how they get paid and so forth. But again, I just want you guys to see the realities of the industry, okay? Because once you understand how things are broken down and you get it, then you can see how you fit into this and how you can be at the higher level. What do I need to be at to be earning that 300,000 an episode or 65,000 an episode? Or how do I become that model who's consistently booking out work, you know, at multiple six figures or five figures and so forth, okay? So you can see here, you know, this kind of gives you an idea across the United States where the work is. Obviously, you can see, you know, California, New York, Atlanta, Florida, Texas, right? You can see those are larger markets and so forth for work. But that doesn't mean there's not work everywhere. Like there's a lot of filming that goes on throughout the United States. For those of you, you know, checking out, like if you don't know where to start, you can just Google literally like your state film board, right? So like right now I'm in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'll be in Florida later this week. So I can just Google like, you know, the Philadelphia Film Board, the Pennsylvania Film Board, and that'll give me access to like filming, things that are going on. IMDb is another great resource where you can get all the productions that are going on. There's lots of like local and regional advertising that's done. So like if I'm traveling throughout the United States, obviously we do events all throughout the country. So I'm always aware of the billboards. I'm aware of the ads. The ads that'll run for something, even like a product like a McDonald's or a Coca-Cola, like a national brand, the ads they'll target, the way they target people in New York are going to be a lot different than the ads you'll see in Colorado or Missouri and so forth. It's different. They just target, it's a different culture, it's a different aspect. You know, you have the Bible Belt and so forth, different musical taste and so forth. So even though we all live in the United States, it's broken down. Advertisers are very good at doing this, right? Like if I was to go through your Instagram or your TikTok and you go through mine, I guarantee you we're going to be seeing different types of ads because the algorithms are geared to keeping you online. So it's the same way. It's, you know, online, it's working at a very deep, precise level run by, you know, AI. On national ads, you know, advertisers still old school, but they know like what works where. So I want you guys to understand there's work everywhere. Like there doesn't matter where you live, there is work there. There's work in TV, film, commercials, even major productions shoot throughout the United States, depending upon the movie and the production. Okay. But I want you guys to understand, of course, the big guns are always going to be in the larger markets. What's great about us is you get the opportunity. A lot of people make the mistake of moving too soon. What's great with us is you have the opportunity to understand the industry, learn the industry, have the representation, and then have the network and the connections, and then be able to, when the time is right, being able to move into a larger market if that's something you want to do. Okay, we have talent that stay in their smaller market, and when available, they come to the larger market to work. They're also doing opportunities in smaller markets. So I want you guys to know it's like very balanced out, but it's just understanding how this all works, right? It's just like an apple pie. What type of apple pie do you want? Do you want a pie that's, thick, juicy, and sweet, or do you want one that's a little bit burnt and so forth, right? It's the same thing. It's how to make the recipe better, okay? So again, I'm not trying to dissuade everybody, but I just guys want you to understand this from the right perspective, right? That it can be done, it can be done right. We have it proven over and over again, but again, it's following a framework, following the right systems, right? So how do we fix this, right? How do we put you into that right perspective? So to stick on the concept of cooking again, right? There's a company called GoBelly, right? Really cool company. They're so busy right now at Christmas time. And what they do is they take chefs, like people who have a great product, and their lane is their product, right? Their lane is their product. They're not experts in marketing. They're not experts in shipping. They're not experts in maybe business per se, right? So GoBelly kind of partners up with companies, right? So imagine yourself, right? Your talent, your dream lies in acting. You shouldn't be your own agent or manager, right? Like you shouldn't be trying to read your own contracts. A lot of times for talent, they don't understand how the industry works. Ryan will talk about this and Tanya will talk about this later today, but you need to have an agent. You need to have a manager. Large clients will not talk to an unrepresented talent. It just may do it that way, right? They want to talk to your agent. Your agent handles your negotiations, your contracts, and all that. It's the same thing like that. So you could look at GoBelly being like an agent for pie companies, right? Or food, right? So even here, you can see here, this gentleman right here, what started out as a side business for Broadway actor Arnold Wilkinson in 1985 became a bona fide smash hit. The world-class pie shop first opened in Hell's Kitchen, and they were soon recognized citywide for baking one of the best pies in New York. And you can see his company's now been featured in Rachel Ray and Time Out Magazine and Oprah, Sarah Jessica Parker, and so forth. Okay, so GoBelly kind of is like his production team. They handle the shipping, the delivering, and so forth, and he focuses on what he loves, on the baking aspect of it. So again, it's like having the right team, right? Even understanding how the casting process works, okay? How the casting process works is a client chooses an ad agency to design a commercial for the new product, right? So say Coca-Cola has an idea, for a new soda line or some new flavor. And their specialty is soda. They produce soda, right? Sugar water. But they got an idea. So they go to an ad agency, and the ad agency says, great, we're going to come up with a great idea for this. We're going to design a commercial for this. Later on, guys, today we're going to do a little premiere video, right? A little background scenes from our New York event. You're going to get to hear some of the stories. You can get the feeling of what it was like to be in New York live, with the speakers, with the talent behind the scenes. You guys are going to be the first ones on the entire planet to get to see this, other than myself and our production team. So, it's going to be something exciting we're going to do later today for you guys. But again, the ad agency designs a commercial. Then the ad agency, their specialty is in creating the idea. They're the idea guys, right? You watch Mad Men, they come up with the ideas. They go to a production company, right? So the production company, their job is to bring it to light. Like we do production. Like we're very good at productions, putting on events. We actually have a partner down in Tampa. They have a $20 million studio we're working with on some really great things for next year. But the production company, they have the lighting, the crew, the carpenters, right? Everything you need to make an ad come to life. The production company then chooses the casting agency, right? So they now hire the casting company who says, okay, we're shooting this ad for Coca-Cola. We need a set amount of women, a set amount of kids. We want to do different ethnicities. We want to show the whole world, right? We want to go back to that 70s. We want to buy the whole world of Coke, right? And we have the whole world there singing. We want to do something like that, but for 2024 for the Super Bowl, right? New ad. So they go out to casting agency. They then reach out to agencies. So the agencies, now this is where you guys come in, they take what's called a brief. So a brief is, these are the type of characters we're looking for. We want somebody who can play like the army general. We want somebody who can play the mom, right? Whatever the brief may be, whatever the product may be, that's then sent out to the actors. The actors will then shoot a self-tape or a side, right? They'll read some of the lines, they'll go on their phone, pick up their phone, some good lighting, right? And send that back to the agent. The agent sends it to the casting agency. Casting agency picks the people they like. Then it goes to the production company and they show up for the shoot. They do the shoot. And then now the commercial's done and it gets put out onto the Super Bowl. So what I want you guys to understand with this, and I don't want to make it complicated, I'm trying to make this very simple, is there's this multi-step process. Like your agent, your manager, they are working hard. Like they have to go through sides and reels and castings. They have to consistently develop relationships. Even Ryan, the reason I'm keeping him on time today is he has a huge event he has to be at tonight. The event is fun. It's in Times Square. But it's an industry event. His purpose to be there is to make relationships, to create relationships for you guys, right? So I want you guys to understand, like, there's a process, right? The production company, the ad agencies, the clients, it's not just somebody pick me. There's multiple steps in this. And it's the same thing for payment, right? Once payment is due, let's just say this job paid, $15,000. The agency has to submit the invoice to the casting company. Casting company submits the invoice to the production company. Production company submits the invoice to the ad agency. Ad agency submits the invoice to the client. Client then writes out the check and then sends the check to the ad agency. They take their cut. Then they pass it on to the production company. They take their cut. Then they pass it on to the casting agency. They take their cut and then they pass it on to the agency. And then finally the actor gets paid. So a lot of times, like when you're a model or an actor, you can earn $100,000 your first day, but you may not see that check for 90 days, right? So that means you have to have some financial responsibility. You have to be able to support yourself, right? It's not just always coochie crunch, right? It's not just an easy process. If it was easy, everybody would do it. But is it worth it? Absolutely. Okay. So again, you need to break down the process into smaller components that you can manage and direct, right? So let's talk about becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor. So for those of you not familiar with that, when you want to do speaking roles, you have to be in the union. So legitimate jobs, you have to go through a SAG-AFTRA franchised agent, right? Guys are gonna get to meet one later today. And it stands for the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation Trade of Radio, Television Advertising, okay? Television, radio advertising. And what that is, it's a union, right? So there's a union. So when you heard all about the strike and so forth, the union put everybody on strike to get better rates. Their concern was AI. Would artificial intelligence have, no longer have a need for actors, no longer a need for writers, right? Because there'll be a point, and it's a 3-year contract because kind of people don't know where AI is headed, but AI is getting very smart. For those of you who follow AI, I would definitely later on today Google Gemini from Google, their new AI program. It is really, it's very advanced. It's very, very clever and very advanced. And this is only at the forefront of the technology. There'll come a point where the industry is going to change very dramatically, but just like everything else, change is good. Never fear change, right? Because when you're good at what you do, there's always going to be a need, right? People all the time tell me, I just lost my job. Did anybody else get fired? Well, no, I was the only one. Okay. Why did they choose to keep everyone else and get rid of you, right? You have to make yourself so indispensable. There is no thought in my mind that we would get rid of you. Right, that's what you want to be. You want to lean into that as like an attitude when you're on set. What can I do to bring the best? And it has nothing to do with looks. It's personality. It's smiling. It's even as I'm going through, watching some of you guys on camera. Some of you guys are interactive. Some of you guys are kind of look like you may be drifting off. But when you're engaged, right? People like that. That's how you create that charismatic personality. So again, SAG-AFTRA, right? How do you become a part of that? Well, it's really simple. Recipe: read and study. Right? Familiarize yourself with the industry. You guys are doing that right now, especially for those of you who are brand new. This is your first, maybe this is the first time you're really learning about the industry from real people, right? Don't move right away. We talked about that a little bit. Audition and train locally or online. The more training you can get, the better. At the highest level, you're going to be competing against people from Yale School of Drama, from some of the most prestigious acting schools in the world. And that's great. Their training is going to be top notch, but it doesn't mean you still won't get a chance. There's so many actors who have gone on to have phenomenal careers and didn't have to spend $100,000 a year for acting school. Johnny Depp's one of them. Actually, he trains with one of our coaches, trained him. Patrick Quagliano, our talent, got to work with him in New York just a few weeks ago. right? Work on special skills. The more skills you have, the better. Can can you ride a bike? Can you shoot a basketball? Can you fly a plane? Can you scuba dive? What little skills can you solve a Rubik's Cube in 3 minutes, right? One of our talent, he landed like he's done like 30, 40 movies. One of his first films he got because the request was for people to be able to juggle poker chips. Right, it was for a scene. You had to play like you could juggle, move poker chips around with your hand. Well, he didn't know how to do it, but he went on Google, he went on YouTube, and he got some poker chips and he started practicing. He wasn't really good at it, but he did it good enough. When he went for the audition, nobody else could do it. Nobody else took the time. He landed that role because of that. That one role landed to 2 roles, landed to 4 to 8. To now he works full time in the industry. So again, and it's cool because it's all tax deductible, and you get to learn cool things like learn archery. We're doing an event later next year in Vegas. We're actually taking our talent to a live artillery range. They're going to learn all about firearms safety and get certifications with handguns and weapons and all kinds of cool stuff like that, because it's a special skill, right? Martial arts. I saw somebody earlier today saying they're really good at martial arts. That's a special skill that goes on your resume. Work on your marketing, right? What if I go through your Instagram, your TikTok, your Snap? What would I see, right? Do you have a brand? Do you have colors for your brand? What is it that you represent, right? Think about like, if I showed you a Coca-Cola bottle without the logo, you certainly would recognize it. You would recognize that that's Coca-Cola without even seeing the logo, right? Or think about like Kentucky Fried Chicken. If you didn't see the logo, but you just saw that bucket with the red stripes without the logo, you would recognize that as KFC. If I went through your brand, what would be your brand? What do you represent? Right? What are your ideals? What are your, are you showing that you're learning? Are you sharing things about your story? Are you being transparent? Or are you just sharing somebody else's story? Are you just living in somebody else's world? You have to start thinking about marketing. We do a whole training called Social Media Domination where we go through this, right? We go through creating a manifesto. We go through creating your values. We go through creating a resume online that will draw castings to you, to clients to you. But at the same time, get used to rejection. Every no brings you one step closer to a yes. Be patient, but be consistent. Okay. So many people have so much talent in this industry, but they just don't have patience, right? We live in a world with instantaneous gratification. I'm hungry. DoorDash brings me something. I want to watch a movie. I click, I pay for a movie. I watch a movie. But in this industry, it's still being patient, but being consistent. Right? There's 24 hours in a day. How are you maximizing that time? What are you always doing? Just because the opportunity is not there, you still have to keep digging, right? You could be 3 feet from gold and not even realize it. Become the person an agent wants to sign. Understand that. What is it that an agent's actually looking for? Today, you're going to hear from 2 of the biggest agents in the country. Okay. They've worked with people who've earned multiple 7 figures consistently. Right? Listen to what they say. Read through the lines. What are they looking for? Ask great questions. Be willing to do background work, right? To get waivers. That's how you get into the union. So think of like Spider-Man swinging over the crowd. Everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming. That's where you start, right? But you're on set. So many people, oh my God, I'm going to be on set for 12 hours. I'm going to be bored. No, you're not going to be bored. Watch what they're doing. Look how everything's set up. See who the production assistant is, the director, the assistant director, the lighting, right? Learn all that, okay? And then eventually, once you get your waivers, you need 3 to 5 waivers to be in the union. Then you get to join the union. Now you can do speaking roles, right? And usually you're going to start off at the beginning doing commercials, right? Commercials pay very well. You make $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for one commercial. Then from there, you'll get small speaking parts. So you'll be like, maybe an episode where you have a role on an episode, right? A lot of times for talent, Law and Order is like their graduation in the industry. You get to be on Law and Order first, right? Then from there, you get to be on a pilot. A pilot's usually like a new show. Like every season, they test out new shows. So the pilot's like that initial show. And then from there, you start landing major roles, right? And then you rinse and you repeat. And I can tell you something, Alicia's good friends with Al Pacino. And this is the same system he follows, right? He's always reading and studying, familiarizing himself with the industry, right? He's used to rejection. He's patient. He's consistent. So this list, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if you're brand new or you've been doing this for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It's following the same thing. I'm always learning about the industry. I'm always following up on AI. I'm always following up. What are the new actors that are up and coming? What are the new agencies that are making an impact? I read Variety. I read Hollywood Reporter. I'm consistently engaging myself in this industry. Okay. That's what you have to do also, right? Keep consistently engaging yourself. Obviously, as a team, as a community here, we bring a lot of this for you guys, so you guys can just focus on your craft, right? To make it easier. We're a community, call ourselves the Fearless Rebels. You guys will learn a little bit about that later today. Okay. But with things you could be doing right now, start getting organized, right? Google, Gmail, right? Set up a free Gmail account, right? Michael the actor at gmail.com. Something easy. Don't make it like Bubbylicious69, hot. So don't make it something simple, right? First name, last name, or last name, first name at gmail.com, or first name, last initial, right? And then Google comes with like a drive, like where you can store files, right? Create something, right? Set something up to hook, store your newsletters, store your resume, your photos, ideas, your headshots, right? There's gonna and get used to being very organized, like your sock drawer, your red socks next to your blue socks, next to your white socks. Be organized like that. It takes 5 minutes to do this, but I can tell you something, it'll pay off in dividends because like with technology today, like my phone, I have like, I don't know, 164,000 photos on my phone. If I had to go through my phone and try and find something specific, it would take me forever. But we have a system, right? The New York event has its own folder. Each of the talent have their own names, right? You can do this on a simple format because like taking some snapshots or some sides or real things you're rehearsing with, script analysis, right? All these things you can be doing now. You organize it because when your agent calls you and says, hey, I need 3 photos right now, you're ready to go, right? Like you have access to this. So be organized. It's inexpensive. It's free. People talk all the time about social media. Mike, I don't know how to do social media. Oh my God, da, 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 da. Great. Well, I go over that with you, but here's even something simpler. There's a company called Fiverr, right? It's called Fiverr.com, like Fiverr, Fiverr.com. And you can hire somebody. And here, I'll give you a little trick. So here's somebody on Fiverr. They got over 1,000 5-star reviews. They charge $40. And for $40 for 5 days or for 3 days, they'll be your manager for your social media. They'll create the content. They'll manage your platform. They'll create top hashtags and captions, organic traffic, right? Show you how to schedule your post. They'll do all of it for you for $40. But here's something better. Pay them the 40 and say, great, as you're doing this, film a video so I can learn what you're doing. So I could do it myself because at the beginning, guess what? You are your social media manager. You are your publicist. You are your production assistant. The very beginning, you have to put on different hats, right? But here's like little hacks, little things you can do that if you don't know how to do something, you go on Fiverr and you learn, right? Here's another example of professional video editing, right? Here's somebody that'll, do color grading, sound design, mixing for $20, right? Any kind of video up to 5 minutes. This is somebody you can pay them the 20 and they'll show you how to do this. Like they'll literally jump on a Zoom call and they'll show you what they're doing. They don't mind doing that. If one person wouldn't, somebody else would. I gotta tell you, so many times there's so many things I know how to do because I just went out and I hired the best person in the world to show me how to do it. We're actually working on some different products and so forth. There's, an industry leader, and one of the things we're working on, I reached out to him. I said, you're the best in the industry. How much would it be to spend a day with you to show me everything that you know how to do? He's like $15,000. I was like, done, right? Because that $15,000, I mean, oh my God, Mike, you spend that for one day with somebody? Absolutely. Because he's already done everything I want to do. Think about the years he spent. I'm getting decades of his life in a day, showing me exactly step by step what to do. Okay. Can create $1 million brand from that. So never be afraid to invest in meeting and working with the brightest people. That's why we surround ourselves with some of the smartest people in the world. Les Brown, Kevin Harrington, Mark Victor Hansen. He's the publisher of our book. Why did we choose him? He sold over 500 million books. He's the #1 author in the world, Chicken Soup for the Soul. He opened up doors instantaneously for us on working with some of the most amazing people. Deneen just got to do a podcast interview with Misty Purdue, right? I might be saying the first name wrong, but she's like the heir to the Purdue fortune, okay? like the chicken guys. They're the multi-billion-dollar company. Her husband's like created the Hilton hotel franchise. Like it's like two of the biggest companies in the world. And this is who she's related to, who she's connected to. Like he snapped his fingers. He opened up that door. He opened up a door for that's for Brian Tracy, one of the top sales guys in the world. He's legend in the industry. We're going to be working with some big announcements. But again, never be afraid to say, hey, how do I find the best person? How do I get in front of that person, especially in this industry, right? To be able to sit down with like the writer of the X-Men, to be able to sit down with a James Cameron, to be able to sit down with somebody who's on the board of the Academy Awards, right? These are people that can snap your fingers and change your life, but the knowledge, the information they can give you, it can propel you so much quicker to where you want to go. This is our secret. This is what we do, okay? Again, even for like, I can't find castings. Oh my God, I'm trying to do this on my own, Mike. Okay, well, here's somebody again on Fiverr. For 25 bucks, he will go, right? And he'll create a system to reach out to casting directors, ad agencies, magazines, promotional companies, anywhere in the country. There's somebody who'll do this, right? They'll pull up 100 people, they'll format it, they'll clean it up, they'll get the person's name, their website address, the decision maker, the email address, the title, the LinkedIn URL, and they'll even reach out to the people. You can use AI. You can go into AI and say, hey, create an email for me. I'm an up-and-coming model and actor. I want to be able to be introduced to these production companies, to these casting directors, to these advertising agencies, so they're aware of my experience. I want to send them a link to my portfolio. I'm represented by Truth Management. I want to send them. These are all things you can be doing. Like, there's no excuse to never say you're not where you want to be, right? The resources are there. You just have to be resourceful to do this. And I'm showing you something. You can pay $25 for somebody to do this for you, or you can go do this on your own, right? But, for 25 bucks, my time's worth a lot more to have somebody doing this. So now I'm focusing on something else. I'm focusing on getting the right photos done. I'm focusing on showing up to my acting, classes and so forth. But these are all things you can be consistently doing. This is a part of things that I will show you guys. For those of you who have the opportunity to work behind the scenes with us, I will show you this and so much more. Okay, plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time, and get to your destination faster. Right? Understand the industry, right? There's film acting, screen, TV, theater, voiceover, commercials, extra, background, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, Lee Strasberg and Stella Adler, the Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique. For those of you familiar with Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike, that is our Broadway show that won the Tony for Best Play. Those characters, right? Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike are based upon the writings of Chekhov, right? When you're sitting down in a room with Broadway playwrights and Broadway investors and Broadway producers, you need to know this. These are all things you can be working on, right? These are all things you can be doing. The Chekhov technique. As you know, what type of acting does Al Pacino, right, do? Daniel Day-Lewis. How do you do improv? These are all things we show you and we teach you as a part of what we do. But at the same time, these are things you can be doing on your own right now, okay? Learn time management. Time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressures are high, right? How to become memorable, right? Do you want to be memorable because you came dressed as a clown, right? So many times people pick on, they remember the person who did something silly, but you're not memorable. They remember you for something you did wrong, right? There are a couple of people on the call today. They're not on camera. They're logging in from their phone. It's just their phone number. They're here, they're learning, and I'm happy for them, but I'm sad for them because in a few minutes, we're going to have Ryan Colby on here. He's never going to get to see their face. He's never going to get to see the potential that's there. Right? We'll talk about, oh yeah, Deneen always makes that joke, there's never been somebody who's been signed that's phone number 91645. We remember that as a joke, but they're not memorable, right? How do you become memorable, right? Introduce yourself to others no matter where you are. Act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello. Make an extra effort to remember people's names, right? Nevaeh, how are you doing today, Nevaeh? Right? Or Isaac, what's going on, buddy? People love hearing, there we go. What's going on, my man? Right? People love that. They want to hear you. Be interested in what others have to say. Be the person who wants to listen. People love when people listen to the conversations. When I meet casting directors for the first time, or actors, or people in the industry, I'm always saying, wow, I'm so impressed with your work. How did you get your start? I get them to talk about themselves. I try to be open. I try to hold myself, right? It's like not, sitting there menacing and stuff like that. Sometimes, it's hard, right? You get in the mode, but you got to start being aware of how you're holding yourself, sitting up straight, making eye contact, things like that, not coming off defensive, right? Because people read into body language. People just, it's just how humans are built. Oh, there's something about it. I don't know why I don't like them, but I just don't. And the person can be the nicest person in the world. I didn't do anything. Why don't you like me? Oh my God. Right? You got to be personable. You have to be able to care to others. When you go and you introduce yourself and you're the first one doing it in a professional manner, people remember that. And you get others to talk about themselves, they will remember you forever. Right? Use eye contact, smile upon meeting someone, right? Even when you're taking a photo or on video, you always want to smile, have the smile before the cameras roll. So they, of course, depending upon the scene. So you're always showing a smile, especially if you're doing social media for yourself. Start with a smile as you press record. So the first frame catches a smile. Make everyone feel important by paying full attention to him or her. When you talk to a person, makes them feel like they're the only person in the room, right? Again, smiling, making eye contact, putting your phone down, being in the moment with a person creates a memorable person, creates a charismatic personality. Show others that you're enjoying your conversation with them. Don't yawn, look bored, have a case of roving eyes, show curiosity and interest in others. Listen, listen, listen. You not only become more likable, but you really start to understand the person's wants, needs, and desires, right? And he has like a little cheat sheet, right? Ask open-ended questions, request clarification, be attentive, summarize. Oh, so what you were saying is when you were on that very first set, that's what kind of opened up you to be able to want to become a casting director. That's so great, right? So what happened after that, right? Reflect feelings, be attuned to feelings, ask probing questions. Somebody says they like music. What kind of music do you like, right? Oh my God, I love that type of music too. Just, always kind of follow through, peeling back an onion, right? Learning more, being engaging, right? Be enthusiastic, right, about things and life to others. This is the most important one, guys. I can teach you all day. People will gravitate to those upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under promise and over deliver, above and beyond. Always be the positive person. People don't care about your rainy day. They really don't. When you're positive, people need that. People need leadership. They need people who are positive, that are uplifting. Okay. You have to be that person consistently. Who motivates the motivator? You have to motivate yourself every morning. You have to be the one to get up in the bed. When you're going to these events, you have to be in full tune. You can change in a second. It takes a second to go from being negative to positive. It's all in how you hold yourself, the words you use, your body, the energy. You can do it, right? It's very easy to do, but over deliver. Always keep your word. If you say you're going to be somewhere, be there. Do what you always say. And follow great people. Jim Rohn's a great person. Tony Robbins' mentor. He's passed away, unfortunately, but success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. Okay. This is some of the most successful people in the world. Okay. Follow them, learn from them. Jim Rohn, write that down, follow him. His videos are in black and white. It's a long time ago, but the knowledge, the information you'll learn from him is applicable for today, tomorrow, and forever. And to me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. For those of you who read Finding Fame know I started off in the restaurant industry. That's actually a recent photo. The restaurant that I used to own is still there. They make a pizza called a deep dish Santa Fe pizza. It's grilled chicken with onions, and it's a really great pizza. They still make it. It's the #1 pizza. It's won all kinds of awards. I created the recipe probably over 20 something years ago now. Maybe even 30. Oh my God, so long ago. But again, a framework, following a recipe. Anyway, guys, I want to keep this on the road. I might have went up a little bit over, so I do apologize. But my name is Michael Fopkin. This was the Actor's Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we also talked a little bit about creating a memorable personality. Guys, I will be back later. Thank you so much. You guys are in for so much today. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for being here. But let me turn this back over to Miss Deneen. Bye, guys.
Let me tell you guys something. I know we're midday, probably getting a little bit hungry, but that pizza is magical. No joke. It's absolutely magical. But we're not here to talk about pizza. Okay. In the comments, what did you guys learn from Model and After Cookbook? Real quick. Rapid fire. What did you guys learn? Rapid fire. A lot. I like that a lot. How to be memorable, be positive, right? Yes. Awesome. Be yourself. Stay attentive. Oh my gosh. How many times have you been in a conversation with someone like, oh yeah, that was a great point. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my gosh. Ready to go. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. I love this. How do I get an agent? Oh my God, we're about to talk about that, Ryan Connors. We're talking about that in just a moment. Awesome. All right, guys. So we're going to keep this moving along. How many of you feel the growth already? Do you feel the growth? Do you feel more tools in your toolkit? Can you see how much you're growing, right? And we're like not even halfway through the day. Awesome. All right. So we're going to keep this going because our next guest I know has an engagement that he has to attend shortly. So we're going to introduce him. So our next guest is going to talk about becoming the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. So many times people like, pick me, agent. Like literally we're getting text messages like that. Oh, we're on this call. I'm like, why are you not on the call focusing on the call? All right. So what we're going to talk about next is how to become that person that an agent or manager wants to work with. But before we talk, I feel like it's time for me to introduce our next guest. So our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. He opened for the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy at the age of 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has run his agency successfully for 13 years. Through the good times and the bad times, he has never once wavered. He had a record number of covers for his agency, totaling 72 in 1 year. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from worst dressed to best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Great, Ryan. How are you today?
Good. It's rainy here.
Oh my gosh, it just started pouring here as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, it started like an hour ago, but hopefully I can still go to my thing. So far, so good. They texted and said everything's fine as of now, but see what the next 2 hours bring.
With this weather, it could be anything.
I have to be
But
there
we're
at
not
like
here.
6, so yeah.
Okay. We're not here to talk about the weather. Everyone can talk about the weather. Ryan, so we have a lot of amazing people on this call. A lot of people are here for the first time.
Okay, good.
And the one question that we get all the time, and I feel like you get this too, being an agent. How do I get an agent? How do I get an agent? So for you, Ryan,
Turn it
it's
on.
not so much how do I get an agent, but how can you talk to our talent on this call today about how to become that person that you would actually want to work with?
Yeah, getting an agent is it's kind of easy and difficult at the same time. I mean, you have to be someone that an agent wants, where every agent's different. Some agents like ready-made projects, meaning like you come ready, you have an excellent book, you have an excellent reel, you have headshots, you've worked maybe once or twice, but you need that extra boost so an agent can give that to you. Some agents like to take someone from scratch and turn them into whatever they feel they can do. I'm kind of a mix of both. It depends upon my mood. Like I'm kind of a mix. Like I like to take talent from scratch and groom them up, get them shot, do this, do that, teach them the city, teach them how to read scripts, teach them how to dress, teach them how to, talk to people in public, networking, and shoot and get them shot by the best in New York, LA, wherever. And then sometimes, depending upon the person, I want them ready coming because I don't I don't particularly want to spend that much time with them. So I would rather you come ready. And therefore, all I have to do is pump you out to clients and you'll get some gigs and stuff like that. So it just depends, but I guess I'm more of the developer and taking from scratch. You've seen me do it, for 15 years at VIP, 16 years at VIP, where I've taken people who were questionable and turned them into working models. So questionable at best.
And one of
I've
those
turned them into
questionable
working
people
models.
just got signed by a huge agent in LA at our New York
Yeah.
event.
Yeah, this is true. So I take people and I do that. So I guess I lean towards that. I guess I'm known for that. But to be someone that I even want to even do that with, because that's a lot. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of favors, takes a lot of texting and emailing and schmoozing and baseball card swapping and all of these behind the scenes things that you guys don't know about to get got model shot, to get them to be seen. In order for me to even endure that, I have to see something in you. I have to see that you're a nice person. You really want to do this. You're interesting. You're going to put the time in. You're going to sacrifice when it comes to that point. Sometimes the sacrifice can be immediate, and sometimes it could be a couple months later. But I have to see that you're going to do it when the time comes. There's not going to be a litany of excuses, and there's not going to be a line of people you have to ask. I'm not interested in, that's why I only work with adults. I'm not interested in what your parents think and your coworkers and your girlfriend or boyfriend. I really only like to deal with singular people who are adults who can make decisions on their own. So therefore, I have to see that in you. And it's kind of hard because it's not tangible. I can't point at it and be like, oh, that's it. Like pointing at a desk or, a flower or a car. Like I can't point at it and say, that's what it looks like. It's just something I can sense and feel. And I know this industry well enough to know when someone's serious and when I can take them seriously or when they're just speaking because they want pictures on their Instagram and, they want to show their coworkers while we're sitting at their cubicle that they did a photo shoot. That's great, and you can do that all day long. It's just like taking a tap dance class or a Zumba, or a stripper class, or taking, you want to show your friends that you can touch your toes. That's amazing, but are you actually going to be on Broadway dancing? Never. So I'm not into people that just want to show their friends photos of themselves on their phone and on their Instagram. I'm interested in people who are sacrificing, who are going to come to New York for 2 weeks, a month, 6 weeks, 6 months, who are going to, work on their bodies, gain weight, lose weight, not give me complaints about their hair, do what needs to be done to get them to fit into whatever box I need them to fit in. And, even though human beings don't like fitting in boxes, unfortunately, in this industry, you kind of have to temporarily, and then you can expand that box once you start to work. So there is a form of conversion in this industry where you have to fit in some sort of situation in order to get in the door. Once you get in the door, then you can move. You have wiggle room to move around. And some people can't even get through the door because they're too stubborn and abrasive, and they think they know everything, and they don't want to change, and they don't want to cut their hair, and they don't want to lose 5 pounds. They don't want to wear those pants. They don't want to, they don't want to do anything. So it's like, I can kind of smell that sometimes in the way someone acts. So those are turnoffs for me, because if you can't even trim your hair or wear a certain pair of pants, what are you going to do in 6 months when there's a gig that's really important that, you may not like, the wardrobe, or you may not, I don't know. There's signs to me that show me that I can't work with someone. I do need people who are compliant. This is true. I'm not saying that I'm, Kong the sorcerer, or like I'm Genghis Khan or anything, and I want to control everything. But there is a level of, I need people who are compliant. I don't need constant questions and constant harassment and constant bickering over what I'm asking you to do. So there is a level of that.
Yeah, people have to
And
trust the process.
they
You
have to trust the
process when you're
process,
working
and
with
I'm
you.
not, yeah, and while that process is happening, I don't have time for press conferences and debates and, you know, CNN panel discussions on what I'm doing. I'm just doing it.
Yep. Well, speaking of just doing it, we have Alicia Kabak, co-founder of VIP Ignite here, Ryan,
So,
and she
yeah.
has some questions for you.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey.
Nice shirt, Metallica.
It's a sleeveless, so I put a cardigan on because I felt it was inappropriate.
Well, we all appreciate you okay. Who wants me to put Ryan Colby on the hot seat? Ask every question under the sun. Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, for those of you I have not met, I just want to warn you very quickly, like a Band-Aid. We're going to rip it off, but I'm extremely blunt. How many of you guys can handle the bluntness? If you can, type, I can handle it. No bullshit, no fluff, no unicorns, no rainbows. I'm not Barbizon. I'm not 99. So don't even confuse it. Obviously, you're here because you know what we do for a living. We're really good at it. But just because you're on this call doesn't mean you're for us. Capiche? So, Morales, sit up, look like you're awake, or I'm going to log you off my call right now because you're being disrespectful, girl. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Brian, hello. Nice to see you. It's been like a week. Okay. So every single person texts me, they email me, they Facebook me, they Instagram me. I want an agent. But the question is, does an agent want you? Okay. And that is the hardest thing sometimes for people to understand. Just because you want an agent doesn't mean it's going to happen. And that's why a lot of people, unfortunately, get scammed, get taken advantage of because you're gullible and naive. And that's the truth. This business, 2 words, show business.
Yeah.
There are
I'd say
impersonators.
the average agent, I think I'm more unique than most agents. I'd say 8 to 9 out of 10 agents want you coming ready, want you with the reel and headshots, the pictures.
I know, we're going to go over that. We're going to go over that in
Yeah.
just a second, but we're starting with baby steps. Okay, so
Okay.
I'm putting you in the hot seat. I'll cut you off when I'm done listening to that answer and go on to the next. Because here's the thing. How many of you guys are really serious about getting into modeling? You've been trying to do this for a while and you can't seem to figure out what the F you're doing wrong. If that's you, type that's me. Because I know, right? We have people that go up on websites. They, you know, pay for photos. They pay for these fake modeling classes. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're spending money for somebody to teach you how to model and to learn how to walk, you are 100% getting taken advantage of. High fashion is based on genetics. You have a better chance of walking on water. And that's not me being mean, but if you're going and spending $4 or $5 grand on modeling classes and you are not meant to be a high fashion runway model, what are you spending money on? Does that make sense for everybody? Now, there are different types of modeling. So just because you're not high fashion doesn't, oh, I can't do this then, bye. There's commercial print, there's catalog, there's promotional, there's so many different types of modeling. But a lot of times people want to just be high fashion runway models. And that is, it's based on God. Okay. It's based on genetics, not based on you wanting to. So I'm putting you in the hot seat. I haven't spoken all day today. I'm a little bit under the weather, but it doesn't mean I can't. The show must go on. Make sense? Okay. So let's do this. So everybody says, I want an agent. And how many of you have ever been taught or told if somebody really wants you, and before you answer, you have to follow directions. Listening and following directions are 2 of the hardest things for new talent to understand. Okay. If you are trying to get into show business, how many of you have ever heard these statements? And I want you to respond by, I've heard it before, or I've never heard it. Okay. Those are the 2 responses. Don't go outside that vicinity. Okay. How many of you have ever been told that if a company ever asks for money, it's a scam? Agents only make money when you make money. Legitimate agents should cover everything for you and take it out of your paychecks. If you've ever heard those statements, type, I've heard it before or never heard it. Okay, so it seems like most of you have heard that before. Ryan, 15, 20 years ago, did agents cover upfront fees?
Yes.
Okay, so what that means is, guys, I'm going to break this down for the people on the
yeah.
back. You always paid money. You always invested. It was always a cost associated with you getting started in this business. So if you're not paying upfront, you're paying for it out of the back end, which means recoupment. How many of you have ever seen Shark Tank? Does Mark Cuban give you money because you're broke, you're poor, you're skeptical, you're a single mommy? He doesn't give a shit. You have to be what the client wants or what the agent
Yeah,
wants.
they'll help you in the beginning, and when you start
If
to
you
work,
qualified.
if you qualify, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30
Right.
years ago, it was super common. I mean, if you looked at a board at Ford or Elite or IMG or any other agency, 90% of those girls all got flights to New York. They
Of
got
course.
clothes, they got model
But it
apartments, they
wasn't
got
a
this.
free trip. You're 5'4",
No, it's not a free
you
trip,
know,
but,
60 years old, size
but only
14.
out of
You
all
weren't
of those
worthy of that
girls,
investment because you wanted a free trip. Oh, but
yeah,
my parents are skeptical. Well, no one cares.
yeah, and out of all of those girls, 20% would survive and make that money back and go on to have an amazing career and life and blah blah blah. The other 80%, lasted a summer, maybe 6 months, and they
And
owe the
hopefully they
agency.
paid off their debt because if not, they went home with
And
an
some of them
invoice.
might have, but some of them haven't. I knew a girl that worked at her agency as this is a true story. I knew a girl that owed their agency like $5,000 to $6,000. She worked there, cleaning the agency after hours and doing errands for them on an hourly salary. Like she was hired to work off her $6,000, and she happily did it because she had no other way to pay them back. So it was kind of funny, but she did it.
But it's the truth. It's the truth. So here's how the industry really works, guys. If an agency back then really wanted you, you had to get to New York. You had to get to New York. So somebody said,
And
"Oh,
back
it's not
then, getting
I
to New
live in
York was
Louisiana."
paramount. There was no such thing as living in a small town and modeling.
Right.
Now people get away with, kind of murder,
Atlanta, New
or,
Orleans, yeah.
pulling these stunts of, oh, I live in Atlanta, I live in Miami, I live in, Boston. Like that didn't exist, 20, 30 years ago. If you didn't live in New York, you were never
There was
spoken
no
to.
business.
You were never spoken to. You get to New York immediately or lose our number,
So this is how the business worked, guys, and I'm gonna break this down. So when you get signed to an agency, you're signing a contract. Okay, number one. Number two, the agent is going to send you out for test shoots. I see a lot of talent, Ryan. They get very eager. They want to, get into modeling immediately, and they go and hire the first photographer they can find. Unless that photographer works with major brands and publications, they don't know what the client wants. They're giving you photos that either you want to see or photos that the photographer wants to see. Now, a lot of times people come to me, oh, I spent so much money on photos and blah, blah. Okay, but they suck. Nobody legit would ever book you with those photos. If you guys understand that, type what the client wants. So when you're signed to a major agency and they're working with Gucci and Chanel and Dolce & Gabbana and Macy's and Nordstrom and Nike, you can't use crappy photos because that's what you got to then have an agent put their good name and submit you out. They're never going to do that. So the test shoots, even putting you up on a website, you have to pay for the licensing. You have to pay for all the test shoots. But 20 years ago, and here's how the math worked. If you booked your first job and let's say it was, I don't know, $2,000, the agent, true, only makes money when you make money, 100% true. So out of the $2,000 paycheck, your agent would get 20% commission. Great job, right? Because you didn't book that job on your own. The agent submitted you to any of the castings that you qualified for. And a lot of times, Ryan, people ask, oh, well, can you guarantee me work? I'm sorry, is there something wrong with you? How can anybody guarantee you work? If Ryan submits talent to a
No, it's
casting,
impossible.
the casting director picks you, not Ryan. Does that make sense? So if you booked a $2,000 job and 20% went to the agency, let's just say Ryan in this scenario, Ryan's take home would be $400. If you were upside down in expenses, let's say $3,000, the leftover money wasn't going to you. It was chiseling away at what you owed. You still are upside down. So whether you paid upfront or out of your paychecks, you always spent money. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type math. Now, there are millions of people that
Well, no.
want to get
If you
into
paid
show
up front,
business.
like to get your own flight to New York and everything, then great, you get your 1,600.
No, I'm talking about like photos. I'm talking about like
okay.
So why would an agency sign somebody in Kansas who doesn't qualify? So an agent, they're not going to sign you unless you qualify. They're certainly not going to invest money in you unless you were 100% what they were looking for. So typically back in the day for females, you had to be 15 to 19 years of age, just size 0 to 2, hips 32 inches or less. And you typically had to be like 5'9" to about 5'11", typically. Okay.
Mhm.
That is 0.1, which means 99.9% rejection rate. Thank God this business now has brand ambassadors and influencers and commercial print and catalog. It is no longer high fashion. But if millions of people want to get into this industry, no legit agent is just going to give you money because you don't want to spend that money. And I saw somebody say, oh, well, pay for me and we'll make sick cash. It's not how it works. Now, Ryan, in 2023, what's today, December 10th? Will an agent cover any upfront expenses for anyone?
No,
Okay. So
No. you
what
have to
that
get yourself to
means
New
is-
York. You have to pay for your housing. You have to do all of these things.
I want everybody to type the word investment. So it's kind of like driving for Uber. Oh, I want to make sick cash as an Uber driver. I have a friend who makes $300 a day. Okay, cool. Do you have a license? Well, shit, no, I don't. Well, somebody's gonna have to teach you how to drive, take you to the DMV. You need a license. Could you drive for Uber then? Well, no, you need a car, you need gas, you need
a car
money
with
for
4
insurance,
doors.
mileage, and you need a good cell phone that has an app for the Uber. You can't just do this industry, guys, because you want to make quick cash. If you did not show up to a casting, the agent is responsible for you. If you didn't show up for a booking, okay? So agents are going to be very selective about who they choose. It's not about financial affordability for you. Oh, well, I'll pay you out of my paychecks. That is not an option anymore. Does that make sense for everybody? So
Yes.
it's like driving for Uber. You want to make $300 a day and drive and make your own schedule. And yeah, okay, well, what are you bringing to the table? You have a car, you have insurance, you have money for gas, money for tolls. Do you have a cell phone? So if you can't do the basic components, and again, Ryan, this is where the impersonator syndrome comes from. We have people that run and join websites. What are you doing? You can't book real work without an agent. You are a freelance, Ryan, right? Why can't freelancers book work or book Fashion Week or get on the cover of magazines? Why?
Because of the third party aspect, they need to be comfortable and feeling like they're getting what they paid for or what they're about to pay for. And you can't do that with a singular person because people make up stuff, especially when it comes to looks, age, weight. So you need an agent to make sure that this person's going to come. This person
Vouch
actually
for you.
is.
Yep.
This person actually is 21 or 41. This person
People
actually
lie.
is 5'8". This
Yeah.
person is, got brown hair. So therefore the agent, all of the onus is on the agent. So that's just the way the industry was designed. And that's the way it's been for decades and decades and decades. And working with a singular person, calling them on their phone saying, hey, do you want to shoot this billboard tomorrow at 2:00? The chances of them showing up are like 5 to 10%. The chances of them looking like their photos are
That means
5%.
95% don't show up. And
So they
not
don't
to
show
act
up.
grim, right?
But when you
the
have,
state of the world right now, Ryan, I mean, people are a little wacky, right? We've
Yeah.
seen the news. Wouldn't you be scared shitless to hire somebody off the internet, not knowing their mental competence? How many of you guys think
Yeah.
that would be a little bit scary? Think about
and
it.
the agent is responsible for making sure they don't send a crazy, they don't
Yeah.
send a weirdo, they don't
Which
send
is why
someone who's
anybody can come on these calls. They're free, but you'll see we are constantly removing people. I can't help crazy from getting on my calls. It is
No,
my
you
job
can't.
to vet you, to make sure you're at that level to be able to make. Ryan, you have models that earn 6 figures for like a campaign. You can't make sick cash like that unless you're represented by an agent. Does that make sense for everybody?
No, you can't. You can't. I mean, you can get local stuff in your hometown. Absolutely. If your Aunt Sally owns a bridal shop and she wants to use
Cool. Yeah.
you go right ahead. But you can't do anything of international value without representation. It's just not feasible. Clients will not use you.
Also, licensing,
Trust you.
usage, AI now is a big thing. You have to have an agent who gets the casting obviously director is hired by the client. So if Calvin Klein was doing a casting, they reach out to agents and managers, they go through their databases and they submit over qualified candidates that they vouch because you're
Yeah, I
under
just said this
contract,
morning, for example,
you're going to
Gautier
show
for Europe.
up and you legit look like that. If that makes sense, type, I get it now. Because I want you to think about it. If Navia Ladd, hi Navia, you're real cute. But let's say Navia or Navea, let's say she's an agent and you get thousands of people that want you to manage them. How many of you guys would go ahead and upfront investment, 3 or 4 grand for tens of thousands of people that you don't even know will show up, book work? How many of you guys think that's a wise investment or really stupid? Somebody type it. Let's say you had $1 million budget, if your own money, and you could sign 500 people now. 500 people, put them up in apartments, cover all their expenses. Would you just pick anybody or would you be very selective? What do you guys think? It'd be so selective. And I want you to think about that. So when you come on these calls, oh, I want an agent. Does an agent want you? Because you have to show up. If you don't, the agent is now liable if they told the client, yes, Ryan, what happens to you when a talent does not show up for a booking? What could happen?
I get into severe trouble. It's
Yep.
always an issue to get out of it. And it doesn't happen to me often, but unfortunately,
Well, no, because you pre-screen.
I
Yeah.
can't 100% guarantee everyone's moving, living action. But because of my demeanor, it is less likely that it's going to happen.
Well, I think you put the fear of God in them, which helps.
Yeah, I mean, that helps, but doesn't
Hi,
it's not a guarantee because people are people and they do weird things. So
You do.
does it happen to me a couple times a year where someone goes missing and doesn't show up for something? Yeah, it does. But
Will that casting
luckily,
director ever book you again?
there have been times, yeah, there's like a handful.
You want to talk
4 or
about
5.
Gossip Girl or Matt Cosmetics?
Well, Gossip Girl, I got back.
Well,
I
yeah.
had someone fight for me, Allison, and
Who's a really good
I
friend of
got them
ours, yeah.
back. But then the show got canceled again, so who cares? But I got them back. But yes, the Matt
Guys, that's just
Cosmetics.
showing models and actors really do come together because nobody on that show could act. They were just really pretty. But continue.
But the Matt Cosmetic one, no, I did not get her back, and it's been 12 years, something. I've not heard a word.
She called from her honeymoon.
I have
like
not heard a
from
word from
Safari
her
in
since
Africa.
that day.
Huge campaign. A talent went out.
And I've actually
did not
written
show up.
her and tried, and she's read my messages and just ignored me.
Cookie
So.
baskets, flowers, whatever it took.
She's still pissed.
It was a huge job. It
She's
was a
still
huge
pissed
job,
12
and
years
somebody
later.
did not show up. Somebody did not show up. So I want you guys to understand there are liabilities and assets. Which one are you? So
I think there's only a couple of people on planet that don't speak to me because of something a model did. So, I mean, I guess I can be quasi proud of that because I know other agents and there's double digits.
Yeah. And it sucks because now when there's a huge casting, you can't even get access to it because one person effed it up. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's another reason why real
speak to me
casting
again.
directors will never hire you off of a website. Oh, I can't go. Family emergency. Oh, I can't go. I'm sick. Oh, I can't go. I have cramps. Can we do it another day? Oh, my mom doesn't think this is real. Can you talk to her? I want you guys to understand this. If you're over the age of 18 and you can take a bullet for your country, you better be able to fight for your dreams. I don't want to hear about your mom, your dad, your priest, your pimp, anybody in your life telling you can't do this. If you can't make your own decisions and be able to show up for yourself, just log off the call. Go watch Netflix. Go enjoy your day. This is not for everybody. And this is why we do an 8-hour call. Some of you, this is like Survivor. Some of you won't even make it till the end. Why? It's too difficult. How are you going to go on set? Ryan, when you book talent on set, how long could they be on set for?
14 to 20 hours, depending upon the project.
14 to 20 hours. How many of you guys are ready to be on set 14 to 20 hours? Type it. I can do that. Because if you can't do 8 hours with us, how are you going to do real work? I think sometimes it's easier to just pretend you're in the business and take a couple of selfies or go pay a fake photographer, get some photos and put them up on Facebook and Instagram. You're doing that to please your friends and families because you think you have fans. You're never going to book work. I drew a chart. Do you guys want, and I know Deneen was big on the art, so I'm going to top her right now. But the two main reasons why talent fail. Number one, this is you in the middle. This is your mom, your dad, your friends. Unless they've been in the industry, I don't want to hear from someone struggling. I want to talk to the former art director of Vogue. I want to talk to real models signed to major agencies, booking major campaigns. I want to talk to the guy on the billboard in Times Square. So our job here at VIP Ignite is to take you out of this element and put you in ours. Obviously, you know who's in our network, and you'll meet some of them today. But if
I'm not
you take
interested.
the
I
advice
don't
from people that
listen
have
to.
watched Top Model,
Yeah.
that show's 20 years old. And Ryan, over the years, how many people from Top Model have we managed? 6, 7, 8?
Yeah, something like that.
We have some of the judges, we have Tyra Banks stylists. This show is before Facebook and Instagram. No legitimate agent covers upfront fees. So here's my question. If there were a casting today, let's say for Chanel. Chanel pays, let's say 20 grand for one day. Is that good money for anybody here? 20 grand for one day? That's like Breaking Bad money. Hi, DeShante. Okay. That's some great money. But my question is
YSL. I'm actually who I'm having drinks with later is Joan Tournay, who came to the event.
Yeah.
His girl that he found at a refugee camp in Sudan is getting $500,000 for one day of shooting YSL.
Okay. Who here would literally tell your friends, hey, I know I have a party planned. I got to go on set for $500,000. If you don't have haters, you will by the time you make that kind of money in one day.
$500,000.
Crap. Okay, so
and
let
he
me ask
found
you guys
her
a
in a
question.
refugee camp, and
Refugee
she's,
camp.
you know, now her life is set. Especially in that area, she doesn't ever have to work again.
One day can completely change your life.
That's why he was late, because he had to go to Paris for one day, negotiate the deal, get her paperwork. She's African, and you can't just like appear in Paris out of nowhere. So he had to, you know, get the paperwork, do whatever he had to do, get it signed, sealed, delivered, and then he flew to New York.
Now, not every job pays 500 grand for one day.
Got off the plane, dropped his bags, and came right to our event because I was hounding him.
True. And every single one of our talent got to sit down with him. What is that word to you? Somebody put a dollar amount. If you got to talk to someone who literally booked Chanel, YSL, $500,000 for one day's work, how many of you guys would rather sit up on a website, hope and pray that they find you, which by the way, real casting directors will never do, or would you rather sit down live face-to-face? Which one do you think would help you? Face-to-face or hoping and praying a casting director would find you on a website? How difficult would it be to get face-to-face if you didn't have us? You think you would just call him and get a meeting? Anyone? So I want you guys to understand this. If you were a casting director right now, and I want you to think about this, and I want you all to be truthful, okay? Would you book you right now, or do you need some work? Because unless you have real photos, legit photos that a client wants to see, not friends, you know, that you're trying to impress on Instagram. If you do not have real photos, you're not going to book work. Most of all, you're never going to get access to those castings unless you have an agent. So how many of you feel like you're ready right now? You don't need us. You're ready to go. Or, hey, I'm willing to put in the work. What do you think? Type it. Let's see very quickly. I mean, we have over 10,000 success stories. We've opened the stock exchange. So when people are trying to get into this business, I know there's a lot of companies out there that want your money. They're going to teach you how to walk the runway. For what? You either can or you can't. And it's based on genetics. So many people just get scammed doing that. Or they pay into these like casting websites. What are you doing? Real castings for modeling are not posted on websites. You can't self-submit. Even if you ran out and got photos done. Ryan, tell us about like our photos, and I'm not here to sell it to you, but why are our photo shoots different than photos that anybody can go do?
Well, because there's direction and there's a plan and the photographers are good and
Well, no,
mainly because
they're not just good. They've worked with
mainly
Vogue.
mainly because there's direction, and that's important because don't knock the fact that there's direction and whatever, because photography is crucial, but also direction is actually just as, if not more, crucial, because I could direct a 10th grader to take a nice photo if he's competent. So
You directed
photography
my
is crucial.
3-year-old to take
I'm
photos.
not saying I'm
Yeah.
not saying photography is not important, but the
Yeah.
direction is actually a tick more important. So between the two factors of good photography and direction, the photos are important, because when you're shooting on your own and you're shooting in your backyard, or you're shooting with your friend
Even
that
if you go to a
met at the
professional
mall,
photo shoot, yeah,
um,
a lot of times those
there-
photographers
there's
don't
no
know
direction.
what clients want. They're giving you photos you want to see, and
Yeah,
that's
they're
where
giving
you
you
got
photos you
stuck.
want to see, and there's no direction, and they mean well. There's nothing, it's not like they're
You're
being mean
getting
to you.
photos,
It's not
services
like they're being mean
rendered.
to you,
Yeah,
but it's not something that's usable in this market, or a major market like LA or London or something like that, where they could be like, oh my God, these are great. Let's put them on a card. Let's put them in your book, and you have a casting tomorrow. Like, that rarely happens. It happens once in a while. You get someone who started on their own and they actually did a good job, and you can use the photos. Yeah, it's happened to me once or twice, where a model comes to me ready-made, and I'm like, oh my God, where'd you get these photos? They're like, oh, my friend took these, and my friend.
but a lot of times, right, these photographers are giving you photos that the talent want to see or what they want to see.
Yeah, so
And if
they
the
want to
photos
see.
are over the top editorial, and that model is meant to do like commercial print or catalog, can the wrong photos hurt their career?
Yes, of course, because it makes you look silly that you thought that this was your market. And then it's called also a taste level, because to me, I'd rather you be slightly ignorant to the industry, because I can always teach you. But if your taste level is off, that's actually a longer lesson that I may not be willing to give, because it takes time and I just don't have it and I don't really care enough. So taste level is important. So when someone's taste level is so low that you thought that you could look like this and pull this off, that to me is more of a problem than being ignorant to the industry, because I'm ignorant to lots of industries that I don't know about.
But Ryan, you dress celebrities. You also dress like,
if I want to learn about them, I get taught.
But you worked at Vogue, and you also are a celebrity stylist to Liam Neeson, Ben Affleck, some tremendous.
Who I actually
people.
texted this morning because I forgot to order his coats.
Which one?
Liam, I forgot to order coats for him.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you guys a question.
Which I got to do tomorrow.
Ryan Colby, when we decide to move forward with somebody, and at the end of the call, we'll talk about what we're looking for. But if Ryan Colby, the former art director of Vogue, you now have proximity to some of the biggest photographers in the world, casting directors, agents, Vogue, I'll say Vogue again, celebrities. Ryan Colby puts you together from top to bottom, from hair to makeup to styling, even telling you what you qualify for, what market you best fit into. We're going to play a game later called Model Garage. It's really fun, but it's meant to show transparency, that just because you want to get in this business, a lot of people don't understand there's a formula, and Ryan has the formula.
There's plenty to do in this industry that doesn't require you to ever see a runway, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And there's a lot of money in commercial print. Runway doesn't pay much, guys, unless you're a celebrity. Okay, unless you're
the most profitable models in the country, you don't know their names, you don't know who they are, because they're not Instagram famous, or they're not being talked about by the Post or by any sort of celebrity website. They're just working models that make a good 6 figures a year, and they do catalog and e-com and hair stuff, and
without runway.
One of them is actually, I connected with her yesterday. I said hello yesterday because I haven't seen her in so long. I actually forgot she modeled. Her name is Viola Haqui, Haqi. Look her up. She's amazing. She's 45, 48 years old. This girl, she's been modeling since she was 16. She makes bank. She lives in a gorgeous house in Connecticut. She has a husband. She has like 5 kids. Like this one, and she still models. And I saw a picture of her yesterday, and I wrote her on Instagram. I was like, oh my God, I did not think you were someone. She's like, oh my God, hi, I haven't seen her since she was in her 30s. I didn't know she still modeled. So, I mean, and you don't know her name. She is not famous.
Are you guys
but
okay with not being famous
she
but being
works
successful?
all the time, and
You guys
she's in
okay
her
with
late
that?
40s and kills it. And she makes 6 figures a year and has a comfortable life. She doesn't have to travel to Paris and Milan. She comes to New York twice a week, does her little shoots, goes back to Connecticut. She's got the
And
perfect
Ryan,
life.
this business is no longer just high fashion. There's commercial print. We have transgender. We have non-binary. There's
And
so
Viola is
many
her name is
options.
Viola
Mature
Hockey. She's one of
modeling.
the biggest commercial models in the world. And you definitely know her face. She's done Noxema and she's done a lot of stuff. She's just not famous. You know what I mean?
Are you guys okay with that? Looks like they are. And so
Yeah.
this is why we do these Zoom calls. So I want everybody to just type no castings on websites. You cannot book yourself. No castings on websites. No real castings. Even if you get photos on your own, what are you going to do with them? Where are you going to post them? That's not how the industry works. And just say no to modeling schools. Just say no. Just say no. It is not going to help. Brian, we get a lot of kids that go to like the Barbizons, John Art Powers, John Casablancas. Can they ever put those classes on their resume? Will it help them?
No, it will not.
Why?
Those kinds of because there's no such thing as modeling schools. It's not culinary school or electronics electrician school, where when you do get a degree from electrician school, it's credited. You've been taught everything about electricity, wiring, this, that. There is no such thing as modeling school. It's a natural form of movement and art. It's a natural form of how to express your face. And if you don't have it, you can learn about it on set and people can give you tips. You can definitely go to modeling tip school, but there's no such thing.
Okay.
Modeling
That's a
tip
new-
school. You
So
heard
I
it here
found
first.
I'm on Ben. I have Ben's phone. I found Viola's page.
Oh.
I'll just show you some photos. You definitely know. Jesus Christ. Slippery thumbs.
You took the Lord's name
Sorry.
in vain on Sunday, Ryan.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
that's Viola Hockey. She's amazing, and she's been working since she was 16. You definitely know her. Let me find an old photo of her. Oh, here. I think this is. Oh wait, Avon. She's an Avon girl. She does all the Avon ads forever. I spoke to her yesterday.
Cool.
I said hello yesterday because I just saw a photo of her. I had no idea she was still modeling.
So
Like
let
I
me
thought
ask you all a question. How many of you now feel unstuck? Maybe you spent money on websites, you paid for photos, you paid for training. You've been trying to get into this business. Now you've realized that A, you got to be able to invest in yourself because no agent covers those fees for you. There
Of
you
course.
are.
But she's a perfect example of this girl makes this woman, sorry, she's not a girl. She makes $350,000 to $500,000 a year. You do not know who she is, and she could
I'm
care
okay
less.
with that. I'm okay. Everybody else okay with that? Hi, Maria.
Sign me up for
Okay.
that.
But I really wanted to go over this with you guys. This wasn't meant for me to like slap, everybody on here around. But if you're trying to get into modeling, most times you're doing it incorrectly. You're getting
That's in her
photos.
heyday when she was on the cover
Oh,
of
look
Bizarre.
at that, gorgeous.
That's like
that.
mid 90s.
I
It's a
remember that.
throwback photo.
But guys,
But
you
anyway,
need to
the
have
point
an
is that
agent.
she's a top model. Nobody knows who she is, but she's one of those girls that just makes $500,000 a year, and you have no idea who
And
she
she
is.
shows up and she listens and she
Oh, of course she
follows
shows up.
directions.
All
right. Of course she shows up. I would too for that kind of money. That's great money. Well, let's see who makes it to the end of the call today, Ryan.
She does Chico's, she does Avon, she does lifestyle everyday brands that people touch every day. She does jeans, sweaters, hoodies, bags.
Yeah.
Stuff that people use every day. She just happens to be a tick more attractive than the average, person walking on the street going to the mall. That's why they use her, because she's attainable. You could see yourself looking like her. You could see yourself in that sweater or that wrap dress or those shoes or those sandals, and you could see yourself. She's, so that's why she's the quintessential commercial print model, because commercial print means you're selling products that people use every day. I'm drinking Coke, a Coke can. I'm playing with my phone. I'm drinking Evian water. I'm riding in my car.
Yeah.
I'm going to the bank. I'm buying groceries. These are commercial print jobs. They just want people who are pleasant to look at in them.
Anybody
So
here pleasant? I
sell
see
the
pleasant
product.
people on here. Hi, Ani. Hi, Roxanne.
That's what commercial print is.
Okay, so most everybody on this call would
High-end
qualify.
commercial print, which is what Viola is, products that may be a little more expensive, Bergdorf's, or like, a little more costly, expensive skin cream,
Yeah.
expensive hair care products.
Yeah.
But it's still commercial because people still use it. It's just not maybe the mass public, but it's just a little costlier. So it's considered higher end commercial print, but it's still, at the end of the day, it's still commercial print.
Okay, that was perfect. Okay, we're going to move on to our next segment. We love you. How many of you guys love this segment? Did you learn a lot? Scale 1 to 10. How much did you learn? Obviously, we learned that real castings are not posted online. Stop wasting money on modeling classes. It's never going to help you. Shit, you can't even put that on your resume. Stop wasting time and money on photos that A, are typically done incorrect, and 2, will never get seen. Stop. How many of you guys are ready to stop the madness? Type stop the madness. Aren't you guys glad you're here?
Stop the madness. Remember that woman that did those ads in the 90s, Susan Powder?
Well, we
Yes.
can do it again. Stop the madness.
And
Merry
even more
Christmas,
than,
where
It
we
was
hear dreams come true.
crazy.
Stop the madness. Happy
And
holidays.
She's actually a former model. She was actually a working model in Europe and America, and then she went into the infomercial world.
Well, there's a lot of money. Actually,
Oh.
Kevin Harrington, who we just met with from Shark Tank last week,
She
Yeah.
made bank. Yeah.
created the infomercial.
also,
All right, Ryan, we'll see you in a bit.
thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, thanks. Okay, see you.
Bye.
Okay.
So fun.
All right. How many of you
This is
are
what happens
excited
when I get on.
also to have the opportunity to have Ryan Colby evaluate you in a little while on Model Garage? If that sounds amazing, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1
He's
or
going
1
to
in the
tell you what you
comments.
qualify for, where you belong, roles that you can play, castings, clients who would want to book you. Is your hair color right? Is it too long? What's happening with your eyebrows? Like, I want you guys to understand, like thick skin, you're trying to get into show business. Okay, that's what you
He's
should
gonna
want.
Lay it out to you flat. But before, we're going to introduce our next guest in just a moment. But before we do that, would it be okay if we introduce you to one of our talent that we currently work with? Would that be okay with you guys? Awesome. All right. So, Adi Anderson. Hi, how are you?
Good. How about you, Deneen?
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. So, Adi, I'm going to bring Alicia back on with us as well.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, there you are. All right.
Hi, Addie.
Well, Adi, so you have been working with us now just for a couple of months. I mean, your first event was in Miami.
Yes.
So can you talk, before you went to Miami, you worked at a conservatory in New York. So can you
Yes.
talk a little bit about the difference between that and what you've learned and how you've accelerated working with VIP Ignite?
And how old are you?
I just turned 19, so
I always forget you're only 19.
Well, she's 6'3", guys. 6'3". Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. Well, the difference between the conservatory and VIP Ignite is, though the conservatory was great for, you could say, like the background of learning modeling acting, and like Uta Hagen, Stanford Meisner, that kind of information about like the basis fundamentals of being an actor, which is, it's fine. It's great. You can practice and practice and practice and be as great as you can be. But the difference between that and VIP Ignite is that not only you can train your acting skills and kind of further reach into your potential as an actor and actress, but you also get to meet people that can help you be in positions to actually be a working and successful actor or actress. So that's the difference. Is I was 17. I just moved. I did a month in New York, and it was great. But I just learned.
It was also very expensive.
Very expensive. I paid down payment probably $5K for the tuition, and then another $3 just for expenses and to eat. So,
Living in New York is
Living in New
expensive.
yeah.
And I personally did your interview. I remember I was in California. I was in Malibu, and you and I were talking, and your mom came on And your mom was very adamant. She said, you've wanted to do this for a long time, but everywhere you've gone, it's been a lot of money, a lot
Yeah.
of false promises, a lot of dead ends.
Mm.
Why
No,
did you decide to move forward with us? And I know your mom is, I don't know if she's there, but
No, she's on a little trip, but because I saw proof. A lot of agencies or people that I've tried to study with to get better and to get out there as an actress and a model promised a lot of things, but they didn't show up for that. And in this short time, I've seen above and beyond for VIP Ignite. So I'm very grateful that I'm here and I ran across you guys. It was actually chance. My mom was on a plane and this lady was like, "Oh, I'm with VIP Ignite." And she was like,
oh, I
"What's
didn't even
VIP
know this
Ignite?"
story.
Yeah, she was like, "What's on VIP Ignite?" And she was like, "I literally am like, I'm not famous, but I'm booking work, and they're really great company, and they're super like nice, and they go well with. It's not just like give me the money and just shut up and listen to me. It's you guys care, like you guys want to have everyone succeed, of course. So it's." I was like, "Okay, cool."
Well, you need to be somebody that an agent wants to book. Like, and we're going to talk about that in just a second.
Mhm.
So even if you paid for acting lessons and somebody said, oh, 5K is expensive, do you understand that Juilliard, Berkeley, Yale
Yeah.
School of Drama, that's 70 grand a year. That's
Yeah.
your competition, kids. If you're trying to get into acting, you have kids right now going to Carnegie Mellon, 70 grand a year.
Mhm.
They're graduating, and most of them are bartending in New York City, waiting for their big break.
Yeah.
And I really want to express that to you. So you didn't want to go to college. You wanted to pursue your dreams in this business. Your mother and father invested in you to go to New York.
My mom.
You can get the training, but
Yeah.
then you're not meeting the right people. And that's
Yeah.
the problem. They give you training and then you're like, okay, what now? What do I do?
Yeah. They were like, we have like 2 success stories. And so I was like, how many people enroll per year? And they're like, oh, like an average of like 10,000. I'm like, 2 people? Seriously?
Yeah.
2 people?
But
Yeah.
over the weekend, you got to work with one of the cast members from The Sopranos. He also starred in The Irishman with Bobby De Niro and Al Pacino. You also got to work with Patrick Quagliano, the head of Stella Adler, part of the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts, who is Leonardo DiCaprio's acting coach.
Mhm.
Would that help anybody here on their resume? Give me scale 1 to 10. Would it help you 10 being, holy crap, that's what I need. I need proximity to Leonardo DiCaprio's acting coach.
Absolutely.
SAG-AFTRA licensed agents who we have one coming on in just a second, who you know, and she knows you. I mean,
know.
the agent that's coming on, guys, she manages people. She's a top, she lives in Hollywood, LA. She manages people on Outer Banks, All American, Tim Burton's Wednesday on Netflix, Stranger Things. She's a top agent. So what does it mean now that you've been training for a while and you get to work with these people and they know your name, they're giving you constructive criticism, then you see them again and you're applying. What does that mean for you?
Well, it's the top 3 things, the three P's that Alicia always talks about: power, proximity, and
Proof.
proof. Yeah. So you have proof. And by the way, I had the best time studying with Patrick Quagliano and Robert
Panara.
Naro. It was so much fun. We had so much fun. And it's great that you get to make connections with these people, not as you're going to them like desperate, like, oh, please sign me. Like, I'm such a great actress. Like, just know them as a person, because knowing them as a person is, you can't put a price on it. Because one day there will be a coincidence or a connection or something will happen where they'll be like, oh my God, I remember this girl. Maybe she's great for this role, right? Something, right?
And Robert Fanaro is part of VIP, guys. He played Eugene for like 6 seasons on Sopranos. So it's called proximity. You want to get into this business? What have you done? Oh, well, I've worked with this person and this person. Monique Coleman from High School Musical is part of our company. So when it comes time to learning this business, We have real people, and that's what Audie said. Audie and her mom are like, listen, I need to get in front of the right people. I'm tired of wasting time and money. This is what my daughter wants to do. We've had a lot of pressure spending all this money on New York. It's time. She's had training, but we want to take it. We want to elevate. How many of you guys are ready to elevate your career? If you are, type elevate. Because again, nobody cares how cute she is and how bad she wants to get in this business. No offense, Audie, you know I love you, but you're one of a billion. How the hell do you get face to face with the biggest agents, casting directors, producers, Tony winners, Grammy winners? Well, again, we're really good at what we do. Do you guys understand that? Face to face is everything, but you have to be what they want. This isn't about what you want, but you have to be able to put in the work. And that's why we test you on these calls. Some of you, I kicked somebody off. She was sleeping. Why did you even get on? We're going to have a huge agent on. It's going to make me look foolish that you're even here. I would never let you go to an event and, oh, I had somebody earlier today. Can you vouch for me? Can you help me get signed? I could, but I won't. Why would I do that? You have to show us that you're willing to put in the work. We have the connections. We know what we're doing, but we're looking for good talent. So Audie, you're great. Your mom is also a model actor. She's part of our company as well. Guys, if you're trying to do this, don't try to do this by yourself. You can't do it by yourself. This business legit is impossible by yourself. It is hard and it is competitive. You are throwing spaghetti up against the wall. That's why we do these calls. That's why the call is free. Because I don't care about the money. I care about keeping you safe. Deneen, how often do we hear from people? Oh, I got asked to do a photo shoot. They want me to come to a basement. What? No, don't do that. So like this business isn't meant for everybody, and what we're doing really does change lives.
Yep.
And that's what we're looking for. We're looking to change lives. I know it's the holiday season, but granting Christmas wishes, we are going to take you from your trajectory into a successful one. But you have to want it to happen. We're not here to sell you. Do you guys understand that? And it's very important that you understand that, because this company isn't for everybody. Some of you are just meant to sit up on websites and tell all your friends you're a model. That's not what we do here.
Nope.
You have to
Audie,
be
thank you
proactive.
so much.
Thank you, Audie.
Thank you.
Tell your mom I said hi. Okay.
Yes, give her a hug.
But I
for
talk to her all the time anyway, so. I love the fact that we give out our cell phone numbers to our talent. I love that. No other company would ever do that. Sometimes it gets out of control. 11 o'clock last night. You're on here watching you. Okay.
All right, guys. So we're going to move on to our next segment. We just wanted to introduce you to one of our talent. We're going to, after our next segment, I want to introduce you to a couple more people. But you know what I haven't done? I haven't formally introduced you to Alicia Kabak. So let me do that, and then I want to introduce you to our guest speaker. She's like, Denise, I don't know. I'm good at, she's like, I just took a bite today. All right. So let me
I haven't
introduce
eaten
you.
all day. I've been sick, guys, and I'm not
know.
playing the sympathy card, but I'm literally here eating a pear. So I'm trying so hard to just like be able to like get through the day. But the show must go on. There is no calling out sick.
Nope.
And I say I'm going to be here. I'm
She's
here, even if I'm dying. I'm here with red lipstick on. Let's go.
On Sundays, we wear red lipstick. Okay, let me introduce you to Alicia. So Alicia Kabak is a co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple seven-figure businesses. She executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, including the Tony for Best Play in 2013 for Vonia, Sonia, Masha, and Spike.
Starring Sigourney Weaver. Nobody ever says that. Sigourney Weaver from Alien Avatar. That was the selling point to Mike and I. Mike is a huge sci-fi fanatic. We're like, Sigourney Weaver is part of this. How much? We want in. Because we have to invest as a producer.
Yep. She has opened NASDAQ with a cast of her Broadway show, Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from The Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is the co-author of the book Finding Fame. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats such as Bill Walsh, Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, Brandon Steiner, Les Brown, and most recently, Kevin Harrington. She is a Fox News music expert. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege, and through VIP Ignite, she has helped over 10,000 talent get signed and book work through her program. Everyone give it up for the one and only Miss Alicia K-Back.
Thanks.
You're
What a great
welcome.
introduction.
Awesome. Well, now let me also introduce our next guest to you.
All right, everybody, wait, before we introduce her, I want everybody to come, put your head up. Morales, sit up. I'm just gonna log her
Sit-
off.
I was like, sit up or we're gonna log you off. That's
Come on, you got a huge agent who
Okay.
literally books Stranger Things. Oh, I
I-
want an agent. She's coming on. She's here right now. And I can tell you, she's probably going through every single one of your pictures. And that sounds creepy when I say that out loud. She watches every one. Without you saying a word, you said a million words just being on Zoom by your body language. So everybody put your shoulders back, chest out, head up. Look like you want to be here. This is what you, oh, I want to get signed. She's here live. So continue.
All right. Our next guest, Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, and Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. For 30 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has one of the series leads on Wednesday for Netflix and All American and The Walking Dead, alongside many recurring roles on The Morning Show, This Is Us, Stranger Things, The Patient, NCIS, The Rookie, Station 19, CSI, Outer Banks, and the list goes on and on. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only Miss Tanya Kleckner.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi,
Tanya.
ladies. Hi. So I heard.
Straight shooter, huh?
Do you have? Have you got that flu?
The whole family
you
has
gave it. You gave it to me. I'm sure.
It's
Or
I
I
love you
gave it
that
to
much. I
you.
wanted to share it with you. That's what happens when we're
Yeah,
together.
I've been bad all week.
Yeah.
So it's not a good one. And all my
No,
girlfriends have
no.
it too.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
my
hoping
girlfriend
for
just
weight loss,
texted me.
but yeah.
Yeah, right. The weight loss is definitely a silver lining, but it's been bad.
It's been bad, but you showed up and I showed up. I'm
Well,
running a
isn't it like-
fever,
yes,
but we're still here.
Yeah.
This is what professionals do. This separates us from the rest.
Yeah.
We say we're going to be there. We show up.
Well, I got on the scales this morning and it made me very happy.
Me too.
So I'm good. Yeah, but Stuart never didn't get sick. My husband, he came out to New York too, and he's not sick. So yeah, at least he's
Jeff
gonna
just
come.
got sick. The baby started.
Bless
It's
him.
okay. He's 3. He's
Oh,
watching
they'll-
like the Grinch and you know.
Yeah. How are you all? Nice to see you, ladies.
We have a lot of amazing people on here, ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages. This is a huge
Fabulous.
call.
Well, I was scrolling through while you guys were chatting.
Oh, see, I told you.
I
So
always
everybody
do.
smile.
I'm very nosy. I like to have a little look.
But you know what? When you come to our live events, you sometimes just watch people. We don't even introduce you. You go in and you're watching. Sometimes it's kind of creepy, like she's a spy. But how many
Not
of you used
creepy.
to watch?
Take that word back.
But you know what I mean? Like when I used to go to the mall, how many of you guys used to go to the mall and like people watch? Anyone? Am I the only one that used to do that? People watch?
I still do that.
I do. I
love
still
it.
do that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Sometimes you go and you just sit back and you're like, tell me about this person. Oh, okay, I will. So that's what I mean by creepy. Creepy in a good way, because sometimes you're watching them. They don't even know that they're being watched. And you
Yeah.
watch everything. Did that person hold the door open? We watch you. Did that
Mhm.
person, leave the toilet seat up? We're watching. Like,
Yeah.
think about like the little things that you do in life. You have a huge agent on right now. And I could say that because she is huge. But when you're trying to get into show business, I want you all to type, I'm always on stage. Because it's true, you are always on stage on social media. We're watching you. when you're on a Zoom. We're watching you when you're posting a million selfies about yourself on my page and doing like what do you call it? The Snapchat filters. We're watching you act.
And I could even like add to that. We even have like, even when I'm representing actors, I'll always give them like a 3-block rule. And that 3-block rule is if you're going to go for a meeting, or even when you're meeting with an agent or a manager,
Starbucks, anywhere, 3 blocks.
You've got that rule. Like once you hit that, if you're in a bad mood, you're having a shitty day, whatever it is, you're going to turn that smile on.
You are not picking up that phone.
You're going to be so nice to everyone. I've had like a great actor that I've wanted to meet, and he's in reception, and he's been an asshole to the receptionist, that he's been rude to my assistant, and I already know this is going to be a no. I'm not going to work with that person. I'll meet with him because I'm courteous and I'm polite because we set that appointment, but I'm like, you know what? He's going to be an asshole. He's going to be rude to my assistant. He's being rude to our receptionist.
He's already shown his colors.
He's going to be rude to casting. I've also had a casting director, where I've had one of my actors go to Starbucks to grab a Starbucks before his casting, and the casting director's associate was in that Starbucks at the same time, saw how rude he was when he got his coffee, and went straight back to the casting director.
He's going to do it on set.
Didn't get the role.
With your name.
People don't hire assholes anymore. It's a very different world that we
no
live in
asshole
now.
Policy. No asshole apply.
I always say you have to be nice. Even when I have clients that are now shooting on set, they're filming. I'm like, I don't care if there's a problem. If there is a problem on set, you smile, you be nice, you call me, and I will figure the problem out. I will solve it for you. But you always remain pleasant and kind and nice. And then I'm the one that deals with it. And that's the way it has to be.
All right. So you guys obviously know by me speaking in the last segment that I'm very blunt. She is equally as blunt, if not more. Hence why we're friends.
Yeah.
Just go with it. But all right. So we know about your background. Denis went over it. Can you talk a little bit about how you went from transitioning to be your father's daughter, Mr. Music, working with some of the biggest names? And we can talk a little bit about your childhood and then how you became a top agent. And then I'm going to put you in the hot seat. I know you're not feeling well, but
it's all right.
It's going to be great.
I'm pumped up on caffeine. It'll keep me going for a while.
Yeah, I know. I have a coffee here and I'm like struggling.
Dayquil.
Okay. So how did you, and we're going to go over how to get an agent and how to get real roles in a second, but it's important in order to go ahead, we need to know where we're coming from.
Yeah.
So I want you to really understand she's not a magical unicorn. She busted her ass to get where she is.
Yeah.
I want you guys to respect that.
I grew up in a very busy household. My dad was a big musician for some very amazing people. My dad was also worked his ass off. And he was actually founded by a guy called Joe Meeks at 16. He grew up in a very big, working class family. And Joe Meeks was actually in a film on Netflix that actually Kevin Spacey did that film for Netflix. And it was about a guy called Joe Meeks. It was actually one of the first kind of people that manufactured bands and groups. And another band called The Tornadoes that my dad was a part of. And it was the first #1 single from England in America, actually. And then all these big conglomerates, like these big record companies, that overtook him and sold him out. And it was this big story that actually Netflix took hold of, and Kevin Spacey, when he was, back in the day, did the movie.
The day before he got into trouble.
My dad was a part of, and then he lost the plot, Joe Meeks, and he actually ended up killing the woman downstairs and then killing himself. It was a very sad story. Anyway, so yeah,
but don't just glaze over like my dad worked with a lot of people. Your dad worked with Frank Sinatra.
Well, Frank Sinatra loved my dad. Yeah, Frank Sinatra saw my dad playing, and then he loved his band so much that he brought him out to Vegas. And my dad's band was the first British band to have a residency in Vegas in '68. And then they went on tour, and then the rest happened. And then they played with Rolling Stones and da-da-da-da.
You like the way she just talked about Frank Sinatra, the Rolling Stones, John Lennon. You've had like the biggest names ever. Like, oh my God, how many of you guys? We are not worthy. That is huge.
I was young.
I know.
It was just my dad. I always felt like my parents, my mum was amazing too. They were always great.
Parties in the house.
They were musician parents. I lived in a very posh neighborhood, and I was very embarrassed by my parents as a child. I wanted them to dress more conservative, like my friends' parents. My dad and mum would wear long leather jackets. My dad's hair was huge, and I'm like, oh, it's so embarrassing. But looking back, they were really fucking cool. But there you go. Anyway, but
a parent teacher conference, your dad comes in, walking in, that big hat,
jacket,
feather.
Yeah.
There's Tanya and Daddy.
I wondered why some of the teachers loved my parents, because a couple of them used to come to my parents' house when I was at home, and have your parents at your house after school. I mean, that's just awful. That's mortifying for any child, right? To see your parents after school, because they're not real people. So outside of school, seeing them hanging out with your parents, drinking wine was just very weird to me. Anyway, cut long story short, I wanted to do music. I loved music. So my dad was a big musician, so I loved that. I went to London. I got myself a job in a big studio. My dad didn't help me. He wanted me to do it by myself. Worked really hard through the studios. So I worked with big people there doing live sound. I loved live sound. It's my dogs. I'm so sorry. I worked in this studio. They had Led Zeppelin. We were doing the reunion of Led Zeppelin and Tina Turner and a lot of Metallica. They were huge and they were so loud. I remember them. So it was really good fun. It was a great learning experience. Worked with amazing people. Wanted to come to LA to kind of explore more. I knew the manager who at the time was doing Pink Floyd and the Scorpions, and so came out to work with him. But unfortunately, I didn't realize at the time you had to have a visa to work here. So I was here for a little bit. Couldn't really find work, but I got married legally, properly, if I was in love with an American, and I needed to work very quickly. I found a job at a big corporate agency. They needed a receptionist, so I kind of fell into it. It was a very big agency. They had very big A-level clients, and it was a very tough agency, very old school agents with very big A-level old school actors.
Think Mad Men, guys. This was a business dominated by men.
Early 90s.
Mad Men.
90s, yeah. Very tough agents, but I'm very good with those types of personalities. I handled them very well. I was surrounded by them growing up. And I just kind of like started watching how the assistant was working with the two senior partners, and she was rubbish at her job, and I was like noting it, and I'm thinking I could do that job. Because it's a big multitasking job, and I'm very good at multitasking. That's like one of my things I'm really quite good at. My husband, like, I'm just very good at that. And so I saw that she wasn't very good, and then so I started leaning in towards the partners, trying to befriend them more, and I started getting on really well with them, asking them questions. And within 6 weeks, she got fired. They offered me the job. I got the desk of the two big senior partners, and I was working with A-list actors.
You knew it was coming.
And it was a tough job. It wasn't easy. It was a very tough job, but I loved the actors. They were tough. But I loved them, and then they loved me, and we got on really well. And it was very fast paced, very, very fast paced. But I loved it. And back then we didn't have computers; we had typewriters.
Oh God!
Or like the electric
whiteout, and you would print it up.
Yeah, it was the electric typewriter at least. It wasn't 1940. I'm not that old. 1990. You could plug it in by then. But it was, if you messed up, you had to back up, and it was a whole
But wait,
anyway.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to stop you for a second. So when there was a casting that would come in, since you couldn't email the candidates over, what did you do?
Well, the casting would come in via a telephone call.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, the old telephone, like that.
I know them.
And I would have to write it down on a piece of paper, and then I would
write it
physically then call the actor with the casting. He'd have to write it down.
Like directions back in the day before they had navigation.
Yeah, and then the client, then I would either fax the sides to the client, or I would make a copy of the sides and we would leave it in an outbox outside overnight. We'd have a special kind of box outside our agency where the clients could come and pick it up. We'll put it in an envelope with their name on it, and it would be an after hours pickup place. Now, size.
Did you ever have to like take photos off the wall and put them in an envelope and mail them for somebody to review?
Yeah, so in the mornings we would get what's called breakdowns. So breakdowns is basically we'd get a big packet, and a big packet would be from all the casting agencies, networks, and studios. It's basically a breakdown of each episode of what we'd be doing. So back in the day, Leslie Litt would be casting an episode of Friends, and so would have the one with Ross or the one with Rachel or whatever, and we'd have who's the guest star in that particular episode, who's the co-star in that particular episode, and then we'd see who was right for that particular role, and then I'd write up the submission on my electric typewriter, print it up, and then I would physically have to get headshot resume, staple it,
And it was expensive back then for the talent, because not only did the talent have to get professional photos done, but then they had to provide you with the headshots that you had. And then every single time you sent them via courier, the talent had to pay for the transmittal fee to get the envelope to the casting director. So I want everybody to type, thank goodness for technology.
Yeah.
But even now, even with technology, talent still have to pay for their own photos, but you don't have to do all the prints. I mean, you should. If
Yeah,
you're
and then
casting.
and the funny thing is, I have actors that complain they have to pay $25 when they upload the photo, and I'm like, but you normally would have to print up 500
I'm sorry,
photos,
but
and that was expensive.
you could potentially be booking them on how much of a daily rate? You have actors on Stranger Things. I hope nobody here would ever complain about $25 to get submitted out for Stranger Things.
Yeah, it'd be a one-time fee. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
don't
an
get,
agent wants
don't get
me.
me
I should never
started.
pay for anything. I hear that a lot.
Yeah, so we
We'll
would
talk
do
about it
that.
in a second.
Yeah, so we would do that. We'd have until 1 p.m. to get all the breakdowns submitted, done, signed in the envelope, ready to go. So we'd have a stack of breakdowns submitted, and then the messenger would come by 1 p.m. And then they would then deliver it out. Yeah, so it'd be crazy. And of course, the agents that I work for would just be on the phone, chatting away, smoking cigarettes in their office.
Like, time kills all deals. Let's go. 1 o'clock.
I'd be standing there and I'm like, I need your submissions. I'd be yelling at them. I need your. I've got an hour to make your submissions. No, because they're like, oh, it's fine. They don't realize how quick I have to do it. So this is the relationships I had with these guys. I love them so much. And I'm like, hurry up. I'm like, ugh. Anyway, so we'd get the submissions out by 1, and then it'd be all delivered around to all the studios, and then come 3 o'clock, we'd get the phone calls because the casting directors had gone through all our submissions, and then we'd have all the auditions come in, and then we'd get all the auditions out, and then we'd also be on the phone pitching more auditions, and then that's when all the faxing would going out, and then I'd be making copies of scripts and getting the sides out.
Let me ask you a question, just to stop you very quickly. Back then, they had to live in LA.
Yes,
they had to live in LA because and I'm going to break this down for everybody on here, and we'll go from like back in the 90s to 2023, December 10th. But now that there's technology, the business still essentially works that way. Tanya still sends in a headshot and a reel, and they obviously want to know if the actor's in training, right? How important is training? Will you ever sign somebody as a top agent without training?
No.
What if they have passed training? Do they need training now?
I have people that graduate Tisch, and one of the most
prestigious acting schools in the world.
Yeah.
Do they need training now?
Yes, you always have to train. Always.
I want everybody to type always be training. So for those
even the people that come from Tisch, they know they have to train. I've not met
people on here. Some of them are brand new. They don't understand the importance of training. Yeah.
Right. So yes, you have to continue. I'm so sorry. No, you're good. You have to continuously train. This is the most I've spoken all week. I've been online just all week. You have to continuously train. It's very important. I always like to say it's like being an athlete or a musician. You have to continuously train that muscle. People get lazy. Actors get lazy. We all get lazy. We're not training or we're not working out. We get out of breath.
You're going to show up to the Super Bowl without warming up, or
if you're running a marathon, you train before the marathon, right? If you stop running, you're not good enough. You're not going to be great. So you have to.
But it's the amateurs that don't know, or they're afraid to maybe invest in training, and there is shitty training out there. That's why we go over a lot here at VIP Ignite. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when you get a breakdown, now the breakdowns that you used to get back in the 90s versus today, could anybody get the same castings you get?
No, thank the Lord. No, oh my God, no. So, and thankful for the casting directors as well, because only state licensed agents can get the breakdowns, and managers that have been vetted can get the breakdowns as well. Like they have to have 2 referrals from agents and things like that.
So only legitimate, licensed agents, guys, get castings for major TV shows and movies.
Yeah.
So if you go online and you see like Black Panther speaking roles available, bullshit. You can't submit for a movie for speaking roles on your own. That's an agent or manager. That's called clickbait. Here's a little fishing rod. Here's a little worm. Let's see how many, like that's what they're looking for. Gullible people. Oh, I'm going to star in a movie. No, you're not. You need an agent or manager to submit you to a casting.
Yeah.
So I want everybody to type. I mean, you could go on websites. I don't have a problem with you going on websites if you like extra work, indie films, web series, student films. Have fun with that.
Yeah, you could do all those indie films and web
There's nothing
series and
wrong with
things like that.
Actors Access, Elena, but you're not getting the breakdowns that Tanya Kleckner gets because she's a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent.
They're not
The
vetted.
breakdowns are different than what you have access to.
Yeah, I have different breakdowns than what you get. I mean, I don't get a lot
Anybody
of those.
can join that with a credit card, but those aren't real breakdowns. You could still do Actors Access.
I mean,
And
they're
the
not.
great thing is
yeah,
central casting, yeah.
yeah.
But that's extra work. You're not getting. Yeah,
you're probably going to get like non-union indie films or a web series that's open to the public. You're not going to get like an episode of CSI or an episode of Stranger Things or the new lead of Marvel or certain projects, because you have to remember, for one episode, like in one episode of All American, for one guest star role, Leah Daniels, who's the casting director of that show, she's getting about 5,000 submissions for one guest star role, and that's just with managers and agents. So can you imagine how many submissions she'd have that was open to the public?
Millions.
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to decipher. That'd be just too much. So she wants to have it with agents and managers that have actors that are trained, that know what they're doing, because also you have to remember that studios and networks want to hire actors that actually know what they're doing. So this is a business to them. They're not hiring someone because they're like, oh, they're so good, they're so sweet. They want to make sure that when they hire an actor, they know what the hell they're doing when they get on set, right? They're not babysitting you. They're not going to teach you when you get on set. So part of your training is not only how to become the best actor, about how to become that role, it's also what to know what you're to do on set. So, how to hit your mark, how to change things up. So I actually found this new young girl. She's brand new. So this has just happened now, right? So I'm teaching her and she's fabulous. And I've had her literally 2 months. Now that I have to say, a network, which I can't tell you who it is, are loving her for a lead in a new film, and it's a big fucking film, right? So now I'm
friends.
And
welcome to Sunday. Yeah,
she's been training, but I've been working with her and training her, and she's so excited. She's young, so now they want to do a Zoom with her. The whole network wants to Zoom with her. So I've walked her through everything. I said, now the reason they want to Zoom with you is because they want to play with you. Like they want to make sure that should they hire you, because she's done all these different takes. They've given her notes to do these different tapes. She's done it 5 times and they love her.
But she's had training before you. She didn't come in going, I want to be an actor.
She's been training.
Can you make me famous?
No. She's been training.
She had a lot of training prior to, because you don't sign people that are like brand spanking new.
Yes, exactly.
So you only get paid commission when that talent books work. So kind of like a TV dinner, they have to come 100% made. And then your job is to submit. I'm just putting it out there.
This is what I'm telling you. So now this is when the hard part comes in, because when you do a self tape, hey, you can do 100 takes before you send me your best tape, right? Yep. So now this is when it really kicks in. Is now she's going in front of the network. She's actually going in front of the network on Monday, right? She's the 11th on Monday, right? So
that's tomorrow.
But I had to talk to her Monday. Well, shit, it's tomorrow. So I had to tell her, now this is where they play with you. Now this is the hard part, because they're going to play with you. They're going to give you notes. You're going to do redirects on a live Zoom with all the network executives.
This is why training is important.
They're going to want to make sure that if they say, hey, we want you to do it this way, you have to do it that way. They want to see the change. So they want to make sure that every note that they give you, you're going to do that note spot on. That you're going to do everything perfectly, and they're going to do it for about half an hour. They're going to throw shit at you, and you're going to do it boom, 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 and you are not going to crack or fall under pressure. And because you're carrying the lead in a studio film, so they want to make sure. I can't say on this particular one, but a studio film, and normally if a studio film, if you're a newbie, sometimes a studio film, I don't know, that's so hard.
Give
but
me a range.
In general, well, if they buy you for the run of a studio film, it would be 65,000. That's what we call, but that's going up to 80,000 after the new SAG interim, after the new agreement.
Since the strike, it went up by 11%.
Yeah. So, well, that's 15,000.
Oh, yeah,
more.
that's
So
6,500, yeah.
schedule, so 65,000 bumping up to 80,000. So a schedule F agreement is when they buy you for the run of the picture. So that's like the standard. If they're buying you for the run of the picture, so the picture could be 3 months, right? 2 months or 3 months. When they buy you for the run of the picture, it means they're buying you for pre-production, post-production, ADR, overtime, everything. So that's like a bulk sum that they buy you for. So sometimes I've done like, maybe a 2-picture deal, 3-picture deal. Sometimes, in the past, maybe 10 years ago, I did like a 2-picture deal where I'm like, okay, so the first picture I want $150,000, the second picture I want $300,000. If the first picture does well, I want a box office bonus. If the first picture makes over 10 million, my client gets $150,000 in his pocket, or stuff like that. So you can potentially make a lot
10%. So that's a good deal. Yeah.
Yeah. So, or that's minimum, but then he gets another bonus on top, and then he gets residuals as well. Remember, that's just a little bump. That's just a little well done, plus residuals on that as well. So, it depends. It depends on the studio. It depends on the film. But if you're a newbie, if you're brand new and you're just doing a supporting role in the film, and the supporting roles is when you're lower than the leads. It could be a supporting lead. It could be a lower supporting role. Could even just be one day on the film. It depends. A supporting role could be a scale job, which is a SAG scale right now is $1,201 a day. Not a bad payday, right? $1,201 a day. And then they could buy you for a week, which is a regular standard actor on a film, which is just over 4,000. I don't know exactly. Remember, me with all the rates. I know them in my head, but everything's bumped up 7%. So I haven't got it all yet. So it's just over. It's like, no, it's actually 4,169 a week. And that's but obviously, if you've got a bit of a resume, I'll obviously get you more money than that. I could bump it to 5, 10, 15,000 a week or something like that. And they could buy you for 4, 5, 6 weeks. So it depends on the contract. Every film's different.
But TV right now seems to be where the money is. Can you go over TV real quick? I'm sorry, you're choking.
Oh, no. I'm good. I'll just die. Come off the camera. Yes, of course. So 1 hour. So a 1 hour procedural show, like a 1 hour NCIS, is just over $10,000. And they'll buy you for 8 days, because that's how long it normally takes to shoot a 1 hour show. And then a half-hour show is normally they'll buy you for 5 days, and that's around $6,000. Now it's gone up 7%, so forgive me. Normally I'm spot on. I'm just still getting my numbers in my head. It'll take me about another week. Around $6,000 for 5 days, and then if you go over those days, they'll prorate it. So say whatever that is, and then if they buy you, that's for a guest star role. So that's if you're like one of the main storylines of the episode. Then they'll kind of drop down. If you're a little kind of supporting the guest star role, then they'll consider you what we call a co-star. So you're kind of you're still a nice role, still speaking, but you're kind of supporting that guest star role. They'll give you what's called a co-star. And generally on a procedural show like an All American or NCIS or CSI, you'll see the co-stars at the end of the credits, running at the end, right? Whereas the guest stars you'll see in the main titles at the beginning, right? So the co-stars they'll normally pay what we call a SAG scale rate. And again, that's the same as the film. If it's a SAG scale rate, a daily rate is $1,201. Or they can buy you for like 3 days, which is like 27 something. Or again, they can buy on a 5-day weekly. So if they're going to work you like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, they have to, if it's not all consecutive, they have to buy you for the whole week. So they'll pay you $4,169 for the week, which again isn't not a bad payday. But you also have to remember the actor may not have worked for 3 months. So if you're getting $4,169 for the week, that's me as a businesswoman have made $416 in 3 months commission for you. That ain't a lot of money. So I need my actors to be busting their balls in acting class to be getting the guest star roles, which are over $10,000, where I'm getting $1,000. So if I can get at least one of those a month for my actors, and I've got 200 of them on the books, that's what I need to be doing. Then what we want to be doing is getting, testing you for series reg. Your hair looks really nice, by the way, Ali, right now. Look at that. It's good lighting. I'm just saying. Not that you don't look good anyway, normally, but it's really pretty right now. So if we want to do series regular roles, that's kind of where the money is, and that's what I push for. Actually, funny enough, my client is up for the lead right now in a very amazing new series. I just want to say I'm very excited. He's meeting John Wells next week, if you know who John Wells is, right? He's one of the creators of West Wing, ER, Southland, Animal Kingdom.
I would say anything he's affiliated with is gonna, okay, but we can't talk about it yet.
Please.
Also, Big Jordy. Big Jordy was at our event. Jordan Rodriguez, he had a self-tape he had to do for Grey's Anatomy.
Yes. I can't believe that you've known him forever.
Yeah. Well,
did he come to your event?
He's a friend of ours. We've known him for like 15 years.
Was he at the event?
He was at our event. Yeah. I met him so the head of Ford is a really good friend of ours. And she used to manage him, and then she ended up starting Freedom Models, and then he was in LA for a while. Now he's in New York. So I've known Big Jordy. Big Jordy, he's all over our Facebook and our Instagram. Jordan Rodriguez, the face of Wrangler and Diesel Jeans, and he's hot.
He's super cool. Yeah, he's lovely.
He's very gorgeous. And yeah, he loves our company. He loves but that's what we do. I don't know about you, but if I want to learn modeling, we do have people from Top Model. We have Tyra Banks Stylist. We have the head of Ford and Wilhelmina and IMG and Click and DNA and Boss Major, Colby, plus designers. But I would rather hear it from an actual model, how this business works, but then also talk to an agent, casting director. So you get the full 360. Because I saw some saying, I took classes before and I did showcases. Well, that's great. You just needed a credit card.
That's great that you do that, but you have to keep doing that.
You have to keep doing it. Our way is different. We don't believe in the showcases. No offense, I don't like the numbers pinned to to the talent where they walk up and down a runway and people, oh wow. And because a lot of those showcases are about 10 grand and they have 1,000 people there. I've been compensated, so have you, to travel to go to those showcases as a judge. And by the time I'm writing down notes about one person, like 5 people walk by and I'm like, shit, that was like 50 grand worth of talent.
Yeah.
And the only way you're allowed to talk to somebody is if they call your number. That's not how we do things here. For those of you guys that are serious about working with the SAG-AFTRA license, just face to face, nice to meet you, eye contact.
You guys are very
better sick like I do. This is what we do.
I know.
How many of you guys want that? Face to face, organic, have real conversations. We've had Academy Award winners, the head writer for Saturday Night Live, the vice president of Island Def Jam. Our good friend Riggs Morales is now, I know you know music, #1 A&R rep in the world, vice president of oh my God, Def Jam, Atlantic Records, Grammy winners, Tony winners. That's what we do. And we're really effing good at it, which is why we have such a high success rate. But that's why we also are very successful in handpicking talent to be able to go to the events.
Yeah.
Just because you have a credit card, our services aren't for sale.
Your people that I meet are just so dedicated and passionate.
Well, they have to be, or else they don't get through the process.
But it's just so lovely and just so rewarding to see. And I really enjoy. I have to say, I really enjoy working with them and seeing the change and the growth. Like when I've done one event, then I come to another, and I just see the growth in them. It's just. I love it. I love it so much.
How many of you guys are brand new on this call and you would love that opportunity? Type brand new if you are brand new and you've never been on our calls before. So some of you guys are brand new. Who else? Elena's the only one brand new. Okay. So some of you guys are brand new. That's cool. You can tell we do things completely different here. Our way works. Okay, so let's keep going. So Tanya, as an agent, we just spoke to Ryan Colby, who that's how we met years ago. Yeah. And I'll tell you a funny story, a backstory very quickly. When I first met Tanya years ago, Mike and I were in town for our show that we won the Tony for, and we went like a week too early for a red carpet event. We legit paid for our flights, paid for our hotel. We were supposed to go out there with like Sigourney Weaver. Our show just won the Tony for Best Play, and we're there to open in LA because that's what happens when your show goes really well. They start, licensing it throughout the country. So Mike and I get off this plane in LA, and we find out that the red carpet event is the following week. I was like, are you kidding me? So Mike and I are like, okay, we'll go to Disneyland, we'll go to Universal, and Ryan's like, I have a really good friend that works at Universal. Not saying you're like, taking tickets, but she's a top agent and she owns an agency and she's right on the back lot of Universal. So I'll never forget that day. Mike and I was like, I need coffee. So I went to Starbucks. I'm there and we're literally driving into Universal. We paid to get into Universal, through the toll
which is a fortune.
It's like $25 to park at Universal Studios now, kids. That doesn't get you into the park. That's just for parking. And we pull in, we're parking, and I'm going to Mike, where is this thing? So he calls Ryan, he's like, wait, you're where? Not the theme park. They're real agents that work where they film the movies. I'm like, what? So then we leave, not like we're gonna get our $25 back, right? We leave, we have to go to the side entrance where there's a shit ton of security. You know this, you work there. And they legit have security that come up to your car and they sweep it to make sure that like you're not driving onto the lots with something underneath your car. I mean, that's the world that we live in now. We finally get clearance because we're on her list. We pull up, and if you guys have never been to Universal, they have those trams with the tourists that take pictures of everything, like, oh my God. And Mike and I are getting out of the car. I'm there with my Starbucks. I think I brought you a Starbucks. I have my glasses on. I'm like so excited to be there. And there are people like waving to us on the tram. And Michael's like, wave back. And I'm like, this is so cool. And I went to your trailer because that's how it works. You have trailers. And your trailer, when I walked in, I'm a huge Twilight fan. It was the heyday of Twilight. I walk in and I'm like, wow. What? So talk to me about the trailer and the situation and who you work next to and
Well,
why
I've been friends for a long time with one of the producers of Twilight. And then he had partnered up with another producer friend of mine who I've known forever and ever. And they were doing another film together. And then so we had one trailer and then they moved to the next trailer. So obviously we then boarded it off, but we kept, because that was the Twilight trailer.
How many of you guys think that's pretty cool? I walk in and I'm like,
we kept all their artwork. We're like, no, we're going to keep this artwork. And funnily enough, the couches, because Mark, who was the producer of Twilight, had all of Madonna's furniture because he used to work. He was one of the senior producers with her at Maverick. Is it Maverick? Yeah, production.
Maverick. Yeah.
So he took all her furniture from our office when they parted ways because that was when they split. So we kept all her Madonna's furniture in there as well, which was kind of cool. It was really nice, beautiful couches and stuff. So it was fun. That was a fun office. But they eventually had to knock all of that down. They built a big soundstage in that area, which was a shame.
But who shared?
We were there for years. We were there for a long, long time. We were there for many years, like 10 years.
You also had Fast and the Furious. You had like Vin Diesel outside.
Yeah, the one opposite the trailer opposite us was Vin Diesel. Well, it was the production company of oh God, what was his name? I'm still friends with him. His name's Phil, and he also has Steven Seagal and people like that, and he won an Oscar. So he came running in, and he's so nice. And there's a picture of me holding his Oscar right after he won it. It's actually on my Facebook, funny enough. And then obviously then he worked with Vin Diesel, so Vin Diesel would go there all the time, and then obviously Steven Seagal, who's like 10 feet tall, so tall.
So big. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we'd be able to, I found projects. But yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was fun. You'd see a lot of people, and then next door there'd be castings going on for pilots. And it would be funny because, name actors would read for pilots.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the pilots, obviously any pilot, because not all pilots are, greenlit into a series right away.
Right.
So the studios want to try and attach a name to the pilot because then that gives it more of an advantage to be greenlit into a series. Yeah. So, and not all these celebrities or people that on TV are offered the role. They have to fight for the role. So some of them have to read for these roles. So we would see them hanging outside with their script, memorizing the lines. And
you ever see like Tom Cruise back in the day?
No, because he was still massive back then. He doesn't have to read because he's got his own projects. But
do you miss going into the?
But we would see not Jason, but I would see Jason Bateman a lot. But he wasn't reading because he would have his own production company. But Jason Bateman, I would see. He would always go around because he must have had a production company near us, and I love him. So I'd like.
He's a great actor.
But
do you miss going into the office? Because now you work from home. Since the pandemic, most people work from home.
I miss going into that office. I miss going into that office because that was fun.
That was a nice office.
We had I loved everybody around. I loved everybody around that office. Yeah, because it was very creative.
You don't do open calls.
No. I've never done an open call ever. Even I've been an agent for 30 years. And
Aren't you guys glad you're on here with us? How many of you guys are glad? Because you would never get a chance to talk to her. And this isn't me town. This is hard work. This is a relationship like 15 years. We just flew out to New York. We literally just saw each other like 4 days ago. A week
Yeah, it
ago.
was fun. It was a good time.
Yeah, we brought our souvenir back. The flu.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was good though. It was fun. It was worth
It-
it. Well
it was-
worth it.
But you also signed talent live, but we can talk about that later. Okay.
Yes.
So we just spoke to Ryan Colby and we were talking about a little notion. If somebody really wants me, you should never pay for anything. Well, we already found out in modeling, you pay for everything, whether you pay upfront or out of your
You
paycheck.
pay a lot in modeling. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you pay a lot. But now in modeling, you pay everything upfront and the agent books you and you make commission. That's how it works. So nobody covers expenses. Now, for a theatrical, like TV film agent like you, SAG-AFTRA, do they ever cover upfront fees?
No, I pay for nothing because I
Yeah.
work for free. Essentially, no, I do work for free until you book a job. And when you do book a job, I make 10% and you make 90%. So no, I'm not going to invest any money into you until you book a job. Because I need to make sure this is TV film, nor am I supposed to legally allowed to invest any money into you. Because what happens if I invest thousands of dollars into you, paying for all your acting classes, and 6 months later you decide you don't want to do this anymore? I've had so many actors that have suddenly 6 months later decided I don't want to do this anymore. It's too much for them. They just they want to change of direction in career, or they want to go to another agent or anything like that. It's not a good investment for me. My investment is my time, and my time is about 60 to 70 hours a week. If I believe in an actor, if I believe in an actor, I'm going to push for you and I'm going to get you auditions, but you have to believe in yourself, where you're going to be working really hard in class training. Like this young girl that I found, like she's been having, I've only had her for a couple months, and I needed her headshots. And she got
And
a
who's
headshot.
responsible for headshots?
She's young. She's 16. So I have to obviously work with her mother as well.
And how much are headshots, Tanya? Like good headshots?
Anywhere from 300 and up.
So I want everybody to understand, if you're running out and getting headshots, Tanya, there are people that run out and get headshots, and sometimes they're shitty.
Yeah.
And then will you use them, or will you force them to get new headshots to submit them to the networks?
You need a good headshot, because that's the tool that we have to sell you. And you guys, I know I've seen your headshots. You guys do good headshots. I'm just tooting your horn there,
Tanya
because
approved. It's like getting approved by the
and luckily, thank God for me, because I've done.
Thank God for you.
Well, no, I haven't finished that, because it was years back. I went to this place somewhere here in LA. A friend took me, and I was like, oh my God, these headshots are shit. And they went, oh,
and companies charge
it's
thousands.
Our photographer. And I was like, fucking hell, they're awful. So, and then I did the same, and I was like, oh shit. So then I was like, oh, these headshots are really good, and thank God. You're like, oh, we did it. And I was like, oh, thank God,
Well,
I said the right
thing.
thing.
Because
Anyway,
the director of Vogue,
so,
which is how we met,
yeah,
literally curates them from top to bottom, and the photographer knows what types of roles you should, because they work with the effing network.
But it's important. The only thing, I mean, we have to have the right tools to sell you. So your headshot has to look like you. It has to be like a slightly better version of you. We always need that. Like when we do our stuff, it has to be just a slightly better version of you, but a natural version of you. Needs to be like not too much makeup, not too much airbrushing. Ladies, not too much makeup, not too much jewelry, no hats, no loads of shit in your hair. Young ladies who are 18 or 16, not too much makeup. Don't want any of that.
Well, look at Lolita. You're good.
If you're young, if you're young.
So professional headshots are your responsibility. Number one. Number two, training. You cannot sign somebody, oh, I went to college. I did, training in high school. It has to be current training. So I want everybody to decide headshots and current training.
Yeah.
I want an agent. Oh, does an agent want you? They're looking to book actors. Are you a real actor? Oh, I'm a natural. We can make a lot of money together. Nope.
It's not.
Not interested.
You could be natural, but you have to learn the tools of acting. You have to understand what to do when you're on set. You have to, exactly. You could be a natural gifted assistant to somebody to be able to help somebody out, but do you know how to work like a computer? Do you understand how to do, to do Word, like Excel? I don't know where I'm going with this, my brain's like,
well, no, it's good, but you also need to see an actor's reel. You also need to know that this person can act. So for those of you guys sitting up on like Backstage or any of those websites, here's my headshot. How do you think you're getting booked work unless they actually see if you can act? It's like when you guys go on Tinder or any of those websites, swipe, swipe. They
It
get
needs to
5,000
be-
to 6,000 submissions. If your headshot isn't stellar, they don't give a shit if you.
But
can
there's also
Yeah.
things that I noticed with you. It's also we need believability in every
Yeah.
single role that you work on, right? And there were certain things when I worked with your actors in New York. There's
Yeah.
little things that you need as well that we need to adjust. So when you're working in front of a casting director, there's little things that some of your actors did. They're not going to do now because we work with them. I'm so sorry. I'm nervous. I shouldn't do this. No. You don't go in saying that. You've got to hold your nerves. You've got to pull it together. We can't be nervous. You've got to, this is part of your training. You need to go in with confidence. So now you realize it's okay to feel nervous, but
Yeah.
now that's part of your training. So you're going to learn in your training how to hold the nerves, how to keep your nerves together. You can't go in front of a casting director, in front of a room full of producers saying, oh, I'm so nervous. That's why I messed up. No. Then why would a studio hire you knowing you're going to fall apart and be nervous? They wouldn't hire you. You've just lost yourself the job. So you can't go in front of somebody. So that's why I said to some people.
So you change the trajectory of their life. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm sure every single time they go in, it's like a nervous, I'm so nervous.
Yeah.
Stop
Yeah.
saying that.
Or another way is if
Yeah.
you forgot the lines, it's okay to forget your lines. It's how you pick yourself back up. You know, don't just kind of do a blank stare, fall apart and think, oh my God, and then walk away. You just lost yourself the job.
Do you care if
If you-
somebody says, can I do it again?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
I would rather not say, can I do it again? I would rather you just stop and pick yourself back up and carry on and blow me away.
Okay.
That's what you need to do. So this is all part of your training. This is what you need to learn how to do. You need to learn how to hold yourself together in a room. You need to tell the studio why they should hire you after, over that next one that's about to read. Why should they hire you over the other 100 actors they're reading for? You
And when
cannot
they
fall
watch
apart.
to see if
You
you can
cannot
act,
give
guys,
excuses.
yeah.
You cannot go in the room and give excuse after excuse after excuse because they will not hire you, and that is a problem. So that's why you have to have all this training. So there's no excuses when you go in the room. You're going
Like
to
a
walk in the
pilot.
room. You're going to
They
blow
were
them
getting
away.
snowstorms. The wing of the plane got, there's lightning. You have to be able to handle all situations. This isn't your first rodeo. So I want you guys to understand, casting directors get 5,000 to 6,000 submissions. Your headshot, if it's not good, they don't care if you can act. When they watch your tape to see if you can act, how much do you think they actually watch, Tanya?
Maybe the first, I'd say 15 to 30 seconds.
15 to 30 seconds, type it down, type it in the notes, 15 to 30 seconds. So, oh, here's my headshot. I want to be an actor. Okay, great. Let's see if you can act. Play. Kind of like what you guys do on Netflix, or when you're listening to the radio, you're so quick to turn it. What do you think a casting director is doing? You have 15 to 30 seconds to wow them. And if you can't do that, you're not going to book work. What makes you different? If you were a casting director, would you pick you? Are you the best candidate? This is what we go over here at VIP Ignite, how to come out of the gate a winner. My medicine's kicking in now. A winner. Everybody do it with me. A winner. But that's what it's about. Guys, you have a huge agent on here right now in Hollywood. She does not talk to talent like this. We are the only company she'll actually do training for. One, because she's a great person, but two, she knows that there's no, if you're trying to get into this business, she only wants to work with serious talent, which is why we pre-screen here at VIP Ignite. Tanya, I will never put you face to face with somebody that's going to embarrass me. They can embarrass themselves on their own. They won't go through us ever, ever.
Right.
It's not about a credit card for us.
Yeah.
And you know that. And I hope you're okay. And I hope to see you at an event. Please text me later and let me know how you're feeling.
Are you going? Is it 12 o'clock? Oh my goodness.
We're so quick here. And I see Deneen. It's like, she's on here with the
when
call.
when Deneen pops up.
Yeah, when
then you
Deneen
know.
comes
Deneen
on, it's
pops
like-
up, the fun is over.
There she is. Oh, all right.
Let me
then.
ask you a
Well,
question in closing
that
very
felt
quickly.
like 5 minutes to me. I was really enjoying myself.
I know. But let me ask you a question. Now that this business is on Zoom, you don't necessarily need to live in New York or LA, but this business has gotten more competitive because now you're competing with the entire world. But you do sign talent that don't live in New York or LA.
Yeah, I do. But you. Oh, sorry. Let me just decline. No, I'm declining. Can you see me still?
Yeah, but you're frozen in time.
Am I frozen?
You are.
Yeah, it's like you're doing, but it's okay. Keep talking. We can hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm moving on my Zoom. Hold on.
Well, I can't see it. Okay,
Oh,
there you
we
are.
go.
Oh,
Can you
there's
see that?
Mikey. Hi, Mikey.
Sorry. Yes, you yeah, you can I can hire I can take on anybody that lives anywhere in North America.
Yep.
But you must be able to have a place in New York or LA. You must be able to have an address and be able to get to either
And
LA
we go
or New
over
York
all that at VIP. So don't
at a
ever think
moment's
anybody thinks you have
notice,
to move.
because
Go
there
over.
are a lot of now post the strike, some castings are opening up their doors to be in person.
Oh, so
What?
things are changing up to the
Things are
minute. You guys hear that?
changing.
Up to the minute. Ding, 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 ding. We're getting up
News,
to the
yeah,
minute.
news
Coming
alert.
back,
Yeah,
live in
things
person.
changing.
But for
Yeah.
those of you paying for acting lessons, continue. But
Yes.
if you're looking to book real work, you have to have an agent. Who are you going to meet? She's one of the biggest agents in the world, and she's part of VIP Ignite. So again, our goal is to find the best talent. I know we got a lot of newbies here, and we have talent that just met you just last week. But this business, guys, this is the time. There's a lot of companies out there right now. There's streaming networks more than ever looking for talent. But unless you have an agent or manager, you can't get access to those castings. And that should piss you the F off. Do you guys understand that? That should piss you off, that even if you were the best candidate, no one cares because no one knows you exist. You don't have access to those castings. How many of you guys are pissed? So the question is, when it hurts bad enough, you got to do something to change it. Tanya, you got some really big castings coming up. This is what you do, and you're really good at it. But in order for you to submit and put your stamp of approval, you got to believe in the talent. So we got a lot of great people here. We're going to pre-screen them. Hopefully you'll see them soon.
Yay.
Yay.
All right, my
Anybody here
love.
want Tanya to be your agent? If you do, type Tanya.
Well, I love you guys.
I love you.
Feel better, Tanya. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
being here
and,
today.
Thank you so much, Ali. You feel better too. I hope your family feels better too. This flu
Everybody's down for the
sucks.
count. Everybody's
But at
down.
least
It's
before,
okay.
at least it's before Christmas, right? At least we'll be all
Yeah.
better for Christmas Day. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. They're
All right, my
watching
loves.
Christmas movies in there, decorating. They're doing their thing.
We'll give my love to
we
Mike
love
as
you.
well. Won't you?
Tell
Love you guys.
Steve we
Thank you,
love 'em.
Tanya.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Guys, she doesn't do open calls. How cool was it? I know some of you guys came on a call going, I don't know, is this even going to help me? How many of you guys feel kind of like what we were talking about, like being a pilot, trajectory of the path? How many of you guys feel the change today? I want to be a model. Okay, let's actually do it now. I want to be an actor. I can't seem to find real castings. Well, duh, you don't have an agent. Those castings are not posted on websites. But in order to get an agent, wait for it, you have to be what an agent wants. It's not about what you want. This isn't Chick-fil-A. There's no drive-through. Oh, I'd like to win a Grammy, please. Can you supersize that? I want to be an EGOT winner. Like John Legend, Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. It's not up to you. This is show business. You want an agent? That agent only makes commission off of your work. But ready? You have to be the one to book it. Oh, shit. Do you have the training? Probably not. You have real photos? Probably not. Do you know how to do a self-tape? Well, what's that? Okay, this is why you're here. Okay,
Yep,
that's
We
it.
have the formula for success here. Awesome.
Proximity, proof, and power.
All right, Alicia, before you go,
What?
I know we're going to interview a couple more talent. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah. Let me just yell for water. Please
Okay,
hold.
get some water, and then we're going to interview a couple more talent. Would it be okay with you guys if we interview a couple more talent that we work with so you can get to know them and see what their experience has been? Okay, awesome. So let's see here. Our first person we're going to interview is going to be Isabel Francis.
Hi, Isabel.
Oh, there we go. All right. Hi, Isabel Francis. How are you today?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing awesome.
It's so good to
So-
see you guys again.
I know it's been so long. Can you believe it's been like a week since we saw you last?
Right?
Awesome. So Isabel, you've been working with VIP Ignite now for like a year and a half, right?
Yeah, just over a year now. So,
Yeah. So can you tell us what were you doing before and what has your experience been working with VIP Ignite?
So before, I don't think I knew what I wanted to do. I think I was a little all over the place all the time. I don't really think I had like a path. I was just kind of surviving um, in school, working at just different odd jobs, not really having like that clear, like, I guess, like mindset on what I wanted to do and what like goals I wanted. And since being with VIP, like I feel like my whole goal now has just been like all over like my mindset, my health, being better for myself on top of wanting to be a better model and actress. So I think it's been really cool to kind of have that like what would you call like just now that like I have something to look forward to, like I want to be a better model for myself and I want to be a better actress for myself. So anything that I'm doing, I'm always trying to learn more. And since being with VIP, I feel like I've learned so much, like, and overwhelmingly in like the best way possible, like the amount of people I've met, the community that I've been around. Like, I just feel like there's so many intelligent people working in the industry. Wilhelmina models, Jordan Rodriguez, Jan Murphy, Bobby Finero, like working with all these coaches, like everyone that we've met so far has just been such a like breath of fresh air to like learn from. And I feel like it's really pushed me to want to be better every single day. So like, no matter what I'm doing every day, like I know that tomorrow I'm just going to be doing better than I was today. And like, it's just going to continue going more and more with like my
But
training.
you're on the right path now. You're no longer alone. How many of
Absolutely.
you guys feel like you've been alone in this? Anyone? Like, imagine having somebody like Ryan Colby step by step by step. He really is a teddy
Absolutely.
bear, guys. We also have cast members from The Walking Dead who are part of our company.
Yeah.
Monique Coleman from High School Musical. I don't know about you, but if I wanted to know how to do a proper self-tape, I want to talk to them. Not somebody who's never made it in the industry. How many of you guys agree with me? If you do, type 100%.
Absolutely.
Because Isabel, your progress, man, oh my goodness.
It's tremendous. I mean, just
Even the
thinking about it,
confidence.
just thinking about it from the person I was before, like my pictures when I first did it on my first photo shoot, I just, you could tell that like there was no glow, there was no confidence. And then like from my second photo shoot to the third and the fourth, I'm like, holy shit, like I am a new person. like I had so many more comments on people saying like, you've got so much more glow, you look better, your skin's better. And I feel like that just all starts with like my mindset on like wanting to be better.
Yeah, and you've gone on a pretty strict health journey also. Like I remember after you were in Hollywood, that was your first event, then you
Yeah.
got some constructive criticism and
I
you took it
did.
to heart. So can you talk a little bit about that too? Because the people that we introduce you to, they're not just tickling your ears and throwing rainbows and unicorns at you, they're telling you the truth.
Absolutely. So I'm huge on constructive criticism. I love when people tell me like what they think I need to hear sometimes, especially even if they don't really care like how I'm going to react to it. like and I had a photographer and he had said to me you know, not for nothing, like you're beautiful, you have like what it takes, but if you wanted to get into like New York industry, you're going to have to be like a size 6. And at the time I was not. I was probably double the size. And so I was just like, shit, like I needed to hear that because now what can I do for myself to not immediately lose the weight, but to be in a better mental state where like I'm not just physically going to look better, but mentally going to feel better and have that confidence where I can just walk in and be like, yeah, I worked my ass off for this shit. Like, so
Yeah.
I'm going to show it in my pictures. And that's kind of what I did. Like I went to the gym every day. I hired a personal trainer immediately. And I've been with my trainer now for a few years and just going to the gym every single day, Monday through Friday. And even if not, just getting my steps in, doing a lot of walking, cardio, like anything, eating healthier, eating cleaner, reading more books. like I said, I'm still in school. So I'm just doing everything that I can to expand my mind on like learning to be better for myself financially, mentally, physically. And so just with that, like after all of that, like maybe 5-6 months later, we had our second shoot and I was definitely half the size like that I was for my first shoot. So it definitely showed. And it was such a proud moment because I'm like, I did that. Like I didn't let it crumble me. I didn't let it like hurt me. I kind of just took that and I was like, I needed to hear this to be where I'm at now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's awesome because it's so important to be able to take that criticism because like and you also did your reel with Tanya when we were in Miami and she gave you some criticism too and like you rolled with the punches and you took it and that's definitely one of the indicators of success because like Tanya said like she wants and Ryan said this too they want people that are coachable they want people that are going to step up to the plate and not as Ryan would say, not crumble like a stale cookie. And you never do. Like when we give you advice, like you move forward with it. And that's something that is
Absolutely. From like the
tremendous.
self tapes to everything that Tanya had talked about, like recording yourself every day. Like I'm creating content every single day. I'm posting my content, if not every other day, maybe every other like 2 days. Like I'm really stepping it up because I know that like I want to do this. And the more that I'm working for it, I know that I'll make it to where I want to be. And I'm still enjoying it.
That's awesome. I love that you started out kind of not knowing exactly where you want to go. And now every day the target gets smaller because you're more
Absolutely.
focused. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story, Isabel. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. Everyone give it up for Isabel. Awesome. Thank you. All right. We have one more talent that we're going to hear from, and then we're going to bring the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin back to the stage. So Aminata, if you can turn on your camera, that would be amazing. Let's see here. All right. We'll give her 2 seconds. Tick tock, tick tock. All right. We'll come back to her later. Oh, there she is. Oh my gosh. You scared me there for a second. Awesome. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Sorry, I'm at work. That's why. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, we'll keep it brief. We don't want you to get in trouble because you're at work. You're on a Zoom call with us. So,
That's fine.
Aminata, where were you before you started working with VIP Ignite? What were you doing?
Nothing much actually. I was just this girl that wanna be in the industry, don't know anything like who to connect with. I was this lost girl, and then I found the ad on Instagram. I saw Alicia. Her energy just I was like, oh my god, because she was so lovely on that ad, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna sign up, and I did sign up because I love everything about her at that time, and then I was my first Zoom call and I went to New York. Everything after that just changed in a blink of an eye. So I see myself as a great person right now because of you guys.
Well, let me tell you something. Your energy was absolutely fiery and energetic in New York. Every time I saw you, you were like, and you just soaked up every moment. Like you were the epitome of being in the moment. Can you talk about your experience being with us in New York City?
My experience was having to meet the right people because when you know it's legit, like you just feel like everything was great. Having to meet Brian Colby in person, each and every one, and it was a lot of fun. And what I love about this trip was after coming back home, I realized, oh, I look at those pictures and having to work with those great photographers, like Sean and Orlando, like every one of those photographers were like awesome. And I look at my pictures, looking at those pictures, I just see a different Aminata. I'm like, this girl is going, like the sky is my limit. I'm keep going. I'm gonna go up where I want to be.
That's awesome.
So now go ahead, sorry.
Some of your photos, I go through all the photos. Some of your photos could be sold to a magazine right now. Like that's how beautiful they were. They were absolutely stunning. And
Thank you.
Talking to you, you're kind of reserved a little bit, but seeing you on camera, it was amazing. So would you say that New York was a transformational experience for you?
Yes, a big one. Yeah.
Awesome. Very good.
But sometimes, like what Alicia said, you have to invest in yourself. Like don't think about the money. Some people be like, oh, they're asking for too much. I know it can be too much, but we all have to find a way. It's not easy. You work and invest in yourself. Don't invest in other people. You have to make a way. When I started, because I work and go to school and pay my bills, and I was like, oh my God, this is gonna be a lot. But I find a way. I make it work and go to that trip. And after the trip in New York, everything was just like great. So you have to invest in yourself and be with the right people. Just don't say, okay, I'm gonna invest in myself with the wrong people, and just like those scammers out there. There's so many. Like my email, I'll get like so many scam people. Like, Aminata, you have a great look. I'm like, thank you, but this is not real. Leave me alone. I find the right people. So yeah.
What
Yeah,
was
one of the
what
best
was the
things-
one thing that really made you, I mean, convinced that we were real for anybody watching this? Because I'm sure they also, how many of you guys get a lot of emails, Facebook, Instagram, right? So
I got a lot.
what made you want to work with us? What was the one
Um,
thing that pushed you over the edge?
I would say you actually, your energy, like everything on that ad. And I'm like, she's just a lovely angel. So I'm gonna give this a try. And I did. And I have this thing in me that said these people are legit. And after that, I just I want to invest in myself, because I know I'm from Africa. I have people back home. I have to send to people, but sometimes you just be giving people and you forget about yourself. Like, you have to make it work for yourself in order for you to help another people, you know. So that's the main reason for me, like, to do this.
And the best investment you can make in yourself is the best investment that you can make is in yourself, because you guarantee the return on that investment. Like, you can
Yes.
invest in Bitcoin,
There we are.
stock market.
That was so last week.
I know, it's crazy. But yeah, so the best investment that you can ever make is in yourself, because you determine your return on your investment. And I can
Yes.
tell with your energy that you put into New York City, you're going to get a huge return on your investment. We're really excited.
Wait, here
about
she
that.
is. I don't know if you guys
Thank
can
you.
see this. I'm gonna show this real quick. Hold on. Let me go back. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, there.
Oh, I need that video. Is there any way you can send it to me?
Oh, yes.
Thank
So
you.
our photographers are amazing. So not only did she do photos outside in the New York City streets, but then also these photographers, guys, these are not normal photographers that anybody can hire. These are photographers that work with Essence and Vogue and Rolling Stone and Maxim. So adding them to your resume, that helps a lot. Then having somebody like Ryan Colby personally style you, hair, makeup, I mean, from top to bottom. And even though I love you, how tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
So no runway. Could she? Maybe she's got a great body, but it doesn't matter if nobody knows she exists. Where are you going to post? Even if you didn't go through me and you had gorgeous photos, what were you going to do with them? What would you do with them? Somebody tell me,
Nothing.
what do you do with photos? Oh, I'm going to put them up on my Facebook and Instagram. Cool. Are these the people that can book you? Who are you posting them for? And everybody loved you, you know that, and it was a great time. And I, as much as I love Zoom, it's also great to be able to hug it out live in person, as long as everybody's great. But we love helping talent. My goodness, this is what we do, and we do it best because we have the best people in the world that are part of the company.
Yes,
We're not
do.
leaving it to amateurs. Your dreams are too big to play small. It is a well-calculated formula. Hair, makeup, styling, and the best photographers in the world. So if you're taking selfies, and I know Isabel's great at this, you're taking a selfie, you're tagging the photographer. That photographer is then going to share it on their page. Oh shit, they work with Vogue. Boom, you're in. People now know you exist. That's called proximity. Then you have proof. Oh wow, who did you meet? Well, I met these people, casting directors, actors. We had a huge director there. Live interaction. And you got to talk to everybody, right? You gave out your phone number, your email. That's what's the most important thing about our company. You're no longer alone. And you were prepared. If you're face to face with somebody who can snap their fingers and change your life, the question is, are you ready? That's the question. So many people, oh, I'm ready. Really? No, you're not. It takes time. It takes work. and they will see right through you. How many of you guys are ready to put in the work? Type it. Ready to do it. All in. Type in all in.
Well, thank you, Aminata. I know you're at work. We'll unpin you here. Awesome.
She's like, how else do you think I'm going to be able to invest in myself? I have to work. I know it's Sunday.
Denise, I'm at work. She didn't tell me that when I asked her if I could interview her.
That's fine. But she's still committed. She figured it out.
Yeah, she did. And that's awesome. All right. How cool was it to hear from some of our talent on a scale of 1 to 10? Was that helpful for you guys? Because, you know, we could tell you, Tanya could tell you, Ryan could tell you, but I think that hearing it from someone who has gone through the process, it really helps a lot because you shrank.
I love this new desk. I can't stand anymore. I tried. I'm on Gatorade now, guys.
Okay. Well,
but it's
thank
good.
you.
It's a great day.
Thank you for standing as you did. All right, guys. So how many of you know that Zoom is awesome, but meeting face-to-face is even more awesome? If you know that, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because you know what? Like, the thing is, I love what we do on Zoom. We have the opportunity to literally reach people all over the world, like all over the country. We didn't have to fly anywhere. Here in the Northeast, it's disgusting out. Like, there's like this huge storm going through the middle of the country.
People would typically have to fly to us back in the day.
I know, but
We've got
now
4 offices in New York and an office in Philly and an office outside of Princeton. If you wanted to even audition for us, you were paying your own way, guys, flights and hotels just to get in front of us.
Yep.
We're on Zoom now, and I had to yell at people to sit up. Well, do you know how blessed we are that we can just literally, I mean, most days, a lot of information. I don't even wear a bra most days. They only see from here up. That is the truth. How many of you guys are actually wearing shoes right now? I know I'm not. I don't even know where my shoes are. I'm always working from home. But I want you guys to think about how lucky we are that we all live in different parts of the country. I'm in Florida today. It's 83 here, by the way, Denise.
2 days. I'll be there in 2 days.
I had to put the fan on because it was getting hot. Awesome. Nothing like Christmas music in 80 degrees. I love it.
All right. So if you guys are excited about what we're doing here on Zoom, and you are even more excited about the opportunity to meet us face to face, you don't want to go anywhere. But I do want to remind you, we have a lot of surprises coming up. I know it's like 3:30 in the afternoon here pretty much, but we have a lot more surprises. And don't forget, Ryan Colby is coming back to evaluate some of you. How many of you want to be evaluated to find out where you fit in the industry by the former art director of Vogue, who forgot to text Liam Neeson today? Like, come on now. Do you think that he's ready to tell you where you belong in the industry?
You know, Liam's going, Colby, I will find you. You know,
I actually heard him say that one. I was like, he played a voicemail for me. I totally fangirled. I was like, can you play that again? He was like, Denise, stop it. I'm like, it's Liam Neeson. I can't help myself.
How many of you guys were on the boot camp a couple of weeks ago when Liv Tyler, Steven Tyler's daughter, came on?
Yeah.
How many of you guys saw that?
That was amazing. All right. So if you guys are ready, is it okay for me to bring the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin back to the stage?
Michael.
Show me some excitement. Hold on, Mike, do not speak until they show me how excited they are.
Roxanne's excited.
Let me see. Okay. All right. We got this going. Okay. Everyone, welcome to the stage, the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, so I've got a quick presentation I'm going to go over with you guys, something really special that I put together. Obviously, doing a one-day boot camp, as you see, there's so much information to go over, and there's no possible way to compress the entire industry into a single day. Even a weekend, it's almost impossible. So with holidays coming up and the new year coming up, obviously we have a lot of exciting announcements. You guys are going to get to see the world premiere of our new behind the scenes video from New York, which is going to be really exciting. We have Ryan Colby doing Model Garage. We're going to have a special challenge for you guys at the end of the day today. New You challenge for 2024. So make sure you stick for that. That's going to be really exciting. But what I put something together. Obviously there's so much information to go over. This is, you know, when you're in the process of learning something, it's a journey, right? There's always that journey of being able to learn and opportunities to meet people and be able to come out to events and sit down with some, you know, world-renowned photographers and Ryan Colby and casting directors and producers. So I put something together that I'm going to share with you guys today. It's going to be an opportunity. We're going to take Q&A on this at the end of the day. Just because I want to keep everybody in alignment. Ryan Colby has a huge opportunity that he's going to a networking event. Actually, one of the international agents from Spain that a lot of our talent got to meet with in New York, who was just mind-bogglingly phenomenal. Ryan's going to be meeting with him today. So I want to keep that all on point because Ryan's like balancing a lot of different opportunities and castings and so forth. So I want to keep us all on time. So I put something together for you guys that'll give you the opportunity to come out to our next event that's open to the public, to be able to meet with casting directors and agents, you know, the whole 9 yards. And it's in a very special place, and it's a place we've never been before. So if I have your permission, I'd like to share that with you guys now. So I'm going to pull that up on my screen so you guys can see it, and I'll tell you the little backstory about it, and so forth. So, all right, I'll pull this up. All right. So this is going to be called Sunrise in California, the VIP Model and Actor San Diego Experience live in person, March 2024. So this is going to be in March 2024. And this is going to be a really amazing experience. Like I've done events and I've had the opportunity to travel around the world and, you know, spend time in Costa Rica and LA and New Orleans and Dallas. And we've done all these incredible events in Miami and Orlando and you know, New York. But for those of you who've never been out to the West Coast, San Diego, between San Diego and Santa Barbara, they're considered two of the most beautiful places on earth. And I've had a lot of time. I used to run another organization. I used to spend a lot of time in San Diego, and it's probably one of my most favorite places on earth. It's right on the ocean, right on the Pacific Ocean. It's the most beautiful sunsets, the most beautiful people. It literally never rains there. It's like the craziest thing. Like whenever it does rain, people literally don't go out. Like it's just absolutely incredible. So for the first time ever, we're going to be hosting a very special experience in San Diego. What's really great is we're going to be bringing some of the most powerful people from Hollywood down to San Diego. And I'll talk a little bit about that. But they are so excited to be able to come to something like this because it kind of takes them out of their element and it gives them this opportunity for like 3 days to be able to focus on finding new talent and being able to really focus on sharing their experiences, sharing their wisdom and so forth. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. So I'm going to kind of go through this for you guys. So again, if you've never been to San Diego, it's super easy. You fly into the San Diego International Airport. It's a huge airport. It's super easy in and super easy out. San Diego is about an hour away from LA, right on the Pacific coast, right on the ocean. It is absolutely gorgeous. There's just such incredible experience. The nightlife in San Diego, the views, just the whole area. Some of the most powerful people in the world live in San Diego. Greg Reed, who is with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. He wrote the book 3 Feet from Gold, lives there. He's a really good friend of mine for over 14 years. So there's always going to be some surprise guests that may be popping in, wink, wink. Brian Tracy, one of our other business partners that we're going to be announcing some huge stuff for in 2024, lives in San Diego. Tony Robbins, a lot of incredible people in the movie industry, TV and film industry. The nightlife there is incredible. They have what's called the gas lamp quarter, just lights up at night with restaurants and food. Literally, you could be walking along the shore and there's like wildlife there. These seals come up right on the beach and all that. It's just really incredible. The food there is absolutely amazing. I've been throughout South America and Mexico many times and spent a lot of time in Costa Rica. The craziest thing is the Mexican food in San Diego is like just so good. And I don't know, I guess it has something to do with being right on the ocean. Like you're just sitting on the ocean, you know, and I used to get up early in the morning and I would walk along the beach and I'd watch the surfers in the morning as the sun rose. And I'm telling you, San Diego is just like such an incredible place. Like you literally, when you go there, you will never want to leave. Like you literally, I've never met anyone who's been there who literally does not say, I do not want to leave. Like this, I found my home and so forth. And there's so much history there in Old Town. And there's just so many amazing things to do and see. Absolutely an incredible place to be. So I'm really excited about this because we've never done an event here. So I am so pumped up to be back in San Diego and to be able to be there. And it's just going to be an incredible, incredible experience. So let me tell you a little bit about it and everything that's going to be a part of it. So this is, again, it's called Sunrise in California, the VIP model and actor San Diego experience, live in person. It's going to be a 3-day event live in San Diego. So step into the spotlight. Sunrise in California, the VIP model and actor San Diego experience is your chance to shine. Mark your calendars for March 2024. Okay. And obviously, you're going to start the weekend with a VIP exclusive meet and greet designed for you. So you're going to have the opportunity to have a private mastermind with Hollywood's biggest SAG-AFTRA franchise agents and casting directors. Plus, you're also going to get a bonus training on how to become a powerful networker and building up your self-confidence. So we have a lot of our talent are going to be coming out there. We have a special event for our inner circle. They're actually going to be sitting down with Michael Boudry, who's one of the biggest casting directors in the world. He's literally like in the world record for the most castings. He's cast everything from The Weeknd to numerous commercials, and he works with new talent. Like, he loves talent that are unique, different looks and so forth. So our inner circle, I'm going to get to spend an entire day with him, actually working with him, developing, spending a lot of time with him. So I'm going to have him as a part of the meet and greet. So for those of you who are brand new, you're literally going to be coming out the gate, meeting with somebody who's probably literally one of the most powerful people in the world for casting. Tanya Kleckner is going to be there. We're going to have some surprise agents and so forth. So for those of you who are brand new, you're going to get literally to spend this incredible day with some incredible people, getting to know them one-on-one, getting to spend time with them, answering questions, getting to meet them, and so forth in the most beautiful area you could ever imagine, which means that we're putting this together to create this like magical moment because they're so excited to be there. Like, you know, Alicia just talked to Michael the other day. He's like, hey, you know, my girlfriend's in the entertainment industry. Could she come? She would love to meet talent. You know, I'm always searching for new people. So this is going to be such a great experience. And you know, we're going to have a $1 million studio we're renting out for this. It's just going to be absolutely an incredible opportunity for anyone who's brand new. But at the same time, not only are you going to be able to meet with these incredible people, you know, people who've placed talent on Netflix and HBO, The Walking Dead, AMC, This Is Us, Stranger Things, and all these other incredible opportunities in the TV, the film industry, the fashion industry. Ryan Colby will be there. You know, Alicia will be there. Deneen, myself, surprise guests will be there. So it's going to be an absolutely incredible 3 days. But then in addition to that, you're also going to get bonus trainings, like, because we know a lot of you guys are brand new. So not only are we going to go over, you know, how to network, how to become that charismatic personality, but you're also going to have the opportunity to do an agency and photo shoot boot camp with the former art director of Vogue magazine. So this is going to be a time where Ryan's sitting down and really going through everything you need to understand how the industry works. You're going to understand how to master style and grace in front of the camera. You're going to get behind the scenes with Vogue. Social media domination is something I'm going to be doing for models and actors. That's going to be a live virtual weekend that you guys will all get to participate in. So unlike a boot camp, this is where we're going to be really going deep into social media, focusing on one lane of your career. And then we're also going to be doing a artificial intelligence for models and actors masterclass, because again, you need to understand where the industry is headed. You need to be educated on all aspects, being able to be in front of the camera, behind the camera, understanding the technology and so forth. You know, even simple things, what goes in your model bag, you know, your modeling and posing, making sure you have the right equipment, the right thing. So everything you need to do to be prepared for this event will be done. Like, there's not a single stone that we don't leave unturned. We've been doing this now for close to 2 decades, and we are the best at doing this because we bring the best people to our talent. In addition to that, the most exciting part of the weekend is you're going to get a 4-look professional photo shoot in San Diego with a celebrity stylist and hair and makeup artist. And this is really important because Ryan's already organizing this, and he has some of the most powerful photographers and makeup artists in the California West Coast region coming down. These are people who've worked with A-list celebrities consistently. And because of the relationships Ryan has developed over the past 40 years, these people are excited to come out. But like Alicia kind of touched upon, getting your photos done in the right situation with the right photographers is all about creating that brand, all about creating that relationship, that proximity to being able to say, hey, I worked with this person. And now this person, you now become exposed to their entire client base. So every single thing that we do is all designed to be able to create that brand, to be able to have you at that level where casting directors, agents, and clients are consistently aware of your name, aware of who you are, and aware of what you're capable of doing. And these images are designed to create the star you're destined to be. So there's a whole process. It's not like you just show up for these photo shoots. There's online training. There's meetings that we do, styling, picking out clothing, going through a lot. So there's a lot of effort on your part that you have to show up for, okay? But you need to put in the work before you arrive, because this will only elevate the photos to the highest possible level, okay? And again, we get the best studios with the best lighting. We work with people who are at the top of their game. So anything that we do is going to be the best, from the best photographers to the best lightings to the best locations and so forth. There's a whole entire system and process that you'll go through before you even arrive. Because honestly, at the end of the day, the right photos for your acting, modeling, or production assistant, we're going to be doing a production assistant training. I'm not going to go over that today, but we also work with people who work behind the scenes. Okay, because at the end of the day, image is everything. You have to shoot for greatness. Okay, you have to have the images that make casting directors go, this is the person I want on set. And we know how to do that. We know how to pull the versatility out. You know, Ryan's going to be doing Model Garage shortly, right? He'll talk a little bit about what you qualify for, what are the types of brands he can see you working for, and so forth. And it's great because you'll get a little bit of a sample of this today. But once those of you have the opportunity who are approved to be a part of our program, you'll have the opportunity to do this on a consistent basis. Everything from putting your book together, your portfolio, your headshot, making sure that you really have a full understanding of the industry before you even arrive, okay? Because again, having the right images is what's going to set your brand. This is what's going to be the most important thing for you at the early start of your career, whether you're a model or an actor. And again, age doesn't matter, right? Don't let the years define you. You define yourself, okay? There's such a huge opportunity for people of all ages, all ethnicities, all different types of looks and backgrounds. And we know how to promote you. We know how to get you on set. We know how to get casting directors interested in you. We prepare you with everything, the questions to ask, the answers, everything you need to know is all done way in advance. And again, here are some examples of some of our shots that we did a few years ago. All of these talent have went on to now, you recognize probably Brandon. I think Deneen went over him earlier, working full-time in the industry now, consistently. That's one of his very first shots he took in Arizona, probably about 2 years ago. And he actually left the industry for a little bit to finish school. He was a football player, professional college football player, and he's amazing, right? He's in New York now. He's doing so many things. So again, the best time to plant a tree, yeah, it was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today, okay? Even in Medellin, right? Having those opportunities. Again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. She's done everything from Super Bowl ads to MLB to iPhone. Her image is up on Times Square, Starbucks commercials. This is a woman who was earning $30,000 plus a year as a church secretary who's now booked jobs at 6 figures plus. Her average day rate is $30,000 a day. She's 61 or 62 years old. So again, don't let age define you, okay? Don't let your experience, who you were in the past, doesn't matter, right? All that matters is the training, the learning, and surrounding yourself and following your dreams. That's all that matters, is the moment from today onwards, okay? Because that's all people will know, the person you are today, being able to go through that transformation. And that's the reason why we partner with some of the smartest, most powerful people on the planet. We talk all the time, entertainment industry, Netflix and HBO and casting directors, but we work with Les Brown. His message has been seen by over a billion people worldwide. He's a part of our book. Right? For those of you who downloaded the full version of Finding Fame or ordered a copy, he's one of the most phenomenal people in the world. Les Brown, Mark Victor Hansen, right? A publisher of our book, partners on some big opportunities we're going to be announcing. Kevin Harrington, Alicia was just on her show. So again, there's a reason why we keep bringing these people into our world, because it opens up doors for talent. You have to understand the entertainment industry is a business, right? And when you can make negotiations and work with some of the most powerful people in the world, these are all part of our framework of how we help talent, how we keep expanding. And I can tell you something, 2024 is going to be a transformational year for VIP Ignite and for all of our talent, our inner circle, our fearless rebels, and so forth. And San Diego is where it begins. That is the first step on a journey that will change your life in ways you cannot possibly ever imagine. Because again, being on set, surrounding yourselves with the right people, having the opportunity to meet with people who can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less, all begins in San Diego. So again, we've been doing this now for 18 years. We work with the best people in the industry. You're going to have the opportunity to sit down with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. You're going to be able to get your photos done. You're going to go through an experience of preparation that will change and transform your life, and you will become a part of this industry. We've been doing this over and over again. And all it takes is for you to show up, to listen, to learn, to be positive, right? To not listen to that negative thoughts in your head, to not be influenced by the people that surrounded you by. The people who tell you they don't believe in you now will be the people 12 months from now asking you for tickets to your movie. They'll be the people who are saying, oh, I've always believed in you. You're like, no, you didn't. You told me I couldn't do this. Remember that. Remember that, because it's so important. The people who look down on you now will be the people who try to butter you up in the future. And never forget when they did not believe in you. Just keep surrounding yourself with people. You let those people go. And if it's your friends and in your family, you learn to separate them. You keep your friends and your family here in one hand, and you keep the people in the industry, the people who believed in you, the people that you're working with, you keep them separate. And then trust me, you will go so much further, because negativity loves company, and you do not need the company. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to surround yourself with people who believe in you. Never lean on the excuse that you can't do this because somebody else didn't believe in you. Okay? That is the worst thing you could ever possibly do. And again, time is your most valuable asset. Okay? You can always make more money. You can always get a better job. You can always get new opportunities, but time, you can never replace time. So it's so important for you guys to understand that. Never let anyone else hold you back. You have to believe in yourself and surround yourself who believe in you, because that's what transforms your life. In addition to all of that, as a new talent, we all start with what's called day one, with access to the 21-day challenge. This is something, so for the past 4 years, we've been, doing things on Zoom and trainings and all that. We have over 600 hours of content. People like the Phantom of the Opera, people from America's Next Top Model, Ryan Colby, the head of casting for L'Oreal, The Gap, Banana Republic. We have hundreds and hundreds of hours of content, and it was literally so overwhelming. So what we did is we took the content and we created what's called a 21-day challenge. And all of our talent go through this. And it doesn't have to be completed in 21 days. It's online. You're able to do it on your own time, right? And something you kind of relax with. And you go through, and it will build your understanding of the industry at the highest possible level. Everything from contract negotiations to understanding bookings, SAG-AFTRA, like the entire process. And this is information that's not available anywhere. The people that we work with, they don't have time to do this. Like, this is not their lane. Their lane is bookings and castings and productions. We work with people, the gentleman who wrote the Transformers movies, the X-Men movies. These are people who are consistently working in the industry. Even Bobby Finaro working on set consistently with Martin Scorsese, one of the world's greatest directors. They come because they want this opportunity to be able to work with the next level of talent, the next generation of talent. And because of our screening process, we bring them the best talent. Like, that's what we've been consistently doing. That's why even the boot camps are designed to screen out people, that are weak, to screen out people that didn't get on camera and all that. We have our staff tracking all of those things. But the 21-day challenge is where you begin, because it will give you the roadmap, and it will give you the functionality and the framework to begin to start understanding the industry. And it's something that you'll be able to always go back to, okay? So it's a great place to start. So again, the Getting Started 21-day challenge, it's an immersive online training experience, okay? Crafted for individuals passionate about launching their careers in acting and modeling. This transformative journey is designed to equip you with the knowledge, skills, and connections necessary to step confidently into the world of show business and start generating income, right? Because at the end of the day, that's the most important thing, is being able to generate income. You make an investment in yourself, you make an investment of time. You need to be able to take care of your family, but you need to reach a level of what's called financial abundance, right? Financial abundance means you have the opportunity to do what you want, when you want, and go where you want. to be able to do anything where bills no longer matter because you consistently have income coming in. And that's our goal with our talent. That's our goal, to get them to reach that type of level of success. You know, and each of our events, just to let you know, they're customized, right, for the talent in attendance. You know, we do everything from celebrity photo shoots. We have private industry dinners, celebrity master classes. We just did the most incredible 2-day event in New York City where the talent got to sit down and learn decades of knowledge from some of the most powerful coaches in the world, right? So not only that, we have production meetings for our production team, and we had a production dinner in New York City. We have special power dinners for our inner circle. They got to sit down with, you know, somebody who represents some of the biggest A-list celebrities in the world, sitting down at dinner with them, sitting down with Brian O'Halloran, you know, just being able to have this time, because there's nothing better than breaking bread with people, being able to sit down at a dinner, sitting across from that person, getting to know them as an individual. Okay. You know, we don't even like tables at our events. We want people to be able to interact and mingle and so forth. We have after parties. We did this most incredible party in New York City. We had Keith Shockley as DJing the party. He is one of the founding members of, oh my God, of Public Enemy. Of Public Enemy. He was like, I've known him for 18 years. He is so cool. He is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the African American Hall of Fame. He's like the nicest guy in the world. Like, they're the #2 most known song in the entire world. And he's DJing the party, right? It was just like incredible, and having it catered and food, and the studio like at night just lit up, and all the walls had these videos that were moving. It was just so cool. And like, you're right in like the middle of New York City, like in Soho, Tribeca, like all the stores. It was just absolutely such an incredible experience. So all of these events, there's so many different things going on. You know, we talk about Broadway, we have agency meet and greets, live auditions. Even in New York, we did a private fashion show, which was cool. We had an improv show. Our talent got the opportunity to actually, you know, sit in front of some of the biggest people in the industry, the comedy industry. One of the gentlemen who's worked with everybody from Chris Rock to Eddie Murphy to some of the biggest names in the industry. Okay, Deneen, I'll actually share you a little story later today about her going outside to meet with this person, and she got like a little bonus person she got to meet because he was being dropped. Like, you just never know who's going to be at an event. You know, and of course, there's always updates and surprise announcements. So all of these events, just like San Diego, there's so much excitement, so many things to do, not only the photos and the meet and greets, but just being there, being with your family, being there with a group of people who celebrate you and are there to see you be successful. Okay. And then obviously all talent that complete the interview process will have other agency representation with Truth Management. So Truth Management is our mother agency that we own and run in cooperation with Colby Management. Colby Management handles the high-end editorial fashion. He also handles Truth Management, which means that instantaneously, once you complete the process, you actually will have representation as a mother agency, which means on a go-forward basis, we go through a whole process. You'll be changing to your social media. It'll link to your portfolio. So now when somebody reaches out to you, instead of like, well, is this person real? Am I going to get kidnapped? Am I going to get, you know, sold? No. You just say, great, I want to work with you. Here's my agency. Reach out to them. They handle everything for me. Just like a true professional talent, right? If you were to approach Harrison Ford, Julia Roberts, Tyson Beckford, and said, I want to work with you, they're going to say to you, great. They're going to say, reach out to my agent, and they handle everything. And it's going to be the same thing for you. Okay, so our goal is not only to be your representation for life, right, for as long as you want us to represent you, but also to get you placed with larger agencies, because you want to have multiple people representing you. You want to have us representing you. You want to have Tanya representing you. You have Ryan representing you. You want to have Michael Boudry being able to reach out and being able to submit you out for all these opportunities. The only way you do that is by having the representation. So we've created the entire program. We created everything that's needed, the precise thing. It's like building a skyscraper. We know exactly where the foundation goes. We know exactly where the electricity goes. We know exactly where the pipes go. We know how to do this because we bring in the best people in the world to work with you guys. And then as a bonus, you're going to get what's called an agency onboarding. This is going to be 8 weeks. It's online with the director of New Faces, Deneen White, who's also our host of our event today. Deneen's got lots of hats. She'll also be partly responsible for booking you and submitting you and answering questions, but but you're going to go through a whole training with both Deneen and myself. So we're going to go through everything. We're going to go through contract negotiations. We're going to go through expectations on set. We're going to go through how to book work in your local market. We're going to go through what happens when you're signed in LA, you're signed in Atlanta, when you have representation not only for commercial work, but for TV, for film, for voiceover work. Right? Hand modeling, face modeling. There's so much for you guys to learn. So we're going to go through all of that. Okay. And that was a cool, that's a cool photo, what we did in Times Square. That was the coolest thing in the world, to be up on a billboard in Times Square, guys. I never get excited about a lot of things, but that was like really an incredible experience. And for all the talent that were out there that night, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, guys. That meant the world for me, for you guys to be out there that night. So this is everything you're going to get. Okay. So you're going to get a 4-look photo shoot, okay, in San Diego. Okay, value of that's $24.97. You're going to get a celebrity photographer, stylist, makeup artist, priceless. You're going to get access to the 21-day challenge, $9.97 value. You're going to get what's called the 30 and 30 access, and I didn't go over that. I'll go over that real quick right now. Once you complete the 21-day challenge, we have now, it'll unlock what's called the 30 and 30. This shows that you now have the full understanding of how the industry does, the foundation of it. And then what we do is we go through a training where you'll actually now start being able to book work. And our goal is for you to be able to book 30 jobs in 30 days. And we have talent that have consistently done that. Okay. And people say, why couldn't I book 32 jobs in 30 days? Well, guess what? If you did that, you just overbooked yourself and you're double booked. All right. So the whole point of that is to show you how this can be done. And then we have a new program. This is launching in March. This is called Elevate Your Success. And Elevate Your Success means is there's a point in your life as you're learning, you feel overwhelmed, right? You start questioning yourself. And that's where Elevate Your Success comes in. Even the most successful people in the world, they have mentors. They have guides. They have people who can help them overcome mindset, mind blocks, the garbage in your head. So we're putting together some of the most powerful people in the world. I'm talking speakers that people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to work with live. We've had these guys in our system. We're putting together some of that best content for you to have access to. So any of those moments where you get rejected on an audition, where you're just questioning yourself, you're able to jump in here and literally have somebody talk you through it. Have somebody give you that motivation, that inspiration. And then in addition to that, you're also going to get access to our entire database of content. Okay, that's like a $20,000 value. That's a serious, that's like, I literally put that there because this is literally over 600 hours of content. This is all of our best trainings. Like everything you need is there. Right? But you start with the 21-day challenge, right? You go from there to 30 and 30 access. The Elevate Your Success, it's always there. It's broken down in a simple step format. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are challenges. There are things to complete. By the end of the time, you'll be able to write your own monologues. You'll understand Broadway production. You'll understand theater. You'll understand posing. Like we have people from America's Next Top Model, some of the most powerful people in the industry. But then we unlock the entire database. So now you have access and it's searchable. It's just like Netflix. You can go in and search. Hey, I'm working on a monologue. I have this audition. Whatever the question may be, you put the question in. It's all run by artificial intelligence. Boom, it'll pull up all the exact content, and it's available in audio format, video format, transcription format. So whatever your preference is, whether you want to listen while at the gym or driving, whether you want to put it up on the big screen at home, you'll have access to all of that. And literally, guys, we've spent well over $1 million putting this together. And that is a real number. Okay. So not only will you get the 4-look photo shoot, the celebrity photographer, stylist, hairstylist, you have the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby consistently. You're going to get access to the 21-day challenge, the 30 and 30 access, to Elevate Your Success, the VIP Academy, the Truth Management Training. But you're also going to get the agency and photo shoot boot camp with Ryan Colby. Okay, that's going to be an online event that we're doing. That's just exclusive for our talent. You're going to get the training on becoming a power networker. You're going to get the training on building your self-confidence. You're going to get the training on mastering style and grace in front of the camera. Then you're also going to get access to behind the scenes at Vogue with Ryan Colby and the Social Media Domination Live Virtual Weekend, and also the AI Masterclass. So there's everything's covered in addition to the live events, the photos, all this access to the different trainings, and everything's recorded. So even if it didn't work with your schedule, you'll still have access to it. Okay. But what's great is if you total all of this up, The total value of this is $39,764, and that's a real world value. And obviously, as you can see there, we're doing this, you know, for you guys for $19.97, literally not even the cost of a photo shoot. Okay. But what I really want you to ask is pay no mind to the $19.97, because I want you to ask yourself this. For you to know if this is the right decision, I want you to say to yourself, Mike, if I was to invest $40,000, I'm just going to round it up to 40,000, and coming out to San Diego, living the life of my dreams, meeting people, getting these photos done, having access to $1 million worth of training, having access to Ryan Colby, Tanya Kleckner, all of these different individuals. And this led to me landing that job. This led to me getting signed by that major agency. This led to me having the life of my dreams, being able to have the car I wanted, being able to have the home I wanted, being able to live the life that I was destined to live, being able to give back. Imagine in 20 years from now, being able to be the person who could write a check out for $1 million to your favorite charity. If you can go back, if you can jump to the future and then go back and talk to yourself from the past right now, and you could say, was it worth 40,000 investment to have this? And the answer is yes, then you know the decision. If you can look into your heart to know, being able to work with myself, Deneen, Alicia, Ryan, Tanya, all these incredible people, right? Being a part of a family, a community, being a fearless rebel. If you know that that one opportunity is worth it, then you know the answer, okay? But obviously you're going to get all of that, not for $40,000, but for $19.97, okay? Okay, so again, 30 and 30, that's going to be your next step once you complete the 21-day challenge. So there's a process. And I want you to think, March is not that far away. It's December, right? So you guys are gonna work. You're gonna put in a little bit of sweat equity to get prepared for this. But it's going to be the best 3 days of your life. It's going to be the first step in changing your life at the highest possible level. So in order to do this, this is not something you can't pay with a credit card. You can't say, where's the link, Mike? You do have to schedule what's called a one-on-one interview, okay? So my assistant's going to drop the link for there. We're going to do a Q&A later today because Ryan, like I said, does have that engagement he has to do. And we do want to show you guys the world premiere of the behind the scenes video. But they're going to drop this link in for you guys. You'll be able to schedule. It's a one-on-one interview, but make sure that the date and time works before you schedule. We do not offer reschedules unless it's a true emergency. So make sure that this works. Think about your schedule, okay? It's going to be very important. This is very limited. This is going to be, we do large-scale events, but we also do very small, kind of more intimate events. This is a very small, intimate event. This here event's going to be limited to less than 30 people at this event. So this is going to be a very small event. Okay. A lot of our talent are already scheduled for this. So there's probably, I didn't check, there's probably less than 10 spots available for this. So I know we had like earlier, like 100 people. It looks like, yeah, we have 95 people on this call. Okay. So literally make sure that you do schedule now, because once these spots are gone, you're not going to be able to do this. Okay. And just to let you know, this opportunity I'm offering, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. You will not ever see this ever again. And for those of you who know, who've been on these calls, when Mike states you will never ever see this again, Mike means it. Okay. Just so you guys know, I do not bluff. Okay. So this is something that's an incredible, incredible opportunity. The reason we're doing this is I want you guys to experience San Diego. You know, Mike Boudry's coming there. I need some home run success stories with him. Some people cast and like this guy, his videos have won like the best artist of the year award. Like this is, he is incredible.
Just with Justin Bieber, Mike, when I spoke to him.
Okay, so,
Justin Bieber.
So this is something that's, and I know we're going to get such a great success stories from this. So I just want you guys to understand that. So again, this is everything you're going to get. The 4-look photo shoot, celebrity photographer, stylist, hairstylist, makeup artist, access to the 21-day challenge, 30 and 30 access to elevate your success. The VIP Academy unlocks everything. The truth management training, I'm going to be doing that live with Deneen. It's going to blow your guys' mind how much I'm going to teach you. You guys will know more about the industry through my training than most of the casting directors you'll be sitting with. Like I've been doing this for 18 years. Agency and photo shoot boot camp with Ryan Colby, life-changing, become a power networker. You're going to have the opportunity to learn that from myself, from Deneen. We're going to bring some special guests on that. Networking is the most powerful thing you could know. Like being that charismatic personality, being able to understand structure, noticing body language, eye movement, how people hold their hands, being able to understand how, and it's powerful. And there's like a disclaimer, guys, like before we teach you this, you have to use this for good because you can use this for evil to manipulate people. So you guys will all sign off that you will learn this powerful technique of being able to control somebody only for good. I will not allow anybody
It's
to
like
use
mine-
this to
mine
take
said
advantage of
Jedi.
somebody.
These
Okay.
are like Jedi tricks.
Yeah, they literally are. And I've learned this, from some of the most powerful people on the planet. Building your self-confidence. Everyone can always do that, right? Even myself, right? I'm always having to work on that, right? I work on myself consistently. Mastering style and grace in front of the camera, super powerful. Behind the scenes at Vogue with Ryan Colby. And of course, social media domination, live virtual weekend, and also access to the AI masterclass. So all of that, not for 40,000, but for 1997. There's the link. My assistant should be dropping that. And then for all of our events, including this one, our events are all 100% no risk. And we offer what's called the $1 Million Guarantee. And I'll explain that to you guys that are brand new. Sometimes people are like, well, you know, it's just, you know, what if this doesn't work out? Blah, 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 blah. Great. No, I'm going to take all the risk. There's no risk for you. And what that means is you go through all the trainings. We will give you access to the trainings. You'll go through the entire process. You'll literally come out to the event. Okay. You'll come out to that first day of the event. You'll sit down with the speakers. You'll get to meet the casting people. If by the end of the second day, by the end of the second day, lunchtime, you can go get your photos done, everything. If you feel you did not get $1 million worth of value, just come see any one of us, including myself. Just say, Mike, I didn't get $1 million worth of a thing, right? Take everything, get the photos, meet the cat, do all of it, right? And we refund you 100%. The 1997 is meaningless to me. Meaningless. That covers the event space and so forth for us. Okay. And people will always say, well, why would you do something like that? I want people who want to be a part of the company. And people always say, well, wouldn't people take advantage of you? Yeah, they might, right? There could be people that would. That's why we have an interview process. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe anybody who's been here all day and I see the positiveness, I see the comments. I don't believe I don't believe people would take advantage of that. Like, I don't think people in their hearts are really mean. Like, I know what you see on the news and on social media. I call BS on that. I think it's just a lot of controversial stuff for people looking for attention. I believe people that are here, people that want to work in the industry, they believe in themselves and they would never take advantage of that. But if there was somebody that did, great. Then I'd rather them be out of our lives. I'd rather not work with that person. So that's why it's no risk. I'm taking all of the risk. You have nothing to lose whatsoever. And we do that to $1 million guarantee. Okay. So again, there's the link. You know, and again, you guys got to see some of the talent. You know, every day I celebrate everyone's success, just so you guys know my team, you know, and it doesn't matter whether you're booked on a major national TV show or even something in your local market. I share that success and I expect that from our talent. I expect that when you go through this process, you share in others' success. It only elevates your career. If you're only about me, and you're not there to celebrate others, it's just, that's not our values. That's just not what we believe in. We want people that consistently celebrate each other because it's so important, because a rising tide raises all ships. When we celebrate each other's success, and I don't care how small it is or how big it is. If you go through my Instagram or any of our posts, you see I consistently, every single day, I have thousands upon thousands of success stories and I share them. And it doesn't matter how big they are or how small they are. Okay, so I want you guys to understand that's a part of being in this community. We work together. That's why we're called the Fearless Rebels. We all work together. So again, next step is to schedule your one-on-one interview. Make sure the date and time works. We do not offer reschedules unless this is a true emergency. And, you know, and just to let you know, like even myself and even Alicia, right? Last month when we were with Kevin Harrington, I've worked with some incredible people, but I'm going to be honest with you. Like I was on set when I've gotten to meet Kevin a few times. But I'll be honest with you, the first couple of times I met him, he didn't make me nervous. Like he's very on point. Like Kevin, there's a reason he's worth $1 billion. He measures everything down to the second. Like he is at a totally different level. So even Alicia, like she's been on TV multiple times. She's interviewed, tons of celebrities. She was even still a little bit nervous meeting him.
Well, it's one thing, Mike, to watch Shark Tank. It's another thing to go And they asked, what did they ask you? Does she like to banter? And you said, bring it. She loves
Yeah,
to
he was
banter.
excited. I was joking with him that maybe you're nervous
was-
meeting Alicia because she's like a little shark herself. So he smiled, but he was really great. The new book that just reached #1, he's the co-author of that book with me. He didn't actually have a printed copy. He saw the manuscripts and all that. So I actually brought him a copy as a gift. So again, see something like that, and it meant the world to him, right? It was like, what do you bring to him? You brought him something he didn't have that was something he was a part of. So he's really great. I can't wait for the TV show to launch. We're going to be with him again in February. We got some big announcements, some surprises, but just an incredible person. And again, so comfortable on TV. The studio that we were working at there won multiple Emmys and so forth. An incredible studio. For those of you guys, you go on Instagram, you can see like a little behind the scenes tour of the studio. We always do things like that where we want to show people behind the scenes because it's a part of the experience, right? That's the excitement, being in the green room, meeting the people, the 1 minute before the cameras go live and the lights. That's the excitement. That's the excitement. Once it's all over, it's like, okay, it's over. You feel good. But the excitement is like those moments when you first walk on set. That's why we have so much preparation, guys. Like, that's why we're going to prepare you for San Diego, because this event's going to be like literally the most powerful people we've ever brought together in one room. So it's going to be an incredible experience. And here's what, both mine and Alicia. This is one of my favorite pictures. This was done 2019. This was a Inner Circle event we had done out in Hollywood. But literally, I'm not going to go through everybody in this photo. You can see Deneen. That was like one of her very first events she's ever went to out in LA. But you can see like James Johnson. That was one of his first events. Like, I could literally tell you a story about every single person in this image. They've all gone on to become writers. Even Katie Clay, she's a girl sitting in the front with the little strap on, like the little farmer pants right there. She's gone on, she's gone
Overalls,
major
Mike,
magazines
overalls.
and so forth. Like, it's like it's like a graduating class. And now they've all gone on and worked in the industry, everything from comedy writing to working in London full time. Like, there's a story behind everything. Even Gina Smith, she's kind of standing right next to Deneen. She's now a producer writing her own content. These are all people who like started just like you and are now all working full time in the industry. And it's just such an incredible thing. So it's one of my favorite pictures. We always take one of the, event, picture with our Inner Circle, because it's just, it's like seeing a graduating class, right? And just seeing, people grow up and just living their lives and making an impact. So really, really an incredible experience. So again, next step, schedule your one-on-one interview. We will do a Q&A later on. I do have to give this back over to Deneen because I want to make sure that Ryan's able to do fully Model Garage. Because like I said, he does have that big event he has to go to in New York City. But again, my name is Michael Fomkin. This is Sunrise in California, the VIP Model and Actor San Diego Experience, live in person, March 2024, guys. And I cannot wait to show you San Diego. From the bottom of my heart, guys, thank you so much for being here. We still got a lot more excitement to go. And let me turn this over to Miss Deneen. Bye, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Oh my gosh. So San Diego is one of my favorite cities in the world. So I'm going to tell you guys I'm going to bring Ryan Colby on in just a moment. Mr. Colby, I know you're waiting, so don't worry. But San Diego, I'm going to tell you 2 stories real quick. So San Diego is one of my favorite stories. The first time I ever went to San Diego, I am from Philly. I grew up in South Jersey, and I went in and I was like, okay, I need a coffee. I went into Starbucks. I was like, hi, can I have a caramel macchiato, please? And they were like, good morning. How are you? And I was like, what's going on here? What do you mean? How am I? And I was like, oh crap. They're really nice here. So I was like, good morning. How are you? May I please have a caramel macchiato? And it like changed. I know it sounds silly, but it completely changed my life because now it's my goal everywhere I go to just be super nice. And the Mexican food there, the worst Mexican food in San Diego is better than anything we have here in the Northeast. Second story real quick. Mike said you never know who you're going to run into. So one of our guest speakers was Jeffrey Gurian, and he was hosting a event in Vermont, the Vermont comedy show. And I walked out to help him bring stuff in because that's what I do at events. And he's like, and so he's there and he's like parked in front. It's raining. And there's this guy, and he gets out of the car. He's like, "Hi, my name is Colin, and you are?" And I'm like, "I'm Tanine. How are you?" And he grabbed the suitcase and ran away. I met Colin Quinn. I was like, I didn't get a picture. And we have a rule that if you don't take a picture, it didn't happen. So only Brandon Hunter and I know that I actually met Colin Quinn. But anyway, that's my story. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to have Model Garage first.
Wait,
Okay,
hold
because
on.
I
A
know
lot of people
Ryan
are
has to
asking
be.
about the secret word since we just went over everything. Secret word is Justin Bieber. When I spoke to Mike Beaudry the other day, he was on set with Bieber. So now think about it. How are you affiliated with Justin Bieber? Oh, well, I know VIP Ignite. This is what we do, proximity. So the secret word is Justin Bieber.
And for anyone that got the secret word incorrect on your form, please do not schedule. I'm looking at the people scheduled. I see a couple of you were so excited. You scheduled like 2 times. So if you got the secret word wrong, it's okay. On a go forward basis, it's Justin Bieber, okay? Please do not reschedule. We love you. I promise, okay? So what we're going to do now is we are going to bring Ryan Colby on, and Ryan Colby and Alicia Kabak are going to do one of our favorite things here on boot camp called Model Garage. Are you guys ready for Model Garage? I'm going to set down a ground rule, however. Okay, here's the ground. I'm going to set down the rules. No one is allowed to like flail about and pick me, pick me, pick me. We're going to pick people. And if you don't get picked, don't take it personally. Ryan Colby, who looks extra fabulous now, he's definitely amped up his dress about 50 levels since we saw him a couple minutes ago. But Ryan Colby has an event he has to get to. So if we don't pick you, it's okay. You're going to live. I know it's super exciting, okay? I just want to set the ground rule. Do not text me. He didn't pick me. Why do you hate me?
Well, he
Has
doesn't
nothing to
pick,
do.
I do. And then if you want to hate me, get off the call.
Mhm.
Okay.
That being
Hi,
said,
Ryan. Whoa, look at the
Hi.
glitter. I didn't get the memo. Was I supposed to do a copy?
I didn't either.
No, I'm going somewhere after this, so I need to literally finish this and run to Times Square.
Okay, wait, let me just say something before we start Model Garage. So for 1,997, if all this event did in San Diego was put you face to face with the casting director who just booked a $500,000 YSL campaign for one day, would it be worth it? Somebody type yes or no. Somebody type, would it be worth it? If all this event did, you got photos, you got face to face, you got training, you actually had an opportunity to meet a
There's
top.
like 30 minutes so far.
I mean, it's not rocket science. Come on, guys. It's an investment in you. Or if you don't want to do this, go do it your own way. You'll come back and just on our website. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. So Ryan, you look great. Your skin is glowing. I don't know how you do it.
I phoned it in today. I'm rushed.
Okay, well,
I have, like,
obviously, I'm now the
two
Kelly
major-
Rowlands to you. So thanks for showing me up on our call. Okay, so
I
this
have
is
like
how
two major fires going on.
Okay, so this is how Model Garage works for those of you that are brand new, or I don't pick you if you raise your hand because, well, it just pisses me off because that means you're not following directions. I pick people that look like they want to be here, and I've been watching a lot of you all day. So I'm gonna pick people who I feel would best benefit from what we do and hearing from Ryan. Most people, when they're trying to get into show business, get the wrong photos. They don't even know what they qualify for. They get photos that they want to see. They have this idea of what modeling is or acting. So thick skin. I want everybody to go like this. We are growing thick skin right now. If I don't see you doing this, I'm going to put you off my call right now. We're growing thick skin because this is Model Garage and no one is safe. It's like one of those little shows where we pull up and here comes Ryan with a little lab coat, and he's going to write a prescription on how to make you successful. But I don't want any tears. I don't want any cheering. It's Model Garage. No one is safe. You're going to find out what you qualify for, where you belong in this industry, what coast you belong in. And this is one of the reasons why we started these big events in New York and LA, and now San Diego, Atlanta, Vegas, Miami, Phoenix, New Orleans. There are so many amazing opportunities throughout the country, but most of you will just move to LA just because it sounds sexy, or New York. I want to live in New York. You don't go where you want to go. You go where you best fit in. as far as what you qualify for. Don't tell Ryan you're a high fashion runway model. He will tell you what you qualify for and what type of castings or clients would obviously want to work with you and how he would style you for a photo shoot. If you're ready to play Model Garage, type game on. If you're ready, type game on. We all grew some thick skin real quick. So let's do it. All right, so the first one I'm going to choose. Let's see. Everybody smile. Maria.
Move her fan this
All
way.
right, so when you get on, I want you to do a quick introduction. I don't need the whole Oprah Winfrey story about your whole life.
Yeah.
Who you are, city and state, and what it is you are trying to get into. Are you ready? So I will now unmute you. Go ahead. Hi, Maria.
Yeah, go on.
Good
Okay,
afternoon,
Ryan.
everyone.
Sorry,
My name-
it's really hot in here. Okay, let's go. Okay, so
She's
who are
ready.
you?
She's ready. Go ahead, Maria. Go get him.
Hi, my name is Maria Albanese. I'm from Boston. Originally, I'm from Italy. I moved here when I was young. And I'm older, I'm 58, I'm only 5'2". So I hope maybe I can do some print modeling and
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
small parts acting.
Okay, yeah, you definitely look ethnic. You look very Italian, which is good. You look friendly. You look inviting. So commercial print is 100% the way to go. Boston has an okay commercial print life there. There's a couple of agencies that specialize in it. Your look is good. You could definitely look a little younger with some shorter hair. Maybe like a different, the color is good, but it's very heavy. It's very heavy on your shoulder, and that may not work to your advantage, especially at 5'2". It could make you look shorter when you're standing up. So I would definitely recommend getting a haircut. Keeping the hair color for now. I might think that you could go to a more brown, honey brown, instead of this blonde, but it's not horrible. I just think that it might be more sophisticated for it to be brown. But you have a good, pleasant look. You have a good, pleasant demeanor. So I think you can definitely do commercial print. I just think your hair is too long.
So would you like to see it as a bob or as a lob?
No, not a bob. Probably a little
bob?
shorter than yours.
Okay.
No, not a bob. Probably a little shorter than yours. That would be fine.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
as far as dressing, how would you dress her for a photo shoot? What would the clients like to see her in?
Oh, for her, I would definitely keep her in like button-ups, slacks, skirts. I would definitely keep her in a worker sense. I would do white collar and blue collar with her. I think she could pull it off. White collar with a little makeup, blue collar without, or a little bit less. Less makeup, I mean. And I would probably do both lifestyles, blue collar and white collar. I think she can pull off both.
And what kind of clients are those? Like Talbots, Nordstrom's?
Oh, blue collar is like lifestyle, like, you know, Home Depot, you know, stuff like that. Home Depot, ShopRite, you know, grocery stores, stuff like that. White collar is more Bank of America, a car commercial, you know, a spa commercial, a hotel commercial, stuff like that is more white collar.
Now, I'm just going to interrupt you really quick. Now, imagine you wanted to become a model. Where would you even go? Like, you don't even know what you qualify for. And a lot of times people run out, oh, I need high fashion photos. That's like having a broken foot and trying to like diagnose yourself and get like Tylenol cold and flu. Do you guys see now why this is so important that we do this? Right? Now, Ryan, what coast for her? New York, LA, Atlanta, where?
I would keep her in Boston and New York. I mean, Boston has an okay market for someone her age.
Okay.
They do have lifestyle divisions at these agencies there. And she's 5 hours from New York. So I would keep her on the East Coast.
And as far as TV or feature films, what type of castings would you see?
I would see her doing small, important parts. I don't, you know, at that age with no training, lead roles are probably out of the question. But, you know, sometimes when they do these movies and they have that one scene with someone, either, it could be in a hospital, or it could be at a benefit or a charity, or it could be, at a school, and that's an impactful scene. I could see her doing stuff like that. Guest starring stuff, appearances, that could be her niche. Sometimes when people, no one can take offense to this, but sometimes when people are that age, 50s, 55, 60, I'm not saying you can't start a career, but, they want the gusto immediately. I want to lead a film, and, I want to lead a, 3-hour sweeping drama set in Australia. Blah, blah, blah. That's not going to happen. I would take those small nuggets of gorgeous roles, 5 minutes here, 2 minutes here, 3 minutes here, and compile that into a great character actor reel, and that's your life. This industry is for the youth. So if you wanted to be a leading lady, you should have started at 18, so.
But Maria is 55 and she has.
I don't know, Maria is great, but Maria is doing exactly what I just said.
Start out with like gusto. Now,
He's doing exactly what I just
all
said.
have been on this call since 11 a.m. If you were a casting director, what would you place Maria in? I personally think principal, mom.
Yeah, principal.
Right?
I would do principal. I would do kind of like the neighbor, the nice neighbor.
Yeah.
I would do nice soft roles. She seems very docile and quiet in her demeanor. If there was something a little heavier and meatier, she would have to show me that in her demeanor. But I would cast her in nicer, smaller, nicer.
So no serial killer cougar. Okay, we got this, Maria. Okay, cool. All right, guys, really quick, what would you, if you were a casting director, what would you book her for? Go, type it. All right, let's see. Thank you, Maria. All right, who am I going to choose next? Aaron Amato. Hello, Aaron. Aaron loves it when I.
Howdy. So my name is Aaron Amato. I'm from Macungie, Pennsylvania. I want to do acting, but I'm not 100% sure if I can fully do that. But commercial modeling seems like something I could definitely do.
And how tall are you?
5'10".
Okay, go ahead, Rye.
How old are you?
37.
37, 5'10". Okay, that's okay height. That's a good height. I could definitely see you doing suiting stuff. I would definitely trim the beard. It's a little too thick. It's not matching the hair on the top of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's too bottom heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So I would definitely make that less dark, not coloring, but just getting rid of it, clipping it down more. That would definitely open up your face more, and it would just, because your hair is very dark, so it's very dark on top, very dark on bottom, and it could be jarring on camera. So I would definitely work on that. But at 5'10", you look fit, your shoulders look narrow. So I would definitely put you in suits. I would put you in athletic wear. I would definitely have you do running stuff, hiking stuff. I would have you do blue collar and white collar as well. I would have you be, you kind of have dark features to you. So you could be the villain. You could also be the nice guy if you shaved up a bit. So all of those things are within your reach. But definitely commercial print, commercial print and commercial are kind of the same thing, but commercial print's a little more print wise, where commercial is moving camera. Mm-hmm. So I would do both with you. As far as acting, I would have to see you read to see how believable you are, but you have a good demeanor. So I would definitely focus on lawyer roles, snarky lawyer roles, snarky doctor roles. I would focus on stuff like that. I think you can pull it off.
I see you as like a stockbroker, like billion.
Stockbroker.
I'm learning law right now, so it's kind of funny.
We're also telling your future here. This is what we are.
So I would focus on stuff like that for you. Yes.
Okay. And as far as clothing?
I would definitely keep him in a suiting material. Like I would definitely do suits, button-ups with jackets. Maybe not so much ties. It could age you. Ties are really making their way out of the industry. They're not as necessary when you have a high-power job. if you look at a lot of the CEOs and they're walking out of their buildings, they're not wearing ties. So I would definitely just keep it
Or
blazer and
socks
button up.
lately. Why isn't anybody wearing socks anymore?
Grounding.
Oh, I don't know. I would keep it blazer and button up. I would definitely do lots of navies and maroons and olive greens and dark grays. I would keep
So
it dark,
dual
but not too
tones.
dark. I wouldn't do blacks. So yeah, so I would keep it like that. I would
And
definitely do a
Northeast
full,
for him, very New York, right?
what'd you say?
Northeast, New York for
Yeah,
him.
he's more New York. Yeah, you're definitely more New York. I would definitely keep you in New York. Your features are very dark and kind of villainous, and that works better here in New York.
But remember, when you go to our events in San Diego or Vegas or LA or anything like that, remember we're giving you the photos so that they can be used throughout the country based on what you qualify for, and that's why it's like an exact formula.
Mhm.
Capiche? Does everybody understand?
Capiche.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Okay, who's next? Hold on. Joseph Abergelli. Did I say that right? Just go with it.
Mhm.
Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I like your room. That's cool. This is cool. I can't do this in an office. I'm like, oh, how many of you guys think those lights are cool, right? Are you in music? What do you do?
Thank you, thank you. Hi, my name is Joseph Abujaili. I'm 22 years old. I currently stay in Minnesota. I'm really on the route of pursuing an acting career, looking forward to being a series regular. Not really too big on modeling stuff, but I've been getting compliments about my looks and for modeling. I stand at 5'9", and so I think that's maybe a downside when it comes to modeling stuff like that. But yeah, I'm really on more so for acting and being a series regular, maybe TV shows and stuff like that.
Okay. And how old are you again?
I'm 22.
22. Okay. All right. You have a good look. It's very modern. It's trendy. It's now. It's what's happening on television and film. So that's a good thing if you wanted to work on TV. You would have to work on your diction. I only understood half of what you said, and that's not a dig, or I'm not trying to be a bitch, but when you're trying to do TV, you need to be clear and people need to understand you, even if you're saying the simplest of things. And that could be taught really easily. It's not difficult, takes not very long at all. So you'd have to work on that. As far as your look, yeah, you have a good commercial look. I could for sure see you on several TV shows that are currently on the air. You would just need severe training when it comes to reading and delivering dialogue with speech. That is something that is paramount. If you don't have training, you're not getting on
And
any
you need
TV
an
show.
agent, and an agent's going to expect you to have all that stuff done. Aren't you glad you're
Yeah,
here?
you
That you know all this?
And you need an agent, and you need to be able to do those things. But your look is conducive to current television for sure. You just need to be polished up a bit to be presented to TV executives, networks, casting directors, producers, because they expect you to be ready to shoot that day if you walked into their office. Whether they hire you or not is their choice, but they expect you to be ready to shoot that day, not next week, or I need to wait a couple weeks, that day. So you would need some training for sure, but the look is there. You would just need to training.
And even though you said no modeling, and honestly, not to be mean, no one gives a shit what your friends think about your look. This is why we do these calls. Even though you are 5'9", you can do commercial print. You can do
Oh yeah,
catalog.
there's plenty to do at 5'9". There's nothing
Now
wrong
in
with that.
Minnesota, there's not a lot to do,
Right.
No, there's nothing to do.
especially in
right.
like
I
the
don't. I
winter
mean, I
months.
have one boy that lives in Minnesota, but he comes here.
But
He
that's
comes
why
here
like we do what we
to
do,
work.
because you
Yeah.
have to meet the right people. Then you can go back to Minnesota and then be able to maintain the relationships. But there's no way for you to ever meet LA or New York agents living in Minnesota. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yeah.
So location does matter when it comes to networking.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
But
how
yeah,
would you dress it?
I would. Well, your look is good. It's very urban. It's very trendy. I would open up the chest more. It's a little too heavy and dark. It'll make you look short. For a role, of course, they can dress you any way they want and do whatever they want. But when you're being presented to networks or doing a photo shoot, I would definitely keep I would definitely keep darker colors. It's great. Blacks and grays and everything, but I would just open it up more. Less turtlenecks and more t-shirts.
What about jewelry?
An earring or two is fine, and a bracelet and a ring. If he's gonna go that urban tip, there's nothing wrong with one or two things on the body, as long as they
Necklace,
aren't.
he's wearing a necklace right now. Necklace
Well,
okay?
that's fine for his life, but I would never shoot that. No, I would never shoot that.
Okay, see, we're learning now. And hair length, is hair okay?
His hair is fine, but I
Okay.
would never shoot the way he's sitting, the way he's looking now. The look is great, but I would change the clothes.
Oh,
Okay.
not
Okay.
change you, just change the clothes.
I would change the
Will
clothes.
be
I
you.
would keep the jean. I would keep the jacket, and I would put a t-shirt underneath, not the turtleneck, because it
Okay.
would make him look taller, and that's what you want. You don't want to look short and squatty on television.
Right. Okay.
Short and squatty. Okay, guys, that's a new term. I've never heard you say that before. And as far as market,
I say short and
Atlanta, New
squatty
York.
constantly.
Well, I've never heard it. New York,
It's one of my
LA,
favorite sayings.
Atlanta, Miami.
I would
where-
do Atlanta and New York with LA coming. You know, he definitely can work in all three cities actually, but I
Yeah.
think LA without the training would be harder than New York.
LA
New
would
York-
chew you up and spit you out.
New York
Everybody
gives
goes to
people
LA
more
fully
chances.
trained. Yeah.
Yeah, New York gives people more chances and experiments and uses new people and likes to play games and let's just use him. But LA doesn't play that game. So
No. LA is a beautiful place to go, but unless you are 100% ready, don't just move to LA. Okay, great. But you do have a good look. All right, awesome. Are you brand new to this business? Do we scare you a little bit or do you love it?
Oh, I love it. I love it so far.
Okay.
I've been doing freelancing. That's about it, but
Freelancing, modeling, or freelance acting?
both.
Both. Okay, so do you have any waivers or vouchers?
A little bit, yeah.
You either do or you don't for TV and film. Have you done all non-union stuff?
All non-union, yeah.
Okay, so do you have actors' headshots?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know how to do a proper self-tape? Do you know how to do a slate?
Not perfect, but I've tried it before, yeah.
Okay, do a slate, go.
For my recent
Nope,
agent-
already ruined it. Slate,
Oh.
go. You want to be an actor, you want to book series regulars, go, slate, go.
It's rough. I haven't done it in a minute, I'll be honest.
Okay, all right. But
Then
this
that's
is what
what
I
you need-
mean.
that's
I
what you
want to
need
help
training
people that
for.
want to book work. This is holiday season. Let's grant some
Right.
wishes, guys. You want to kick ass in 2024, it starts today, December 10th. That's the truth. You plant the seeds today for a greater tomorrow. You want to be your series regular, you against the world. You've got to be what they're ready. You got to be ready. That's the business. All right, cool. Let's keep going. But you do have a good look. All right. I saw somebody I want to call in. Hi, Ariel. Let me see. Hold on. Nevaeh Ladd.
Alrighty, can you hear me?
Kind of. How tall are you? Where are you from?
Last time I checked, I was 5'7.5". I'm Nevaeh Ladd, and I live in Idaho Falls, Idaho, born and raised. And I thought I could probably do commercial print. I'm open to both modeling and acting, but more of modeling is what I was looking for.
Okay. And you're
Okay, well,
5'7.5", and how old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
19. Okay. You have an interesting face. It's very, very structured. You have great bone structure. And I actually like your hair. I hate the nose ring. That would have to go immediately.
How do you
Like,
really feel?
I can't even look at it. But it's there. So we're dealing with it. But it will never, 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 never fly in this industry. That was very early 90s. There were a few girls that got away with it, and they are now gone. So that's got to go first. The hair color is great. The skin is good. You actually have a good look. And at 5'7.5", if you have a really strong body and you can fit into 2s or 4s, you could probably eke out some fashion work because of your face. Because when
Because
the face
great bone structure.
when the face leads the project, meaning the body, the look, people can make exceptions. There are plenty of models like this that are examples. Kate Moss, Jamie Bell, Jamie Richard, Owen Lindbergh, me, like, when you're not so tall, you better have the goods in the face to carry you to get casting directors to be like, oh, okay, he's a little small, but look at what he looks like and look at what she looks like. So that's a good thing. You definitely have amazing bone structure. You just need to get rid of that nose ring. And I think you actually have potential to work. I mean, your location sucks. Utah or Idaho, whatever you said, is pretty much.
We're gonna do an event in Idaho just so I can see you walking around. How many of you guys would like to see that? Take a pair of overalls, Rye.
I don't even know what's going on there, but I don't want to know. But
they have bars there, so you'll be okay.
The point
But she does
is,
have a great look.
you-
How would you
but you have
dress
a good-
her? Yeah.
But you have a good look. I would definitely do her very trendy. I would keep her in all black, fitted stuff. I would probably do like an all black shoot with her to make it like worthy. Sometimes when you have a strong face, you got to have a theme in order to make it make sense. So I would probably do something like that to make it make sense. You have a goth look to your face. Your skin is very, very alabaster. So I would probably play on that and do like a whole dark themed look just to jumpstart your career and make sure you have a kind of quote unquote fashion story to start with. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of agents will do that with guys and girls that come to them that have strong features. You just start immediately with a fashion story and see where it happens. Sometimes you don't need to be simple if you've got a face. So sometimes you can push the envelope and be a little extra,
A little extra. What kind of clients would like her? And would you say she could do
Oh.
editorial or?
Yeah, she can do editorial. I would definitely focus on the higher fashion clients like Rick Owens, Prada. I would definitely push the envelope and see if she can get in. Make sure she can walk in 5-inch heels, because you got to match those girls that are, 5'9", 5'10", 5'11".
Sounds like you have some homework to do.
You've got to, if you can't walk in 5-inch heels, it's a problem. Kate Moss can, and she didn't like it, but that's what you get for being shorter.
And as far as New York, LA, New York? for
Oh,
her?
New York. I wouldn't even, I would never go to LA with you. I would never send you to LA unless it was a job. That's different.
Okay.
But
And Ryan, with some of the clients that you said that she could potentially get submitted out for, what type of money could she make doing Gucci or?
I mean, Rick Owens is a showroom and whatever. I mean, it's okay money. It's, obviously commercial pays more than doing high fashion, but high fashion makes you a star. And high fashion, the entire world knows who you are. Like I said before, Viola is a great commercial model, but nobody knows who she is because she chose that commercial route, and that's her life. But when you do high fashion, you may not make as much money as someone like a Viola, but the entire world will know who you are. And that's unfortunately a DNA issue. And there's something that, Viola has to look to get away with that. You do not. You have a high fashion look and you just need to run with it.
Literally in 5-inch heels. Okay, cool. Awesome. So if you went out to San Diego, Ryan would style you so that you could get submitted out for New York, because that's the hardest.
Yeah,
where you
it
get
doesn't
going.
matter where you shoot. The location of your shoot is incidental. It just needs to be shot right. It could be in your mom's basement. I don't really care, but it just needs to be shot right.
It needs to be shot right. Okay, cool. That was very educational. Did you guys love that one? Let's see. So thanks for having a good face. All right. Let's see. Pawandeep, did I say that right? Can I just call you Pa for short? Just go with it. Okay.
How you doing? My name is Pawandeep Sekhon. I'm 38 years old. I'm East Indian, Punjabi. I live in California, Tracy, California. And I got like 100 hours of tattoo work on me. So, I mean, I don't know if that's going to affect me or not. I want to get into acting.
100 hours of tattoo work? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like I got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's going to affect you. It's going to pigeonhole you, which is fine. I mean, that you chose this look and lifestyle, so you kind of have to run with it and stay in the lane that it allows. and the lane would be the biker, the bad guy, the villain, the annoying boyfriend, the all of these things.
Not saying
you
you're
know,
not lovable, but now you're the annoying
Oh no,
boyfriend.
no, I'm
So
the cast of look, the cast of Sons of Anarchy, all of those tattoos are fake, but
Oh.
that kind of look is, I'm sure they were, very nice guys. Of course, all those tattoos were fake. None of them were real. They faked it. But the point is like that's the kind of roles you're going to be submitted for. Unfortunately, once you start tattooing your neck, it makes it hard to commercialize you, because if I put like say you just had tattoos on your chest or your arms, I put a button up on you, a tie, put a blazer on you, and nobody would know, and you could shoot that way. And plenty of models do that. Plenty of actors have tattoos all over their body, but you just don't see them. But once you start going to places that are mostly 100% exposed, face, neck, hands, these are things that are always exposed. 99% of your life, they're exposed. Then you start alienating clients who cannot use you. So yeah, that would be a problem to do white collar jobs, because clients aren't going to go for that. That's just not something that they go for.
What if I get it removed?
What'd you say?
What if I get it removed?
That
I'm
could
going to
take
get it removed.
years.
Okay.
Removing tattoos is such a process. It's not like, cleaning your car. Like it takes months and months. You have to go back 5, 6, 8 times, and you can only go every 2 months. So you do the math. 8 times 2 is 16. That's a year and a half. You kind of just have to. When people get tattoos, I always tell my guys, like, you kind of have to settle for what you did. So once you've done it, it's kind of too late to go back. Yes, they've made advances and you can remove this and that, but it's not a science. It's not that good, actually. I know people who've had it removed, and sometimes you can still see it. And so it's not 100% advanced yet. It's going to take another 10 years before it's so well done that you can't tell. And that's something that people don't have time for. So while that is being advanced, you kind of just have to deal with the lot that you're dealt yourself. And
but he can book TV and film.
And stay in your lane, and don't try and, sometimes when people modify their bodies, they want to, you had curly hair, now you straightened it. Now you want to do this. And you got tattoos, you got lip surgery, you got your nose done, you did this, you did that. You kind of just have to deal with it. You chose to do that. So now whatever jobs you're available for, or that are available to you, you kind of have to eat it and deal with it. So, and the people that do that well actually flourish, because they know this is my lane. I can't go in this lane because I chose not to be in that lane 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whenever you got these tattoos. So stay in your lane and you'll be fine. And your lane is the darker type stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And New York, LA?
Definitely New York, for sure. I would start him in New York. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
But there's definitely lots of indies and lots of television work that love that and want that. And another thing you need to start doing is you need to start making sure you have those tattoos registered, because you can't appear on TV anymore with visible tattoos that the artist hasn't given you permission to show.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
So how do you do that? How do you do that, right?
You call the person that did it, and you make them sign something.
All my work it's all prison work.
Okay. Okay. Well, then they can't sue.
Yeah.
All right. Did you guys learn anything from that segment? I've never even heard that before.
Oh,
But I
no,
guess
no.
that makes sense.
Visible
That it's the
tattoos
artist.
have to
Yeah.
be registered, which means, and you know where that came from? It's because of Miss Mike Tyson. Because when he did The Hangover Part 3, that person that did his face tattoo sued the studio because they used his art without his permission, and he won. So now you're not allowed to appear on TV or film without whoever did your face tattoo, neck tattoo, back tattoo, whatever tattoo, without their permission. So,
Thank you.
Boy,
Thank you.
but if they were done in prison, I suppose the chances of them doing that are very, 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 very slim.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
did you guys love Model Garage?
But I'm talking about visible tattoos. If you have
Yeah.
a tattoo under your shirt or whatever, then you don't need permission for that. But if I can see it and the camera can see it, they're going to want written permission from the actor. I mean, sorry, from the actor, from the tattoo artist. You can, you know, make it up if you want, but you run that risk of getting in trouble.
Thank you.
So.
Scale 1 to 10, how much did you love Model Garage Day? Did you guys learn a lot? Even if we didn't call on you, did you learn from everybody else? We already learned Nevaeh. I mean, you're absolutely adorable. Editorial. Most people, commercial break, catalog. You have a great face, but you're in the middle of nowhere. So, I mean, this is why we do Zoom calls. Okay. Yeah, I learned a lot about tattoos too. For sure.
Yeah, I went through high drama with that because whenever you're shooting anything and the shirt is off and someone has a tattoo, especially film and TV, it's not so much for print. Although every once in a while they'll ask, but it's always for film and TV. It's always a problem. So.
All right. Well, now everybody who has a tattoo, these are things we're starting to work on. Obviously, we have somebody now that has to learn how to walk in 5-inch heels. There's a lot that we need to do. I mean, I'm excited to see progress. Did you guys feel the shift? Did you guys feel the shift a little bit, right? How would you get into this business in Idaho? What are you
And
gonna
that
go
girl
become
with
a
the 5-inch
photographer?
heel scenario, she could probably get away with 4, but no lower.
No lower than 4. All right.
No
So
lower than 4.
coming from a
Start
girl who
practicing.
used to wear heels every day, now we wear flip-flops or no shoes at all. Not in Florida. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. But I think I love Model Garage because a lot of times, again, we say this, people go and they get shitty photos. They get photos they want to see, not photos that like you or a real casting director wants to see. And that's the whole purpose with photos. It's about marketability. Do you guys, because that's what makes money. This is not to impress your friends and family. Also, where do you belong? I mean, obviously you belong here, but are you New York? Are you LA? Are you, you know, where do you belong? You don't just move. And that's why I love, you know, VIP. We can bring the best to New York and put them in front of the agents and casting directors. Hey, we'll see you in Atlanta. We'll see you in LA. We'll see you in San Diego, Vegas, New Orleans. Literally, we're taking the show on the road. Where do you want to go?
Where are all these cities coming from?
Everywhere, Ryan.
To Imeville.
Hashtag world tour.
We're
Don't worry,
not
Ryan.
Taylor or
We'll discuss.
Beyonce. We
But
don't have time
listen,
for
I
this.
was right. I literally this morning was making a list of all of the events. This is all 2024. You're going to be very busy, sir.
I need to
Don't
see this
worry,
list.
you will absolutely be able to go to
I knew
Fashion
about
Week.
LA, and that's pretty much it.
Well, I have a whole list here for you, so I hope you're ready. But you will absolutely be at the respective Fashion Weeks.
We can
And
just
maybe
discuss
some
it
of you
over
guys may go
Christmas
with him.
dinner.
All right. Hashtag world tour. I love it.
Great. Are we
Ryan,
doing a
I
movie
cannot wait to
too,
hear
like
about your
Beyonce?
party.
I said, are we doing a movie too, like Beyonce?
Yes,
Well, we
are.
should.
We are.
We
What?
really should.
It's not it's not my party. It's not really. It's like a cocktail get together.
Only in New York. Only in New York.
Okay, well, I hope you have your umbrella.
I
Because it's crazy.
yeah, I know.
Are you going to be okay?
But
Do
it's
you
not that
have
bad. It's
security
only, it's
tonight?
really only raining like a little bit. It's not as bad as the news made it out to be. Made it out to be some sort of flux, you know, catastrophe. And of course, it's just raining
Well,
like normal.
in some parts of the country, it is a huge catastrophe. That's why
Okay,
they were
but I
saying
don't
that. But
care about
Oh,
that.
okay. See, this is what happens when you
Empathy
don't
is-
leave the island of Manhattan.
I care about New York.
I know.
empathy is
I know,
obviously
sweetie.
Ryan Colby's strong suit.
But remember, black ice, slide, not fashionable. So dress appropriately. All right, love you.
Okay,
Bye,
see you.
Ryan.
Bye, Ryan.
Have fun at the cocktail get together. Tell him we said hello.
Have a drink for
Okay.
me.
Okay, bye.
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 All right, guys. How awesome was Model Garage? Common Deep, you said this is the best day of your life. I thought meeting me was the best day of your life. Now my feelings are hurt, but that's okay.
But think about it. I mean, people come and you got to sit down with the former art director of Vogue, and he literally gave a prescription for success. I mean, seriously? How much better could you do on that one? Instead
I
of you
know.
throwing spaghetti up against the wall and hoping something sticks, this is why we do what we do, and we love helping talent. Okay.
All right. So you've heard about our events. You've had the opportunity to talk to Ryan Colby, learn about where you qualify for, what you qualify for. You've learned about modeling. You've learned about the tools and resources that you needed. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. We all now have tips to focus and accomplish more in a day than we could have before. We've talked about Model and Actor Cookbook, literally the recipe for success in the entertainment industry. We have talked with Ryan Colby more than once, how to become the person an agent wants to work with. We heard from Tanya Kleckner, like, what exactly is she looking for? How does this industry really work? Let me ask you guys a question. Would you like a sneak peek behind the scenes of a VIP Ignite event? If that sounds exciting, type 1 or 1 in the comments. Oh my gosh, this is going to be awesome. I'm so excited. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to, here, let's get this up and running. Okay, oh, hold on, pause. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to share a little behind the scenes of our event in New York City. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Okay, awesome. Here we go. All right, can you guys see my screen? Yes, okay, awesome. Here we go. So Isabel.
Yes.
How many events have you been to at VIP?
Oh, too many to count.
You're part of our inner circle.
I am, yes.
And I'm here with Marcy Anderson. Now, you've been a model for a little bit, right? You've gotten some photos done. And this is her amazing daughter, Audie. Hi, guys. All right, so I'm here with one of our talent, Amanada, and I'm very excited. This is her very first event, New York City.
How would you describe VIP for somebody watching this that's never heard of our company, or maybe they're skeptical? How would you introduce?
I think this is the best way to start out as an actor and model. Like, we don't know everything, and I feel like VIP gives us these tools and opportunities to meet people in the industry, to connect with everyone, to get our headshots together, to get us set up for success. They give us the coaching, literally everything we need pretty much just to get started, and even after we're getting started. It's always continuous. So sticking with VIP and being here for well over a year, I've met tremendous amounts of people. Keith Shockley, like Public Enemy, like I've met Tanya Kleckner, casting directors. There are so many people, like professional photographers that have worked with Vogue, ESPN, like New York Fashion Week. It's been a tremendous experience, and I feel like continuously being a part of VIP and still learning and still growing with them and going to literally every single event, like there's no better experience than this because I'm being seen. Not only being seen, I'm being seen.
We're here in New York City, and you know, you're what, 6'3"?
Yes.
6'3", and you've been to New York before, and you've tried to do this for a while. How is VIP Ignite different? Because I mean, anybody can go get photos, so how are we different?
Well, it's professional photographers that only shoot the best of the best. And the best of the best, I don't mean just like off the street. I mean name celebrities, name brands that we all know, that we all recognize. We have professional makeup artists and hairstylists that know what look that we're trying to achieve for the portfolio and for the acting headshots that we need.
Because you need to be what a casting director wants, not what you want.
Yes.
And that's usually one of the biggest misconceptions. I need photos. Yeah. For who? What are you doing photos for?
I joined because I know I belong. I feel in, and I know. Guys, let me tell you something. VIP, don't joke with VIP because it's worth it. Like, you're investing in yourself. I see myself as a model already. I see myself as an actor because of those people. And everything is just awesome. People love it.
Who did you meet today? We met Jeffrey Gurian. We met who did we meet? Top comedy writers, agents from Spain, agents from New York, people that book like some of the biggest shows ever, actors from hit TV shows, casting directors, like all the big names. Hi, Cody. How you doing?
Who is that?
It's just me recording. I have a gentleman back there from Spain.
Okay.
Big agent from Spain.
Yes,
Jeffrey
yes.
Gurian there.
We have so
She does
many.
casting for TV and film.
I love
I got
it.
Next Model Management. That's a huge director right there.
Yes, I
Carter.
just was talking with him, got his info. Carter is amazing, you know.
And we know from a Zoom call whether or not you could do this.
Very much
First
so.
impressions are everything. Thank you, Cody. And who have you met so far today?
A lot of people, like a lot of actors, a model, like so many people in the industry that will walk you through. So I see myself a model, so you better join. You better join the field, join us, because you love it.
You're gonna love it.
Wonderful. He gave me a card and he's not giving everybody cards. Allie, everybody loving me.
I love it.
They
I
said
love
they
it.
love my happy smile.
I told you.
I said, VIP, y'all set me up for it all. Y'all set me up for the win, and I listened. I was crazy and listened to you.
I know. You would swear I knew what I was talking about. You would swear. Now, you just got photos done, and you've done photos in the past, like with other companies. How are our photo shoots different?
The photos that I took from VIP, oh my God, they're stunning because the camera people, like the camera men, yeah, the photographers, they are just lovely. Like I shoot with Sean, like he was just making me laugh. So there's so much joy.
Sean shoots for the Vogue,
Yeah.
Essence, Rolling Stone, Maxim, and he knows what magazines, publications, and clients want.
Yeah, so the
Which is how you get
photographers,
castings.
the photographers are like awesome. They make you laugh. You just feel belong. Like belong in this. Like, go for it. You better go for it. And the makeup artists, the hairstylists, my God, they all love me.
Now I'm going to ask you a serious question. Would you prefer sitting up on a website hoping to be seen, or sit down face to face with the biggest
Face
names?
to face. Don't wait. There's so many scammers out there. When I joined VIP, I saw Alicia. The energy of Alicia just made me join. I'm like, because I saw the ad on Instagram, I just joined. I know I'm belonging this group because her energy, it's all about energy, guys. Like you have to do this. You can be pretty in the face, but you have to know people who know people. Yeah, that's the thing.
I know people, so it's my job to find the best talent, or else you're not meeting the people that are part of our network.
That's true. That's true.
So she's doing great. I'm really proud of her.
Thank you.
Waiting for all the success stories to come out of here.
Thank you. I can't wait to go further. I'm in this. I'm going to Vegas. I'm in this.
Yes, let's do it.
Let's be seen.
So we've got my headshot here. We've got some fun.
Do you remember where these photos are from?
So this is Orlando. I was in Orlando here. This was in Miami. Another Orlando picture. These were shot by the photographer Jay Vladimir, who also has shot for Vogue, Nike, Adidas. These were also Miami. Very powerful stance here in this picture. Another Miami. I did a lot of really great pictures in Miami versus my first couple of pictures. More Miami. Another Miami. More fun. Because you want versatility. You want to show everyone, your casting directors, everyone you're speaking with, you want to show them the versatility that you have. This was one of my first photo shoots in Hollywood. No, this was in LA. It wasn't Hollywood exactly, but it was LA. And yeah, this was on my phone, another Hollywood here. And that's about it for now. And then I'll add my New York ones that we took on Friday.
And they're so good.
Yes.
And I can say, like, modeling and acting, like, 25 years ago, very, very, very different. And I was like kicked out of the nest, and I had no support. I was just, I was lucky to like get what I got. But I can tell you, even now, like Mama Bird, I text her, I'm like, what are you doing? No, I'm telling you, alignment. I am a very wise person, but I got scammed. So VIP Ignite and Alicia and her team are no joke. I'm telling you, no joke. So don't waste your time. Don't waste one more dollar. Don't get scammed because it's crazy out there. These people will take care of you. They will look out for you, and they see what you don't see in yourself yet. So give it a try. And I'll put you in a room with some pretty amazing.
I was going to say, we have a tremendous network. Try to come to New York and sit down with the heads of agencies, not the scouts, the owners of the agencies, top casting directors. We even have an Emmy Award winner today.
This is the networking golden day right now. I mean, look at the incredible icons that we have in this room. If you're not here, you are missing out. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Be part of VIP Ignite because it will change your life. It's changed mine. This is a family. It's more than a family. It's love. It's love, it's passion, it's perseverance, and it's success every day, no matter the small steps.
So you better join. You better don't wait. Don't sit and wait. The calls are free. You can come on a Zoom call. You don't have to live in New York or LA. You can come on a Zoom. It starts with a Zoom, and then from there, we'll take it from there. I know everybody have a busy life, but you can make your busy schedule for something that you love. It's your dream, so work it out.
So that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. So if you're tired of wasting time on websites or paying for photos that no one's ever seeing, and you're looking to elevate your craft, you're looking to get real opportunities, more sets, more shoots, more stages, click the link down below and register for one of our Zoom calls. All right. Bye, everybody. Live from New York, it's VIP Ignite.
Thank you. Okay. How awesome was that?
And I just want to say one thing. The guy that was sitting there with like the green beanie, he's hilarious. By the way, he's completely tatted up from head to toe. He ran Wilhelmina Models, IMG. I mean, we're talking like the head booker. So he doesn't do these. He was also a VH1 correspondent. So I think he's really fun. His name is Fuji Ruiz. But
hold on, where did he get discovered for that VH1 job?
Okay, so Angela Bowers, the head of casting for all VH1, is a friend of ours, came to the event. And Fuji, again, he's tattooed from like head to toe. He had this little like mustache tattoo, and he'd go, and she would like watch him, and she's like, you need to be on TV. He's like, no, girl, I'm an agent. She's like, well, I pay VH1, and you need to be like, you know, when they, I don't even know what show it was, but where they would have like kind of like guest hosts, like kind of chirping in on something happening. He got paid a lot of money. Actually, some of those episodes, in one episode, he made more than he did working 6 months running IMG Models. And he's worked with Giselle, Gigi Hadid, Kaya Gerber, Cindy Crawford. He's a super like high fashion editorial agent for IMG and Wilhelmina. And that's where we met him. Mike and I met him 15 years ago. And it was funny because before Zoom, we used to go to like local markets. We took him on a road trip with us in the middle of winter to Detroit. And he hated us, but we were all together. We also had the head casting director for the Broadway show Rent. We brought the Phantom of the Opera with us. I mean, like we do some really cool road trips, but again, this was before Zoom, and typically people would have to fly and spend a lot of money just to come meet with us because we're not. Why would we pay for a free trip to come to New York to audition for us? It doesn't even make sense. So we had a market in Detroit. We went to Detroit for a couple of days. We brought Fuji with us, like a road trip, and yeah, I still hear slack from it. It's been 15 years, so. But I just wanted to tell you guys, so when you're meeting people this type of level, you're literally sitting down. Even Carter, there was a guy with a yellow hat. He's a huge filmmaker. That's actually how Ryan met Liv Tyler. And he used to be a top photographer for Vogue, worked with all the bigger agencies, and he made the hit movie The Ruins. I mean, he has movies right now on Netflix and Apple TV and in theaters. So getting a chance to meet somebody of that type of level, I don't know how many of you guys are, he's doing a new horror film right now. So some of the talent from our company and some of the Colby models, they're going to be starring in a new movie. And he gets like A-listers. So that's what we do, face to face. So not everybody can do that. I mean, we're the only company in the world that puts people face to face with that type of level. And I know somebody said on here, comedy, the head writer for Saturday Night Live is part of our company. We also have the co-founder of Bad Boy, the vice president of Island Def Jam. We have Grammy winners, Tony winners, Academy Award winners. That's what we do. but it required a lot of time, a lot of investing on our part to get into these circles, which is why, like, I'm not kidding. Like, you can see me, that's Tony Award up there. That's me on Fox News as a music expert. We're not a website. This is face to face. And we had to earn that right. And that's why if I took somebody like Joseph or Lewis or Aaron Amato, hi Aaron, or Micaiah Keith, which congratulations, I saw you're part of our company. That's so exciting. Bringing you face to face, there's a saying in this business, keep or kiss, keep it simple, stupid. You're gonna do well because you're face to face. Everything you thought you could do, you can do, but you have to believe in yourself. And I really need everybody to, like, I want you all to go like this. Do it. Push the haters aside. Push all the bullshit reasons why you tell yourself you can't do this. I don't have the time. I'm sorry, we have people booking 500 grand a day. You have the time. I don't have the money. Isn't it funny? Black Friday, we're all waiting in line for shit we don't need. Why? Think about it. Think about all the shit we spend money on every single day that we don't need. Ready? Invest in you. Invest in you. And that's the truth.
Yep.
Think about all of the opportunities right now, and this probably hurts, especially for my new friend Nevaeh Lad. Think of all the potential money and opportunities you've not had a chance to even work on because nobody knows you exist. When you are pissed enough and it hurts that bad, you're going to do something to change your life. So the question is, where does it hurt? Where does it hurt? Hurts right here because you know you can do it. And that's a problem when you know you can do it and you're going against the entire world. You're never going to get face to face with the head writer of Saturday Night Live. Never. At our events, he wrote the foreword to our book. Why? Because we won a Tony Award and we were hanging out backstage with Sigourney Weaver and Billy Crystal introduced. That's how we meet these people. So the question is, if you can't do this on your own, how many of you guys need VIP Ignite to help you? Or anybody want to try to do this by yourself? Move to New York, move to LA and try to get into these rooms? I dare you. That's what our book is about. 18 years in the making. It was hard. It still is hard. It's not meant to be easy. It's show business. All right, that's it. That's all I have to say.
All right. Well, Alicia, I think that what would be great now is if you could go over what Mike went over with San Diego. Just go over that one more time because we only have a couple slots open. So I'd just like to give someone the opportunity. And just so you guys know too, if you're scheduling, please schedule Monday, Tuesday, because you guys are the ones that we know are serious. If we see you on Wednesday, we're gonna be like, hopefully the person shows up. So make sure that you're scheduling on Monday or Tuesday if you are scheduling. Just a pro tip. Are you guys excited?
Pull it up. Hold on. Please hold.
Okay. Well, Alicia's pulling this up in the comments. How excited are you guys? No, Alicia didn't say anything. Someone in the comments said that, Victoria.
What?
About a cheaper program that we don't opt. This is what I want.
Whoever said a cheaper program, this is what I want you to do. Go on Craigslist right now, take a couple of selfies and try to make your own connections. This is a $39,000 opportunity. Actually, I can tell you, it's cost Michael and I $1 million to even win 6 Tony Awards. Anybody here want to invest $1 million? Does that sound good? No? Anybody here have $1 million?
And this is what I want. This is what I want you to think about too. We live in the United States of America. If you're on this call right now,
whoever said that, just boot them off.
You're among the top 1%.
We just had the former art director of Vogue on here who's going to a party with somebody who just booked a talent for 500 grand for one day. When somebody says that to me, you know what that shows me? Poor mindset. They probably wouldn't even show up to a casting or to a booking because they're already showing their true colors that financially, if given an opportunity, how many of you guys right now, no matter where you live, if I told you to go to New York right this second, you're going to be on set tomorrow, how many of you guys would make it happen? Type, book my ticket. I'm not paying for it. How many of you guys financially could make that happen? There's $1 million in the locker in New York City. You have to find a way to get there. Guaranteed. I showed it to you. Here are the keys. Do it yourself. Try to do this by yourself. So whoever said, is there a cheaper option? Boot them off the call. This is not for sale. And I do have payment plans. I wouldn't even accept your money because you would embarrass yourself like you did just today. Not worth it. Anybody disagree? Are you 100% on board? That's the question I'm going to ask you. So let's go over this. Again, our services are not for sale. For what we're offering right now, think about it. Let me ask you guys a question really quick. How many of you have put some time into this? Somebody tell me, how much time have you put into this so far? Time and money, type it. How much time, and Roxanne, the queen has spoken, the end. How much time and how much money have you put into this so far? And just so you know, when you're working with somebody like Tanya Kleckner, she doesn't book extra work. Nobody books extra work. It's not worth it. You're considered scenery. You're not really an actor. You're background. She books $60,000 an episode. 60 grand an episode. Stranger Things, $125,000 an episode. You need photos. You need training. Not to mention face-to-face with the biggest names in show business. How would you even do this on your own? 6 months, 10 grand, 15 months, 25K. Think about it. How much would your life change getting face-to-face? Is there anybody on this call that doesn't think they could do it? If given a chance to sit down face-to-face, how many of you guys can make it happen? Anyone? I went to 2 casting calls this week. Great. For who? Unless you have an agent or manager, you're a freelance. We already know real castings are not posted. Stop wasting time and stop wasting money. That's the truth. People who want to make this dream happen, and I hate to sound like this, cut a check for speed. That's the truth. You want to get in front of the right people. You want the right photos. You want real training. You have to cut a check for speed. If not, you're going to chase it your whole entire life. And your friends and family are going to be laughing at you the whole time. It's show business. It's not meant for everybody. All right, let's continue. Do I scare you or do you guys kind of like it? Somebody type it. I always like to know about my bitchometer. Too much? Just right? Somebody tell me. All right. Because when I'm sick, Denise knows. Watch out. Okay. You can't do this without being legit. So the question is, if I let you into this world, a world where we've invested every dollar, every minute of every day for 20 years for $1,997, why would we, 2 grand? We could spend 2 grand on dinner in New York City. This is the business you are trying to get into. So let's do it. Now, some of you will get a chance to go to San Diego. Some of you guys are already going to San Diego. Some of you guys are going to LA. Some of you guys are going to Atlanta. We're all over the place right now. But this is our latest and greatest, and we're very excited about it. So I'm going to share it with you again. I have everything I need here. Super fun stuff. Let's do it. I'm going to share my screen. And guys, I'm going to be honest with you. If you are not serious about this opportunity, cancel your appointment now. Do not schedule, because if you get on the phone with me, I'm going to say, why are you here? And anybody who's ever interviewed with me, that's the first question. Why? Why are you here? I want to be famous. Rejected. Goodbye. Famous? Go on OnlyFans to become famous. You're not going to sit down with an Academy Award winner. No. Because they're going to expect the best from us. And I don't let anybody in my network that can't handle that. So your credit card is not worth anything here. I know Backstage wants it, and 99, you're going to pay what you want to hear. They can't help you get into the business. All right, so here we go. Can you guys see my screen? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, sunrise in California. The sunrises are always great out there. I currently live in Florida, and the sunrises out west are amazing. So Sunrise in California, the VIP Model and Actor San Diego Experience, live and in person, March 2024. As Michael had said, it's really easy. Flying to the San Diego International Airport, easy in, easy out. Now, just so you know, for those of you that have maybe never traveled on your own or that don't like to stay by yourself, we do have a private Facebook community. I promise you, this is like church on crack. Everybody really loves each other, sometimes too much. We're very, very, very loving. We're a very loving community. Make friends with other people going to this event. Split the cost, do like the Airbnb thing, go together, get there a day early, go to the grocery store, get snacks, rent a car together. Don't try to do this by yourself. I mean, if you want to go and stay at, the Ritz-Carlton in San Diego, you go, it's like $800 a night. You know, you could go ahead and book a room somewhere that, you know, you could afford by yourself and, you know, Uber it in. You can do whatever you want, but I would much prefer you to be around other talent. Call me crazy, but I know it works. As Michael said, this is an amazing opportunity, San Diego. Now, we love San Diego. We've been there many times, but we've never had an event there. And like Michael had said, you know, just last week, Kevin Harrington from the Shark Tank show chose our company. So just so you know, his team knows how we work. They know how our calls are. They had live calls. We were chosen to be on Fox, which is a huge opportunity. And I'm not there asking for money. It's not Shark Tank. They're talking to established professionals that have already made it. Okay. So we're doing a special event in San Diego because, again, Michael, you know, the book right now is #1 on Amazon, new speaking engagements. We have a lot of projects in the works right now, and San Diego is a hotspot for us. Also, when I'd spoken to Tanya Kleckner and Michael Beaudry, I was like, are you interested in going to San Diego? The one thing I have to do is get the margaritas. And I said, done, let's go. So, and I think they also said they wanted to see Deneen and Mike in a sombrero. So we'll take photos. Let's keep going. As Michael said, the Mexican food is amazing. All the food out there is amazing. If you've never been to California, super healthy, super fresh, great stuff. So this program, I'm not opening up the whole screen, Deneen, because it's easier for me to do this. Sunrise in California, the VIP Model and Actor San Diego Experience, live in person. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pictures in, the girl with the red, looks like bodysuit, talking to the gentleman, looking at the phone. The gentleman with that little gold necklace, that's Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model, talking to Kaylee Clay. This is her very first event. She's from a little town outside of Lafayette, Louisiana. Never been to New York, never been to LA. Pretty much like she was destined to marry her high school sweetheart. She met Phil Sullivan at the event. He worked with her on her photo. She ended up getting signed. She now lives New York and LA. She just booked an opportunity in Paris. This is what we do. And I know Michael had spoken to you about James Johnson. And one thing, Deneen, I don't even know if you know, but Tanya Kleckner, you know, she manages one of the showrunners, one of the series regulars for Stranger Things. And we were talking recently, how many of you guys have ever watched Stranger Things? So last season, there was a kid with like long, like dark, like black hair. He's the bus driver where he's always like, dude, right? The one that like works for the pizza delivery place. And he's always looking for pot, always looking for marijuana. James Johnson auditioned for that role. And he was not a member of SAG-AFTRA, had just started in the business, but his modeling photos, because of who he knew in this industry, between Tanya Kleckner and Ryan Colby, they were able to land an audition. And they pretty much said, you just have to act high. And he's like, I could do that in my sleep. How many of you guys think that you could do that in your sleep? Right? I mean, I've never done it, but I bet you if I wanted to act high, I could. I mean, talk to me after Starbucks. I guess that's about as high as I get. How many of you guys would love to be on a show like Stranger Things? Right? Cool. So you're also going to get a private mastermind with Hollywood's biggest SAG-AFTRA franchise agents and casting directors. Again, Tanya Kleckner, especially now that she's working from home post-COVID, you have to have an agent. We already know this. They do not do open calls. So really, it's our job as a company. This is not about a credit card to handpick people that are deserving to get possibly an agent, to put you face to face. Now, can I guarantee it? No. Just like you can't guarantee that you're going to get the agent. But I'm going to put you face to face, and she does not do that with any other company but ours. We're also going to teach you how to become a power networker. How many of you guys have ever met somebody within 2 seconds, you're like, oh, hell no? Anyone? Right? Without somebody opening up their mouth, you've already determined. They walk into a club, they walk into a school, they walk into a job, they walk into a club, they walk anywhere, even on the Zoom call, you're like, nope. Now, how many of you ever met somebody right away and you're like, oh my God, we're best friends? You walk in somewhere, Michael always jokes around everywhere we go. He's like, what are you running for mayor? I literally went to go get a cup of coffee. I come back and it's like moth to a fire. How many of you guys are like me where you love talking to other people or something about your energy? People just always gravitate towards you. Anyone? So that's really what we're going to teach you, being a power networker. How do you really do this? And also building self-confidence. If you go into this event, no matter how much money you spend, if you can't learn how to work the room and be able to exude light from the inside out, save your money, show business is not for you. This is Hollywood. Nobody's ever going to buy the magazine. No one's ever going to book you. No one's ever going to watch your TV show. You need to be relatable. And this isn't about arrogance. We're really good at what we do. So let's keep going. Again, getting to sit down with top agents. You can't get breakdowns without a licensed agent through SAG-AFTRA. So many people don't even know about SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA is a union. They were recently on strike. SAG-AFTRA, you have to be eligible to even join the union. Some of you guys may not even know. The union charges $3,000 when you are eligible to join. You technically can't even have speaking roles in TV and film without an agent. And that agent's going to ask you, are you a member of SAG? Now, Tanya will book talent, even if they're not SAG. But once you book your third job and she's making you lots of money, it is then your responsibility, if you become SAG eligible, to join the union. Nobody will pay for that for you. So how many of you guys wouldn't mind spending money on headshots, training, and a $3,000 fee to join the union if you had an agent booking you $100,000 an episode? Because when you're going on these websites, oh, I'm going to star in a Disney show. Oh, I'm going to star in Marvel. Anytime they announce the name of the show or the character, or they say Marvel or Netflix or Disney, Stranger Things, it is called hashtag clickbait. Only the naive and gullible click on it and think that they have auditions. Fake, 100% fake. You want to get on Stranger Things, you want to get on Netflix, you want to get on HBO Max. There are no castings. They have their own casting department. They are never posted on websites, guys. AMC, Netflix, Disney, they have their own casting department. So any of the stuff you are finding on any website, most of the time it's fake, unless it's extra work. And extra work is not deemed sufficient work in this industry, nor does it ever go on a resume. You are no better than the tree in the background. And that's not me being mean, that's me being truthful. You are part of the scenery. It's not acting. So bonus trainings include agency and photo shoot boot camp with the former art director of Vogue magazine. We already met him. Mastering style and grace in front of the camera. Behind the scenes with Vogue. Vogue. We're not even going to start voguing. We're not doing that today, even though I might. Social media domination for models and actors, live virtual weekend. We're going to show you how this business works. Now, some of you tag me in social media. Some of you, even while I'm speaking, are tagging me. Why? You should be listening already. I know anybody who just tagged me, it was more important for me to stop what I'm doing and look down and literally take me away from what I'm doing, which now means that you're only focused on one thing yourself. This isn't for you. We're going to show you how your social media, even things that you click like on, your posts, things that could be deterring, literally derailing your entire career. How many of you guys want those facts? If you want that type, I want that. Because we're going to do that virtually. We're going to go step by step by step what you could be doing better. Artificial intelligence, that's one of the reasons for the strike. AI. Did you know that they were trying to get it when you were an extra on a TV show or movie, get paid an extra $200, you sign your little likeness away. Now they own your face and your likeness. Oh, shit. So my new BFF, Paul Wendeep, imagine you show up for one job, you're an extra on Billions. A year later, you see yourself on, you know, I can't even say Outlander because most likely with the tattoos, you wouldn't be on Outlander because it's a period piece. But let's say you're watching Law and Order, you're watching CSI. As an extra, you got paid one rate and now it's cut, copy, paste, cut, copy, paste. You should be pissed. That's what the networks were trying to do. Even modeling. They were trying to create AI models. Okay, let's make her a little bit more, you know, Latina. Let's sprinkle a little African American in there. Let's add a little, you know, they want exotic. Brands don't want to be able to pinpoint what you are. So how do they do it? They do a swirl in the computer. F that. No, we need real people in Hollywood. Real people. If you agree, yeah, deep fakes. Don't even get me started with the deep fakes. If you want real people, type real people, humans. Computers will never replace us, not in show business. But you have to know the facts. The one thing Michael and I agreed on when we started VIP Ignite, you will never get taken advantage of again. You will learn this business better than anybody else. You're not just going to learn about modeling or acting. You're going to learn about casting, licensing, distribution. You're going to learn what an agent does, a manager, a publicist, a screenwriter. You are going to learn the 360 degrees of this business so that you have power. No one will ever take advantage of you again. Does that make you feel good? Because it should. You're going to get a 4-look professional photo shoot in San Diego, celebrity stylist, hair and makeup artist. Again, Ryan Colby, here's the prescription. This is what you qualify for. These are the markets we already know. We went through just a couple of you. It is literally going to be created, kind of like Mr. Potato Head from top to bottom. What you should be wearing, makeup, hair, accessories, shoes. Even the photographers are going to know exactly what type of campaigns. Those are the photos you want. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't take, Alka-Seltzer cold and flu if I have a broken foot. Many of you didn't even know you didn't qualify for high fashion. So far on this call, one person editorial so far. Editorial based on bone structure. Don't blame me, blame God. Blame your parents, blame genetics. It is not up to you what you qualify for. It's up to the industry. Kind of like walking into the Apple store. If I walked in with a Samsung, they're going to go, are you okay? You're in the wrong place. So many of you are applying to agencies that just don't want you. There are so many amazing opportunities out there, but you need to know where you fit in. So the 4-look photo shoot, you're going to be able to work with a real stylist, real makeup artist, real photographers. Everything that they've done before you, you now assume as credibility. That's called proximity. Mashrad, great story. Was so nervous. Couldn't even speak in public. He's now signed to Colby. He's booking work in Paris. He lives in San Francisco. His friends and family weren't really supportive. He figured out a way to be able to finance this himself. Why? Well, think about it. There's 24 hours in a day. You'll figure it out. When it's something that you really want, you'll figure it out. And that's exactly what he did. Getting real photos done. These are curated to best fit your needs. You have to find your blue ocean. Again, we love our company. We love, oh, look at all those happy faces. Our photo shoots are beyond anything in the world. Why? Because you're working with the best and the results speak for themselves. So you don't ever want to let the years define you. I mean, some of you guys aren't even sure how you dress. We're going to do everything from top to bottom. If you want real photos, you got to work with real people in order to get real results. So I want you all to type real photos equal real results. You want to book work with Apple. You want to be on a billboard in Times Square. You want to book TV shows. Maria booked 30,000 in one day. Actually, her last job booked her 6 figures. She couldn't have done it without an agent. That agent couldn't have met her without us. She had to have photos. She had to have training. We're not here to teach somebody like Maria high fashion runway walks. Please, that's snake oil, kids. But you need to know the basics. And again, to even have my face on this, I'm so, I can't. It makes me like just completely flabbergasted to even be on the level with these people. But having proper photos, getting face to face with the biggest names, you can't do that on your own, nor can you do it on a website. So I'm going to scroll through here. And again, we had a great time with everybody in New York, but New York is over. We're now working with new talent, preparing them for future events. So agency onboarding, 8 weeks. This is like Weight Watchers. The reason why Weight Watchers works is because of accountability. If I left you to your own devices as soon as you get off this call, you're going to go right back to your ways. 8 weeks of onboarding. How many of you guys want accountability? Somebody that's going to keep you on track, slap you upside the head going, hey, I thought you said you wanted to be a series regular. You're not doing your part. Let's get your shit together. If you came to us because you want success, you will not fail. But you have to be able to follow directions and you have to be able to listen. Which is why I know some of you that are already tagging me on Facebook and Instagram and texting. You're texting my call center right now because I'm on here. Who are you talking to? So this is everything you're going to get. Ready? Boom. There it is. 4-look photo shoot valued at $2,497. I could tell you the photographer alone, you couldn't even book them without an agent or manager. That's right. The photo shoot spaces that we've rented in the past, we've rented beautiful spaces where they film music videos, TV shows. The spaces that we rent, these are real spaces. These spaces are not cheap. The photographer alone, between the lenses and the cameras and the backdrops and the lights, not to mention 20, 30, 40 years in this industry, and all the resume that they've done prior to meeting you, how could you even put a value of $2,497? The photographer, the stylist, the makeup artist, think about it. Even a licensed cosmetologist, a hairstylist, a licensed hairstylist, they invest 10 grand just in schooling, just to be able to get their license. Then all of the materials they use, the hairdryer, the straightener, the makeup, all the brushes, they had to invest in that. Think about it. You're a landscaper. Everything that they've done in order to give you an invoice for a service that they provide. So the question is, when these photos are done right, the answer is they're worth everything to you. These are priceless. You never know where these photos are going to take you. You're going to get the 21-day challenge. Some of you, we need to do some mindset training. Some of you don't even know how this business works. Some of you are wishing on stars, thinking you're going to star in TV shows, movies. You want a modeling contract. You want to be on a billboard in Times Square. You are so far from it. 21 days to get you from where you are to where it is that you want to be. And we're going to teach you step by step by step, even how to make extra revenue while you're in this process. That's right. We're going to teach you every 19,000 for cosmetology school. See? Hi, Brandon. Thank you. 30 and 30 access. This is amazing. Literally, we're going to break everything down together. But who are the people in your top 30? I know mine. And I'll tell you what, last year, if I even thought about working with Kevin Harrington or Les Brown used to be married to Gladys Knight, #1 motivational speaker in the world, sold out the Georgia Dome, 90,000 tickets. He is legendary, legendary. 1 billion organic search results. Somehow, somebody that we love very closely that works with our company introduced us. Next thing I know, we're on Zoom calls working on his new show. Elevate your success, $997 value. We're going to take your career to a whole new level. VIP Academy, we're going to give you trainings, literally 6 seasons of training. Each of these trainings can range anywhere from $250 up to $1,000 for 1 hour of training. We've covered all the investments. How many of you guys want 600 hours of training? Learning from people from The Walking Dead, casting directors, agents, people from America's Next Top Model, A&Rs, Grammy winners, Tony winners. We even have actors from Frozen who are part of our company. Truth management training. Again, how do you even book work these days? What's tax deductible? That's right. You're running this like a business now. You get your hair done, you get your nails done, internet, your cell phone, travel expenses. Even this is considered educational and marketing. Are you writing it off on your taxes? We actually go through this. Again, I'm not a licensed CPA. I got to tell you that. But a lot of our talent don't even know. They don't even. And I'll tell you what, when you're first getting started, every single person that hits you up on Instagram or Facebook, you're like, oh my God, they want me. No, sweetie, it's a bot. They want everybody. Okay. It's based on what you're searching for in your algorithms. So when you're trying to get into show business, we need to teach you what to look out for. Okay. We also want to keep you safe. You're also going to get the agency and photo shoot bootcamp with Ryan Colby, $997 value. Become a power networker, $997 value. Tell you what, one connection can completely change your life. Our whole company was built on networking. Put me in a room, I swear to God, I'm gonna clean house by the time I'm done. One thing we didn't even talk about, Mike and I had a CBS radio show. We had Howard Stern's old studio. We got to hang out with NASA for the day. We got to hang out with some of the Real Housewives of New York, the cast of Vampire Diaries. You can't do that without being a power networker. Building your self-confidence, man, you could use that in your dating world, your professional world, Hollywood. What is that worth to you? Mastering style and grace in front of the camera. You need, like Isabel said, she's been to many photo shoots. Janine can literally tell you about her first photo shoot. Deer in headlights. And we say that nicely because she was scared to death. Now she's confident. She speaks from stages. She's traveled around the world. She has no problems picking up the phone and calling an A-list actor if we're working on a project. She has no problem. But a couple of years ago, when we took her out of the dental industry, she was like, you want me to do what? It was like seeing a ghost. She was scared of her own shadow because she'd never done this before. Repetition. Getting comfortable in front of the camera, talking to real people, product knowledge, which is why we do the trainings, guys. You are never alone again. Mastering style and grace, we already went over that. Behind the scenes at Vogue, priceless. I mean, yeah, you can watch Devil Wears Prada. The character, Stanley Tucci's character in Devil Wears Prada, that was loosely based on Ryan Colby. Social media domination. Let's dominate social media. Let's do it the right way. And it's not about followers. It's making sure that when you actually get submitted out for a casting with ABC, which is owned by Disney, you better not have anything on your social media that is going to make them never want to work with you again. And sometimes you're ruining it for yourself. Your friends are ruining it. They're tagging you. You got to be so careful about who your inner circle is. And that's the truth. Plus the AI masterclass. If you're going to work with anybody in show business, top agents, casting directors, it's kind of like working with Bobby Flay. Oh, I want to be a top chef. Okay, great. Get the skillet. What's that? We have to literally go over AI with you because most people are scared to death of it. There are ways that AI will actually help you. And Michael Fomkin is a complete genius, which is why, thank God for Michael Fomkin. He's the brains on the mouth. Perfect combination when it comes to starting a business. The value, $39,764. Today it's $1,997. And I should tell you, and I know we didn't talk about this at all, but when I was 6 years old, I had a dream that I wanted to make movies. At 17, I sat down with my very conservative parents. My father went to West Point. He was a corporate lawyer. My dad literally had a book in the Library of Congress. My dad could practice in Supreme Court. My dad, brainiac. My mom grew up on a farm in Louisiana. She was a legal secretary. My whole entire life, I was taught I could do anything I wanted to do if I worked really hard at it. When I was 17 years old and I applied to film school, living in South Florida, 80 grand a year. My dad said, are you high? What the hell is wrong with you? We taught you better. You're too smart for this. Why would you do this to us? I'm sorry. I thought these were my dreams. I thought this was something I wanted to do. When it's somebody else's money, they can dictate to you. I'd never want that for you. At the age of 17, my dreams were crushed. I was like, wait, you mean to tell me I can't go to film school? Do the math, 80 grand a year times 4, that's 320 grand, not even including living expenses, books. And when you graduate, you get a little certificate. It's not even considered a college degree. Guess what they're doing? They're bartending, waiting on tables, trying to network with everybody like themselves. That sucks. I ended up going to school here in Orlando of all places. I grew up in South Florida, but I decided to go to school in Orlando because I thought, oh, I'm going to be smarter than my parents. I'm going to go to a state school. I had partial scholarships. I ended up graduating in 5 years with a double degree, not 1, but 2. I went to school 18 credits a semester. I even went to school during the summer. Some people say it's psychotic. I said I had shit to do. At the age of 19, my freshman year of college, my mom got diagnosed with breast cancer. I had 2 choices, to get a job or come home. I said, I tasted freedom. I'm never going back. I'm now 18 credits a semester. 12 is normal. I'm doing a semester and a half, 18 credits. And I decided to get a job. I knew I didn't want to get drunk with all my friends. I knew I didn't want to join a sorority. I wanted to make my own money, so I never had to rely on my parents. I wanted to be able to do this by myself. 6 months later, I put down money to buy my first home, and I charged my friends rent. I couldn't understand why anybody in their right mind would pay rent, $700, $1,000, for what? At the end of the year, you're left with nothing. Buy something, invest in something. The people that make the most money in the world start their own businesses, they invest. The people that clock in and clock out and constantly worry about money, never invest money, they play it safe, which is why they never get to do anything in their life. And they're the first ones critiquing anybody else. For those of you that read Finding Fame, we started our business with less than $1,000. We now own multiple companies that earn 7 figures. We don't make a lot of money from these events. They pretty much just cover the expenses. We do it as a labor of love. When I graduated from college with a double degree, nobody would hire me. I sat up on websites. I knew I was perfect for this business. Nobody gave a shit what I thought. My friends, my family, every time I talked about this, they'd roll their eyes at me. Fast forward 20 years later, opening the stock exchange, Forbes, Entrepreneur Magazine, Huffington Post, Guinness Book of World Records, 6 Tony Awards. Who's laughing now? When you believe in yourself, you will do whatever it takes to make those dreams a reality. You want to turn to your mom, your husband, your dad, your priest, your pimp, anybody in your life telling you you can't do this, you are weak. You are weak. You don't deserve to be in this industry. When you go into an audition, you go into a casting, it is just you. You will fail. You can't even make up your own mind or have self-confidence to know that you can do this. And that's the truth. This isn't me perching from oh, you should buy this. There's nothing for sale. I will never, never take anyone to an event that doesn't deserve to go. One connection will change your life. It will also change my life if I accept the wrong person into my company. Does that make sense? You will figure it out. Apply for credit cards, find a way to cut back on expenses. You'll do whatever it takes. Some of you are waiting for handouts. You're not meant to be in this company. Keep joining the fake websites. Tell your friends you're going to be famous. You're never going to do it because real agents want real actors. You're not a real actor until you become one. And that's the truth. I don't want to hear any excuses. If you schedule for this, you're going to show up. I want everybody to type 856. Type 856. 856. In the morning of your scheduled audition, you're going to get a call, 856. You confirm. As soon as you get it, confirm right away. Set a reminder. If you don't show up, my team sits there for an hour waiting for you. We have 80 people on this call, not to mention anybody right now watching on Facebook. Why? Why did you sit through a 2-hour call and not show up? Rude. You're meant to just sit up on websites and tell your friends you're going to be famous. You're not meant to be in this business. You will literally get removed from this boot camp and all future boot camps from here until eternity if you don't show up. If you schedule an appointment with us, we're going to ask you why. What was your favorite part about this call? What did you learn? And guess what? You're going to need a credit card. If you can pay in full, great, the ticket is yours. You need a payment plan, great, the ticket is yours. Do not show up without intent. You schedule a call, I need to know you're going to make this happen. Don't say, I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't have any help. Can I call you? No, I will never put you face to face with people at this level. You will embarrass yourself. In return, embarrass me, and I could do that on my own. Does that make sense? If you schedule an appointment, I want to know you're going to be able to make this happen. If you're unemployed, I don't care. You have savings. Somebody's taking care of you. Talk to them about this tonight. Your interview is tomorrow. Your interview is Tuesday, Wednesday. Figure out what you are able to afford by the time you get on the call. If you say, I don't know how I'm going to do it, I'm going to say, why did you waste my time? I'm only interested in talking to talent that want to go to San Diego. San Diego's in March. It's in March. You're going to meet people that literally can snap a finger and change your life. I need to know that you can make it happen. If you sat on this call for 2 hours and you scheduled, I need to know that you can make it happen without relying on anybody else. So type very quickly, who wants to go to San Diego? And I want to know I can make it happen. Commit to me that you can make it happen. If you schedule, I want to know that you can make it happen. If given a chance to go to San Diego, I'm going to say, how do you want to pay for this? It's not about the money. I want to know, like poker, I'm going to call your bluff. Can you make your own decisions? Ladies, don't ever ask your husbands or your friends for, advice or, oh, I need permission. I'm sorry, what year is this? 1950? Ask them for support. Hey, I'm going to live out my dreams. I need you to be supportive. Because if they're not supportive after you being on a call for 2 hours, what's going to happen when an agent wants to book you on work? What are they going to hide the car keys? What are they going to do? And it happens. Oh, my mom doesn't want me to do this. You're 20, grow a pair, come back when you're ready. If you agree, type 100%. If I put you face to face with a top A&R, a Grammy winner, a Tony winner, an Emmy winner, a casting director, an agent, they may ask you, hey, I want to submit you for a casting right now. If you book the job, it's in New Zealand. I'm sorry, I thought you were serious. And that's the truth. It's 1,997. You're going to get the 30 and 30. Everybody you need to meet in this industry. We're going to teach you how to do this. There's the link. There's the link. We'll post it again. But only serious candidates may apply. I need to know that you are financially responsible, reliable, professional. If not, keep taking selfies and post them on your Instagram. That no one's interested. Professional, reliable, and you must be financially stable. You have to be financially stable. And I want you guys to think about this. When we book TV shows like Billions or any TV show, think about it. If you live paycheck to paycheck and you had to call out sick to work for 2 days to live out your dreams on set, I need to know that you have money to float. You have a credit card, you have savings, you have a checking account. Why? Well, shit, I'm going to call out sick to work for 2 days. I may not be able to pay my rent at the end of the month. I won't be able to provide a roof over my head, feed my kids. Okay, don't apply with me because I like to sleep at night knowing I'm changing lives. If you get an opportunity to go on set and you had to call out sick to work for a couple of days, I need to know, kind of like doing your taxes. Yeah, you will get a check when you book work, but it could take 2 to 3 weeks before you get that. I need to know that you're going to be okay up until then if you miss 2 days of work. What if you miss 3? What if we book you for Fashion Week? It could be 5 days. Damn. So, for some of you guys, this is going to be life-changing. Others, you'll just keep watching. You'll keep coming on my boot camps, keep commenting. And when the time is right, you'll figure a way to make it happen. But let me just say this in closing. Your whole future depends on one person, you. You can either make it or you can break it. And that's the truth. Don't blame society. Don't blame lack of knowledge, your location, your friends, your family, your weight, your skin color. F you. Seriously. Those are excuses you tell yourself as to why you can't be great. You lean on those. I don't lean on those. Are you kidding me? I'm a mom. I'm a 3-year-old. I work from home. Sometimes it's hard. But guess what? Still doing it. Still doing it. Living out my dream every day, helping talent succeed. That's it. This business isn't meant to be easy. If it were about a credit card, everybody would be famous. There's a formula. We put you in front of the right people, but the question is, will you be ready? Some of you won't, which is why if you don't get on the calls or you don't show up, it's on you. It's not on me. No. Never. Because we're winners here at VIP Ignite, and you see that in the video. We all start off on a Zoom, correct? But at the end of the day, we're a family, and our family, we kick ass here, right, Deneen White?
Yes.
What do I say now? Deneen loves his company so much, she got a tattoo. What does it say?
Hold on,
Show
I
us.
want to see.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can you guys see?
Fearless.
So I got this tattoo. So when we I'm gonna tell you guys a little bit about the Fearless Rebels. Because Fearless Rebels, you guys really showed up today, by the way. I was watching you guys in the comments. It's awesome. So right before the pandemic started, before we knew that the world was going to shut down, we were already doing a lot of things on Zoom. And we were like, okay, you know what? Our talent need an identity. They need an identity. Fearless Rebels, not rentals, Fearless Rebels. But that's awesome, Colin Deep. I love that so much. But so we were like, okay, we need an identity because we're a part of ClickFunnels and they're funnel hackers. And when you're a part of Tony Robbins, you're a Tony Robbins Plus. We're like, okay, our talent need an identity. So we're like, okay, so we put out to our pool of creatives, okay, what do you guys think? Like, how do you identify? Like, what words describe you? And we had this one talent, her name is Tiffany, and she said, I'm a fearless rebel. And all that just resonated immediately with us. We were like, that's cool. Like, tell us a little bit more about this. And she talked about how she felt like she was a rebel because everyone in her family worked a 9 to 5. And she's like a savant. Like in high school, she wrote 75 songs, all of which could very easily be out on the radio today. We're like, okay, we like that. So then we had all of the talent go and we had them like expand on it. So that's how we came up with the Fearless Rebels Manifesto. So literally, we didn't know this was going to happen, but literally the night before New York City shut down for COVID, Mike and I were in the city and I was like, oh, I'm itching to get another tattoo because I have 2. And I was like, if you have tattoos, you understand what I mean. Like you get to a point where like, oh, I need another one, right? So we were in the city. He was like, okay, well, you want to get a tattoo? Okay. What tattoo do you want? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get the word fearless on my arm for my Fearless Rebels. And I did. And I may seem really brave, but I'm very much an introvert. Anyone who met me at the event knows that's true, right? Like I could be out there, but I'm like, hi, my name is Deneen. I like to hide in the corner. But every once in a while, like I'll face something that that scares me. And I'll look down, I'm like, nope, you're a fearless rebel. You have to do this. So that's the story. That's probably not as, you probably didn't want quite a long-winded explanation, but
But it's
there
a
we
good
are.
story. I don't have the balls to get a tattoo. I
Oh
could
my
never
gosh.
commit to just one thing. I'm surprised I committed to this.
I'm dying for another one, but I'm pushing 50. I don't know. I don't think I should do any more. But anyway, that's a
I'll
whole
go with you. One too many margaritas. I may sit next to you.
Hey, how about
Who
we do
knows?
it in San Diego?
That's fine. I know Fuji would do it if we brought Fuji with us.
That's
All
true.
right.
Yeah.
So fun.
Ryan, thank you for remembering that. Yeah, I could tell you my podcast story too, but we'll talk about that another time. Awesome. All right, guys. So
I know our friend Paul One Deep can literally tell us all the tattoos, right?
I know,
If I
he
need an
probably tell us
expert,
a
I
good
call
place
him.
too.
Or Ryan Barton. Hi, Ryan.
Awesome. All right. I know, like now we all have the fever, but we're not here to talk about tattoos.
Don't even talk
We're here
about
to talk.
fever.
We're here. Yeah, I'm touching on all kinds of sacred cows. Gina, why are you laying down? Sit up.
Who's laying down? Just boot them off. Who lays down?
Sit up.
You don't
I'm
even have
sorry.
to just
I told you
bottom
guys
off.
at the very beginning of this day that this was an audition. I've been standing on my feet for nearly every minute of this day, y'all. So for anyone who's like, oh, I'm gonna lay down, psst, I call shenanigans on you. All right. So who has questions about San Diego? Does anyone have any questions? If you have any questions, raise your Zoom hand. And before we start fielding questions, I'm going to give you guys a challenge. Okay? Because I wouldn't be me if I didn't give you guys a challenge. Right? Okay. Paul and Deep, you're on. San Diego, Tattoo-a-thon. If you can go all, thank you, Ryan. Okay. So here's your challenge. So in our Facebook community, which is the boot camp one, if Jemima, if you could share that, that would be amazing. This is your challenge. This is a challenge I know each and every one of you can rise to, because there's one thing y'all are very good at, and it's taking selfies. So what I want you to do is I want you to imagine yourself after you're in San Diego. I want you to imagine yourself after you've booked your first role. I want you to imagine yourself deep into 2024. Who are you? Okay. I want you to imagine that person in your mind's eye. Who are you? Because I told you at the beginning of the day that your future self was thanking you for being here today. So imagine yourself, it's December 10th, 2024. Who are you? And what I want you to do, I love that you're thinking of that, about that, Micaiah. I saw your brain going. What I want you to do is I want you to take a selfie of yourself on December 10th, 2024, how you imagine yourself. How are you standing? What do you look like? How much has your confidence grown? Okay. And I want you to take that selfie and I want you to post it into the Facebook group. And the hashtag is hashtag 2024me. Hashtag 2024me. That's your challenge. And I want you guys to understand something. Okay. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to look at each and every one of those photos. And I'm going to personally comment. And no matter what you're doing, this is what I want you to understand. Your future self, the year's going to go by. The year's going to go by. What are you going to do with 2024? How is 2024 going to be different than 2023 or 2022 or 2021 or 2020? It's your decision. The way you end 2024, it's your decision. It's not my decision. It's not Alicia's decision. It's not Mike's decision. It's not Ryan Colby's decision. It's your decision. And by the way, the energy that you have right now is also your decision. So what I want you to do is I want you to decide who is that person you are going to be on December 10th, 2024 going to be? And I want you to take a picture of that person. And when you're taking that picture, you're not December 10th, 2023. You're that person. I want to see confidence. I want to see the growth in you in that photo. And then your challenge is to become that person Your challenge is to become that person, because you know what? Like I said, the year's going to go, whether or not you make a decision, no matter what. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten. How many of you want 2024 to be the best year of your life? Type me in the comments. If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Let me tell you something. The only way 2024 is going to be the best year of your life is if you start doing things different. Because if you do this, make the same decision every day for the next year that you've made for the last 10, 15, 20 years, nothing's going to change. Your life is in your hands. And you know how I know that? Because I've made scary decisions. And that goes a lot deeper than this tattoo. This tattoo is just one thing. I've made some scary decisions to be here right now. I left a stable job to come work with a bunch of crazy people who want to be actors and models. And yes, I think you're crazy, and that's the best compliment I can give you.
It's the crazy ones that get things done, Denise.
It's the crazy ones that get shit done, not stuff done, to get shit done.
I was trying, it's Sunday, I feel like the cursing. I've been
You know
trying
what?
so hard
I
to guard
got
my
you.
words, but
I got you.
thank you.
So what I want you guys to do is understand that everything you want is on the other side of the decisions that you make now. And you know what? Some of you are going to decide not to take the selfie. Shame on you for not doing something for your future self. This isn't about me. This isn't about Alicia. This isn't about Mike. This is about you. And I know there are a lot of people on here I know that are I know, like Lewis, God bless you. You've been sick since we got home from New York. But Lewis is still here sitting up. Alicia was deathly ill. She called me like crying earlier today, but she showed up. You guys have no idea. Leah, deathly ill. I gave a challenge on Wednesday. She's like, Denise, I'm dying. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'll do it. I promise I'll do it. So show up for yourselves. If you can't take a picture of yourself, DeJounte, oh my God, I am so sorry, DeJounte. I am so sorry to hear that. But you showed up for yourself. Thank you. Thank you. I know there are a lot of people going through a lot of shit right now. December is not always the best month for people, but you know what? You showed up. So what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that? That's what I want to leave you with. All right. Gina Williams, you have a question.
Yes. I wanted to know, can I pay in payments?
We'll discuss that after you get accepted. So we don't
Okay.
discuss payment plans on this call. You have to get accepted, and then we will talk about those things. Like Alicia
Okay.
said, you could throw a credit card at us, but if we're like, no, you know what, this is, we can't help you be successful, we're not going to do it. So we'll discuss that once you get once you get
And let
accepted.
me interject. If you were to buy a Honda Civic or any of those cars, only, this much money down, half monthly payments as low as this. It's not for sale. We're not Starbucks. We're not Netflix. Sad to say, all are not welcome with our service. We're allowed to pick and choose. It's an elite company that we built. You want face-to-face with these types of individuals, it's not for sale. So if you go through the interview process, we talk about it if you get accepted. If not, we part as friends, and that's it. And you never pay for an audition, by the way. Somebody had asked me privately, do I pay if I'm not accepted? But I'm sorry, what? Could you imagine? We get thousands of applicants. No. Only
We
if
could
you are
retire if
chosen.
we did that.
Yeah. VIP Ignite is not for sale. Thank you, Gabe. Gabe, love you. Gabe is like #1. He came on a Zoom call, and and I hear these stories all the time. We've had talent living in shelters, living in their car, unemployed, food stamps. They figured out. Actually, one of our best success stories, Zach Kiani, SAG actor living in Hollywood now, working full-time as a working actor, living in his car in Philadelphia in like the middle of winter. He only came into our open call because he said, I was hoping you guys would have heat. And that's the truth.
Yep.
But he decided to figure it out. Somehow, and I want you guys to think about it, no matter how shitty your life is, somehow you're still looking for acting and modeling opportunities. The question is, if you decided to get in with VIP Ignite and we decided to move forward with you, will this change your life? Well, duh. We've changed thousands of people's lives. The opportunities are there for you. So stop making excuses. If you want it, somehow right now you have a roof over your head, maybe you have Wi-Fi. Somehow you're on social media looking for modeling and acting opportunities. If you were that hard up for money, go work 20 jobs. I know I did. I would sweep the streets. I would pick up dog shit, pick up cans, whatever it took to be able to live out my dreams. Stop being weak. If you even complain about money, cancel your interview right now. And that's the truth.
And
You're not
I'm
meant to
going
be
to, I have to
financially wealthy in order to invest in us. Come on. You figure it out.
I'm going to clarify my challenge too. Imagine yourself at the end of 2024 and take the selfie of that person. I apologize if I was unclear. I thought I was pretty clear, but apparently I wasn't. So I want you to take the selfie tonight of who you're going to be in 2024. And you're posting it in the boot camp Facebook group. Jemima, if you can post that one more time, that would be amazing. All right. Does anyone else have any questions? Yes. Act as yourself for. Close your eyes. Everyone close your eyes real quick. We're going to do a real quick visualization next.
But it doesn't mean go to sleep. I'm just putting it out there. Don't go to sleep. I feel like
Everyone
I'm
close
talking to
your
my
eyes.
fiance right now.
Stay
Don't go to
awake.
sleep. Stay up.
Close your eyes. Imagine yourself at the end of 2024. You guys have just made some amazing life decisions. You've traveled to San Diego, to Atlanta, to New York, to LA. You've booked work. You've worked with amazing photographers. You said yes to your future self. What does that feel like in 2024? Now, snap a picture of that.
Feels fucking great.
Yes.
Ooh, I
That's
cursed
what I
again.
want.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay. I was ready to drop the F-bomb. All right, guys.
You did it.
This has been amazing. Are you guys excited? Are you excited about 2024? Let's make 2024 the best year ever. Is that okay with you guys? Because that's my plan. My
Your
plan
dreams
is
are winning. Come on, guys. What are you doing?
I will find a way. I love it. Where there's a will, there's a way. You live in the richest country in the world. There is work everywhere. I don't want to hear one excuse. Oh my God, I can't do it.
Go donate plasma. I don't even know what that is. I literally have had talent do the craziest shit. I don't care what you do, figure it out. No excuses, just results. Type that. No excuses, just results. Actually, call on Lauren Cunningham. Hi, Lauren. Lauren, you busy? Lauren Cunningham literally books work every day.
Find her.
Love her. She's crazy. I love her. She's crazy, fun.
Her camera
I'll tell
isn't
you
on.
what,
I
when we
don't know if
talk
she's
about like the
available.
power of networking, oh, she can write a book. She goes to a room. She's like me. She's going to clean up the whole place and she's going to literally leave with every single person's contact. That's what she does, which is why she kicks ass.
Yeah.
You will
Awesome.
figure it out.
All right, people. This has been amazing. I'm excited to talk to you guys over the next couple of days.
Oh, Lewis is waving his arms.
Oh,
What,
hold
Lewis?
on, Lewis.
Lewis, what?
Okay, Lewis.
Hi,
I
Lewis.
didn't want anything.
Oh, you
Oh,
were
you
just
just
saying
wanted a
hello?
hug?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still eating the chocolate you brought me. So good. Lewis
Oh.
travels all around the world, brings us fancy treats. Thanks, Lewis.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lewis. Sorry to call. He's like, I got the flu, and you already knew that.
Me
Why did you-"
too. I'm over it. Oh,
I
my
have a
kids-
stomach bug. Ooh.
Yep,
Oh.
me too.
All
The
right.
gift
Well,
that keeps on giving.
feel better.
We're gonna be perfect for Fashion Week.
Yes,
Kill
we
it.
are. All right.
Where's Lauren? Hold on. Is Lauren still on?
Her camera isn't on.
It's okay. She could talk. She's always somewhere. She's probably on set at a premiere. She does that. That's what she does. All right. Yes.
Okay, Lauren.
Can you hear me?
I'm putting you on.
Oh, she's here. Hi, Lauren.
Hold on. Why can't I hear? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Nope. What's happening, Lauren? Are you okay? Blink twice if you're okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm at
yeah.
work.
Oh, okay.
I'm at work.
Just tell everybody very quickly how much is your
How
life
are
changing
you guys?
for us. Tell us very quickly how your life has
Oh,
changed. for us.
tremendously. tremendously.
you
Like I
done?
constantly
Expand.
freaking booking work. I was on set yesterday. Yeah. I'm like just able to work on with a year ago because I attended what was it, a year ago in LA that we did. It was just like a little meeting with a bunch of casting directors, actors. It was just a little meeting. He saw me on premiere next month for that, so it's gonna be just insane for that alone.
So in 365 days, how much work would you say you've booked so far? Just out of curiosity. 1 job, 2 jobs, 5 jobs?
She's gone.
Oh, she literally books at least 2 to 3 jobs a week. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's cool for you guys, but it is for us because everybody she met through our company, she kept up and she's nice about it. She's not like, can you make me famous? She shows up. She shows up all the time.
Her first job she booked, she was on set being a PA. So she was
Yeah.
helping on set. And then that got
She
her
made friends with
into
all the
room.
directors. And then they kept asking her to come back because she was that lovable.
Yep.
And not in a creepy Harvey Weinstein way. Just putting it out there.
Can she be my agent? Well,
who, Lauren?
Let's talk, Ryan Connors. We have a conversation set up. We'll talk all about that.
You got to be what an agent wants, Ryan. You've been on a call now for 9 hours, Ryan.
It's like, all right. He can't help himself, Alicia.
I know.
All right.
All right. It's been fun.
All right, guys, this has been amazing. Do not forget to.
Let's post the link one more time. One more time. Post the link real quick. And then
one more time to schedule. If you book 2 to 3 jobs, that takes care of a lot of expenses.
Well, not to mention everything she does now is considered tax deductible. Get your hair done, get your nails done. Everything she does. She travels all the time.
Yep. All right, there's the link. This is your last chance. We can't wait to talk to you guys. I'm going to be calling to confirm you all tomorrow. We're sending you a video. Make sure that you confirm. And
we do not reschedule. You reschedule for us. We already know that you can't ever show up on set. There is no rescheduling. Okay. That's it.
All right, guys.
And make sure that you are ready to make your own decisions at the time of the interview. I don't want to have to talk to your mom. Do not hand the phone to your mom. I will hang up on you going, grow a pair, come back in a year.
Yep. We're making
no problem saying that.
Hashtag 2024 me.
Mimi, how can I get an agent?
I think she missed the whole call. I'm not sure.
She just went through my interview yesterday.
I know.
Lead a horse.
All right.
There's nothing I can do.
All right, everyone. This has been amazing. Have a great weekend.
The weekend's over, Deneen. It's Sunday. We're usually on a Saturday. It's over. Weekend's over. San Diego, yes.
All right. You guys are amazing.
Barton.
You don't have to go
Piomi's
home.
on here. Hi, Piomi. Talk about success stories. She just met with a huge agent in New York.
Yes, she did.
Just like that. One connection. Hi, Bonnie Bagme. Monique. So fun.
All right,
Everybody's
guys.
here. All right.
And my
stay on
Instagram
there.
is Deneen M. White, but it's all good.
If you follow the company page, you can find Mike, you can find Deneen, you can find me, you can find everybody. All of our talent. Find them. Love them. They'll love you back. What's the secret word again? Justin Bieber. For real. I called Mike Beaudry the other day. I said, it's been a while. Are you ready to come to San Diego? He said, yeah. I said, why is it so loud? He was like, I'm with Justin Bieber. What? Last time I said that, like, why is it so loud? He was with Marilyn Manson. He called me on FaceTime. Scared me to death.
That would be scary.
But he does really cool stuff. So for those of you guys that are part of the inner circle in San Diego, your life is about to change.
Be prepared.
He won all the VMAs, best videos. He works with everybody. Machine Gun Kelly, Rolling Stones, you name it. He's the #1 video music casting director in the world, but he also does spots for Disney, Netflix. He just did a huge one for M. Night Shyamalan, Spielberg, Elon Musk. That's what we do. We just put you face to face. Tanya is going to be in San Diego. Some of you guys are scheduled to go to LA or Atlanta or Vegas. If you want to go to San Diego, I call it the lasagna effect. Meet as many people as you can. This event's in March, so you could still go to Hollywood in May. You could still go to Atlanta. You could still go to Vegas. Some of you guys may want to go to multiple events. That's what we do.
All right.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Have a great night. Thanks for an amazing boot camp.
Thanks for
We will
coming.
see you on your calls this week.
Good luck, everybody.
All right.
You don't need
Bye.
luck. Bye. Bye, Deneen.
Bye.
Bye, Joseph. Hi, Navia. Reginald Holmes.
Oh, everyone say thank you, Jemima. You've been
Thank you,
amazing.
Jemima. Hi, Sid. Hi, Desiree. All right. Kim Perkins. Hi. Hi, Paul Clayton. Paul's sleeping. Sean Bullock. Hello. This is a new drinking game. Ready? Everybody close your eyes. Hi, Brandon. It was so weird seeing Brandon live and in person. I just hugged you the whole time.
I got to
And
meet
my
his
kid
brother
loved you.
too.
Oh my God. Caden came, my little boy. He was 3. For those of you guys that follow my Instagram, it was funny because Jeff is a huge fan of Sopranos, and my 3-year-old got to hang out with one of the cast members. And I was like, okay, maybe in 15 years you can watch his show. All right, guys, that's it. Have a good
All right,
night.
guys. Have a great night. We will see you on your interviews.
Hi, Angel.
Bye.
Hi, Stacey Roundtree. Hi, Ariel. Okay.
I'm turning off
Hey,
the
guys.
Zoom, Alicia.
I'm going.
Bye.